Hey there. Um, this part of the commentary is pre-recorded such that I can just hit a button on my Stream Deck and not have to repeat this information again. I can get my thoughts in order and get it out without having to explain it multiple times. On Sunday, last Sunday, my grandma had a stroke or a cardiovascular event of some kind. We're not sure exactly what it was yet. She's still getting scans every couple of days and is currently very under the weather. The event itself was minor and, from what we've heard, didn't do any permanent lasting damage. So, all of what she's going through right now is recoverable, thankfully. So, if I need to go at some point, I will be there. I told them I would be, and I hope you don't blame me for it. I appreciate your patience. I really do. Especially the sympathies that you folks have provided and been kind enough to express. It just means a whole lot to me and to all of us. Thank you. Really, thank you. Now let's have some fun. What am I, Drew Carey? Come on down, let's have some fun. Colin Mockery, making a mockery of serious events since the mid 90s. Hey there, everybody. Hey, I recorded that a day or two ago, and I don't know if I sounded a little shaky at the time, but I feel much better now. My family feels much better now. We've gotten some assurance that this will pass, as all things in this world will pass. And I really appreciate the sympathies you folks have given. Like I said, it means the world to me. Speaking of worlds, my friends, let's leave this world and find another, not Callisto Protocol style. We're going on an adventure today, a world hopping adventure into the multiverse with Remnant from the Ashes, an criminally underrated game. This game passed by the radar of so very many because there's just not much of a market for a shoot 'em RPG, a shoot 'em up RPG. Think Immortal Unchained if you watched me play that. I did a stream of Remnant on the day that it released because I was really excited for a Dark Souls style shooter. The difficulty of Souls, but you have a gun. The world hopping adventure of, I don't know, games that now exist like Outer Wilds that did not exist at that time, where you just visit vastly different locations that, I don't know, all have their own unique story and intrigue to them to discover the way that they work or used to work. It was back when games like Mario Odyssey, for example, were not yet a thing. It was back in the days of Super Mario Galaxy, where worlds were presented as individual levels, planetoids. That was where the idea of Remnant from the Ashes stemmed from is, what if Diablo took place on Mars? Really, check out the art station for the developers of the game and its creators. They have a lot of wonderful pieces of concept art and blocking for the various places we'll be exploring today. And they looked very different, some of them. I like Remnant from the Ashes because it explores the idea that you don't have to make a world in your fantasy game that just has humanoids living on it. Mass Effect, you know what the coolest parts of Mass Effect were? The jellyfish people, the Elcor, the non humanoid species. Yeah, Krogan are, I guess, on the borderline. But the point is, Remnant from the Ashes says, well, what if every time the player jumped to a new world, we had to create its lore, story, and world building from the ground up? A novel, penning itself in the background while the player shoots their way through the world. That is the game that we are playing today. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to talk about the story with you, because I really, really like the story of this game. I like it a lot. Welcome, everybody, to Remnant from the Ashes. Remnant is fantastic. It is, as you've just seen, by Gunfire Games, and it is one of the most interesting concepts for a video game I still have yet seen to this day. Chocolate and peanut butter in video game form. The random generation of a dungeon crawler with the third-person over-the-shoulder nature of the Souls games. And guns. You've also got machine guns in this game. There's one such hunting rifle, repeater pistol, on my hardcore character, who I've actually just died on and had to remake in preparation for this stream. Remnant is one of my favorite video games, and it's got seamless drop in and out co-op, funnily enough. It's not a solo journey if you don't want it to be, but it can be. It can be atmospheric, it can be contemplative, it can have, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. It just sets a wonderful tone of adventure and exploration and mystery. Half Cthulhu, half science fiction, half gothic adventure. With the crystal clear coating of a over-the-shoulder third-person shooter, melee, dodge, stamina-based, combo-based action game? I don't quite know how to describe the gameplay of Remnant from the Ashes, so instead I think I'll just show you. We're gonna make the same guy. We're gonna make the same guy as my hardcore character, but not on hardcore difficulty, so that we can play through the intro.
This could be useful.
Yes, indeed. You can make your own guy or gal.
What's this doing here?
Uh-oh.
This looks like it could be useful.
I love this as an as an early entry into making your own character in a, I don't know, a game that's not really built for co-op. It's fascinating how this is a single-player game that allows others to drop into your world however they want and out again, and vice versa, without affecting each other's progression. I'll show you exactly how the system works once we get into it, but it's surprisingly simple for how complex that might sound. Look at all of these shades we can go with. Again, an early entrant into, I don't know, being able to pick your own character. Everyone looks just a little different. All these different scars we can put across our face. Yes, indeed. Remnant just had a sequel announced a few months back, and they've been putting out gameplay videos for how they've expanded this system, including your character class choice, and I'm really looking forward to it because I wouldn't call this system bare bones at all. It's actually quite complex, especially the trait system. You'll see as we go. But character customization is becoming a much more important factor in the second game. You know, making your playthrough unique. And I just like that, again, this game was an early adopter of those ideas.
I wonder what this is.
Oh, there we go. I found him right away. It's Lee.
This looks like it was important. Once.
Dave Fennoy. Dave Fennoy is one of the protagonists in this game. Good old Lee from The Walking Dead.
This looks like it could be useful.
And he's pretty great, so he's going to be our player character voice. There are some pretty good choices for both male and female. I really like the character customization because it lets you quickly make someone that doesn't look like an Oblivion potato face. I'll always prefer this to Rockstar style mold your own cheekbones, Fallout style stuff. Give me a few presets and let me pick among them. That way, I can make a character that looks stylized for this world right away without having to mess with sliders for 45 minutes. Why, we can jump right in and they can embark, sorry, no pun intended, on their journey to defeat the root. Best of luck, player!
What can we do when our last hope fails? That you must discover. Our last hope sailed this sea before you, in search of an end to the beasts that have hunted us for generations. An end was found, or so we thought.
More like
When
an
the
end found
dragon
us.
rose into the sky like a phoenix, blazing in flames of agony. But our hero never came home. Only the storm, the beasts, the unshakable dread that something had twisted and turned. The journey will not be easy. Storm swirls round the dragon's tower like a shroud. The dragon may be dead, but in its ashes, I fear something else has awoken.
Some kind
You will
of remnant.
fight for every step. You must reach the tower, learn what became of our warrior, face what lurks within. When our last hope fails, another shall take its place. So long as we have breath.
Speaking of which, hope you know how to kick up. Those clothes look pretty heavy. Padded. Adventurer's clothing. Zelda style. Just missing the funny hat. Bird hat talks to you and all that. Must have lost it in the water. My friends, welcome to Ward 13. Welcome to the atoll, such as it is. Welcome to what's left of the atoll. This is one of my favorite locations in the whole game, the humble tutorial, because my god, it's miserable. And Dominic mentions right away something that the intro actually has just kind of covered, is that Remnant is actually a sequel to a game called Chronos that was released in flat mode after this game, but at first was Oculus VR exclusive. And Chronos covers a lot of the things we'll be covering today. We'll cover Chronos and its events as we go, but that was basically the gist of it. Give or take some pretty important elements that this game is going to reveal to us about Chronos' story. I just want to take a nice, long, slow look at Remnant, because it's what this game deserves, honestly, is for someone to talk about that story, for someone to talk about the lore and world building, to actually read the computer terminals and all of that, because I know you folks will be interested in our interpretation of them together. I just love this game's art style. I love its sound design, the way that the rain is so oppressive here at the ward. I mean, it's coming through the damn roof. I'm gonna say roof repair is probably the first thing to go in an apocalypse. I just like the implication right away that we are not the first hero that they have sent to this forsaken place. You know, to fight off the apocalypse. That whole apocalypse thing? Yeah. There you go. Take a swig with your right mouse button. Very good. using the side buttons on my mouse. This game lets you map them, which is pretty cool. It does say rig in the corner of my screen though forever, which is alright. That would be the second game that I've played through now after the Surge to say rig in the corner of my screen at all times. I did get the DLCs for this one, as a matter of fact. I'm excited to explore them together because I've played them far, far less. Oh boy.
Here they come.
Yes, indeed. Let's do it. You and me, buddy. Yeah. Taste my sword. I don't melee very often in this game. It's, for the most part, a shooter, but it's also a completely competent Souls-like. That's one of the most fascinating things about this game, is that there's two completely different ways to play it. There's two completely different ways. You can run and dodge and stab, or you can stand back and shoot. Or, if you're like me, go for a combination of both. Pull out the shotgun. Shotgun or melee to stun, and then follow up with the other. Oh, again, just the atmosphere of it. This game is just dripping with atmosphere. I wonder if poor Dave here knew what he would be in for. I guess we'll just name him after his voice actor. Game's got a stealth system. Not that we're going to use it. I'm all gung-ho. Look at the size of my stamina bar. Look at the size of my invincibility frames. Oh yeah. No lock-on or anything like that, but you can swing in any direction, which is pretty awesome. And if you're using a controller, it will kind of stick you to enemies nearby. It'll aim for you if you're just pushing in their direction. It's really cool. This is not cool. None of this is cool. It's just completely apocalyptic. There's nothing left if there ever was anything here. This is what they get for making an atoll in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. All right, that was pretty cool, actually. That was a pretty cool mantle, yeah, I gotta say. Way to go, Dave. Dave, you've summoned the Horde. Oh, boy. We're good. Yeah, so welcome to Ward 13, everybody, or just the atoll in general, though we are making our way towards some kind of shelter from the rain. I like that the outer buildings are already covered in trees. These monsters we've been fighting are called the Root, and they have infested Earth for the foreseeable future. So that's kind of a problem. Be on the lookout for the blades of grass that they leave behind, the orange trees, the fact that they hang upside down like bats. This is a really cathartic stream. Whoa, whoa, listen over there. We are not, in fact, the last hope. Good news, there are other last hopes remaining. Okay, I was hoping for an attack there, but that's fine too. He can waste his time. He can waste all of our time. Yeah, we're not getting over there. Take a look. Take a look at the ward over there on the opposite atoll, because it is a long swim. We're gonna need some points in vigor before we can make that swim. Anybody know where we can pick up the Mibu breathing technique? Damn, I had almost forgotten to give you this last look. It really does look pretty far away, but hey, there's a boat. It's something we could potentially fix up if there are survivors around here. They're fighting their asses off over there, whatever they're doing. Oh, I'm a big fan of the way they comically spin like that. Look at this, and we got cranes and everything. Again, all is not lost. We just gotta wait for the forever storm to pass. Maybe these trees were already here. Maybe they already look like sakura blossoms before the Root moved in and destroyed everything. All right, screw this. This is triggering my vertigo. Let's get the hell out of here. I don't like these waves. Don't worry, I'm here to help. Take a look at that entrance. Fallout Vault style. I like it. As far as bunkers go, very good. Whoa! One step from the cutscene zone. That's how you know I love this game. All right, Dave, you got this. Say hello to Mark, everybody. You got this, Mark!
Hang on!
Yeah! Oh, go Dave and Mark! We tried, Mark. I'm sorry. You really did try, honestly. Boy, he just had the most whelp look on his face. Yeah, that's about the noise I'd make too. Oh, I love it. You can do it, Dave. He's running out of stamina. Chug a bloodwort. And he was doing so well, too. I like that he actually kicked ass for a little bit there in the cutscene. Oh, hello.
Hang in there.
Hurry
You're
up,
gonna be okay.
We got company! Move! Move!
Nice gun there, stranger. I guess it's good to meet you folks. They're dragging me by the legs instead of the arms.
Oh, you're awake.
Less painful.
Hi there. Whoa, take it slow. You got hurt real bad. You don't want to start bleeding again, do you?
It's alright. My heavily padded coat can contain all the blood. I didn't get a lick of water on me out there. How you doing, kid? Who are you?
I'm Wallace. I wanted to see you. I asked the commander if I could.
Commander, I assume the one dragging me by the ankles to safety. I should probably have a word with her. Okay. The kid's got secrets? Go ahead. Tell me about the commander before I am even introduced. My, I guess, introductory interview to the folks who have taken refuge here. Do they also want to slay dragons?
Oh, Commander Ford. She's in charge.
Dragon Slayer.
Oh, Commander Ford and Mr. Riegler found you outside. They brought you here. But they said Mark wasn't coming back.
Hey, Mark put up one hell of a last stand. He made a great co-op buddy for a while. You two look kind of similar. Sorry to hear you lost one of your own, buddy.
But never mind. The commander said you should come see her when you woke up. She's in the room down the hall. She'll find a place for you. Everyone's got a place.
It's alright, I've already got mine.
I'll see you later.
Local hero. Here to do some adventuring. Hence the backpack. Hence my adventurer's backpack. Hence my ability to crouch walk like a protagonist in a stealth video game. Hence my ability to pick up and read lore collectibles. There's one in this room, but we'll read it a little bit later. Maybe after we meet Commander Ford. I am excited to meet her. Now that I'm, again, no longer bleeding out and all that. One thing I like a lot about this game is that it gets going pretty quick. You can skip that 10-minute tutorial we just did and go straight to the first world, to picking your character class if you want. But even playing through it, it didn't take too long. Something to show off here while we don't have any weapons. We don't have any weapons. They've been confiscated because they were used to save our life, I assume. Going to assume they just kind of took our guns and used them to kill the root. Because I was kind of indisposed at the moment. You have an entire bare-handed moveset in this game. hardly anyone knows that because it's completely useless. But no, if you unequip all your weapons, absolutely everything, you can engage in fisticuffs upon the boxes of Ward 13. Yeah, it's really awesome to be able to just skip the tutorial if you want to just play through it co-op with a friend. If you're playing through for the second time. Nice! Oh, the charge attacks. Okay, the charge attacks are really good. So you can tap to melee or hold to charge at any stage of your combo. So you can tap, hold, 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 tap. Oh, it's all just so very good. Stranger in the base, and he's breaking all of our cargo containers. What the hell is this? That, my friends, is called a World Stone. That is our first connection to Kronos, which is not going to be all that important in the grand scheme of things. It's actually more the direct events of what you do in Kronos that affect the events of this game than any world building in Kronos. That's something that's kind of cool about that game, is it's basically this minus the shooting. So if you want to do this minus the shooting, play Kronos, because Kronos is a lot more straightforward as a Souls-like, and it takes place in this world, and it's like $5. However, I'd recommend this game just for its overall expansiveness. It goes on, and it's got depth. Let's go meet Commander Ford. Oh, but I've got something we can do first. Here's something we can do. Go meet the other refugees of Ward 13. Hello. I was told that everyone has a place here. We can talk to you folks occasionally. Sometimes they'll have new dialogue.
Lots of boring locked doors around here.
Yep. I wish someone would open a portal to another world or something where interesting things might happen.
Can't see 5 feet in front of my face. Here's hoping the power comes on soon.
I love that it's mostly complaining. Hey, what's up, homie? Hey, excuse me. How you doing?
Wallace been not following his brother's footsteps. You go out those doors without enough bullets, you end up dead.
Wow. There you go. I actually didn't know you could find that out from the dialogue and the NPCs around here. Maybe you could tell by the family resemblance, but that kid, Wallace, was Mark's brother. You know, based on the way he reacted to finding Mark outside. There are a couple of different sources that confirm it, I suppose, other than just asking Wallace himself about it. You know, in case you're a big softy and don't want to put a burden on the kid when he's already, I don't know, suffering. Everyone around here looks like they're suffering, honestly. This is like the last, hold it, remnants. Nice denim, fella.
Poor Wallace. Losing Mark like that.
Yeah, it's probably gonna take him a while to get over. Tragedy like that. Hey, we got a gate guard here. Hey, bud. Where were you? Where were you when Mark was being torn apart by creatures made out of wood?
Hey, I got my eye on you. Don't try nothing.
I guess he was on break. I guess the guy was just on break, right? And not hiding out of cowardice from the sheer number of root that overwhelmed poor Mark. You know, maybe I don't want to know. Maybe I don't want to know what Mark was doing out there. It was his private time, let's say. Mark was headed to the atoll for some private time, and it cost him, unfortunately. I'm gonna not think of that in reference to ourselves trying to reach the atoll, because that could spiral into a number of metaphors that are all inappropriate for a game like this. Game's about mystery, intrigue, and adventure. Not an exploitation film.
Well, look who's awake. You put up quite a fight outside our gates.
I mean, I kind of had no choice. A certain someone wasn't willing to let me in. Yes, you're Commander Ford.
I'm Commander Ford. This is my base, and you, friend, are an unexpected guest. It's my job to know the kind of people I bring into Ward 13.
You disconnected the
We
doorbell.
haven't seen a living soul on that shore for weeks. You will tell me why you were really out there, or We'll let the root have you.
I'm actually here to learn how to swim. It seems like a pretty bad time of year, though, for lessons. I'll come back during the summer, perhaps? You wouldn't happen to have a functioning boat so I could leave, would you? I'm trying to get to that island tower. So that I can leave.
No one has been in that tower in a very long time. But you've got no chance of getting there in this storm.
Really? Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Is,
I mean, Ford.
the ward has been cut off. We had to block the gates after we dragged you in. The root are everywhere. But now that you're here, I have an idea. I'll tell you what. You want to leave? You'll have to do something for us first.
I'm not entirely surprised. It's an RPG. I was knocked out in the introduction and woke up under the care of Hoochikins. That's not what I'm going to call Commander Ford. The tree is evil. Step away from the tree. No, that was the last game. In this game, the giant tree is our friend. No, you're thinking of Elden Ring, where the tree is evil. I may have gotten games conflated here. Anyway, back to Remnant. Hey, Commander Ford. Alright, fine. What can I do for you? Does it involve taking a torch to the root? Because I've actually gotten quite good at that lately.
First, we need power. That storm knocked out our reactor recently. With enough power, we might be able to activate another way out of here.
Excellent. Back to the suffering society where Root has overwhelmed mankind? What do you mean another way out?
It's not a door, exactly. And it may not even work. The reactor is on the lower basement level. There's a stairwell that leads down to it. Get it running, then come back here.
I like both of the questions I can pose here. You know, the first one being the implication of, yeah, but what's the catch? Won't ask her that. I know there already is one on the way. Go ahead, why put your faith in me?
Because I'm not losing any more of my people today. We already lost a man down there a few days ago. I suspect the root have found a way in. Go check in with Riggs about your blade. I don't imagine your fists will do much against the root. You do this for us, and I'll make sure you get out of here.
Well, I would have appreciated, because you're capable. Because I'm certain you can do it based on your standing. Based on the weapons you brought in. Based on the supplies that were wiped out on the shore with you. Based on your last defense of Mark outside the ward gates. There were so many things you could have said there. Besides, well, because you're expendable. But it's okay. I get it. Favors for favors. Fair enough, Commander Ford. Guess it's nice to meet you. I do like her avoiding intro to quantum string theory with you there. Because what she could have said is, yeah, so you're headed down to the nuclear reactor to activate what is called a world stone that teleports you via quantum string to parallel dimensions that lay upon our own in wafer-thin layers. And see, the key factor is shooting you at exactly the right angle and velocity to end up at the world that you so desire via disassembling your particles on one side to a stone on the other only through these. Now, she could have gone into the entire lore writ small, but she didn't. And I appreciate that. What I like about Remnant's world stones and teleportation is that it's actually quite straightforward. They don't really bother with science fiction jargon. Essentially what I just said is the actual truth. We are not going to be leaving this place to other worlds far away from here in other galaxies. No, we're headed to alternate dimensions laying flat on top of ours. Not specifically alternate Earths, but there are some hints here and there at what some of these places really are. It's fascinating. Like that cross over there. Some hints as to what Earths exactly we may be visiting. Hello there. Oh,
You picked a hell of a time to visit the ward, friend.
my own clone. I should grow some facial hair. I would look great with a stash. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, friend.
Hey, friend. The actor's just through that door and down the stairs. Keep your wits about you.
Oh, I can always trust someone with a voice actor in common. It's nice to meet you, Reg. One of the best characters. One of the best characters in the game. And we just so happen to share a voice actor. I may have done it on purpose. I may have. I just like Dave Fennoy. I just want to hear more of him. Directory. Yeah, show me around. Show me to the nuclear reactor. Go for it. Great. You know what's nice about all of the experiments that apparently were going on here that we seek the heart of is that they took place beneath the nuclear reactor, where all that lovely nuclear runoff would be, where all of the nuclear waste would pass through to be cooled down and all of that, to be stored forever. I wonder what they did with all that nuclear waste. You think they just threw the nuclear waste into the teleporter and said, whatever world it ends up in is fine? You think that's what they did and why it's in such poor of a state now? Damn it. Our garbage compactor clogged. I guess the nuclear waste universe is full. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry if you think I'm being too soft on the folks that set up the wards on the island. They did a lot worse.
Where are you?
They did a whole lot worse.
Scaring me out.
Howdy. I was told there would be someone down here. I was told there would be a few down here. A few who have been lost to the root infestation overwhelming the whole island. I am here to help. I'm here to help. I promise.
What? Where the hell did you come from? You nearly scared the life out of me. No one else wandering around down here. You're not from around here, are you? Name's Ace. Ace Cotterill? You?
And I guess you're not called Ace because of your perception. Dave Hero, nice to meet you. I'm looking for the reactor. I'm guessing the signs warning us of nuclear material are denoting we're in the right area. What about you? What are you doing here?
Looking for my friend, Les. He said he was coming down here to fix a few things.
My
That was days
predecessor.
ago. No one's seen him since. Everyone else wrote him off, but not me. I think maybe he... You know.
So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say he's probably fine. He'll turn up in a few days. Just exploring the ward below, checking out the experiments and scrounging for scrap. It's what we'd all like to believe.
Yeah, maybe. Come to think of it, that's probably what he tried to do. Anyway, I'm sure he found some quiet place to sit things out, you know? He'll turn up.
See, there you go. That's
So,
optimism.
You ever start a reactor?
Have I ever started a reactor? I've built a reactor from scratch, from the top down in isometric games. Never done it, manually with my hands. How hard could it be?
So you figured you'd just come down here and wing it? Lucky for you, it's just the press of a button on the terminal above us. Would have done it myself, but without knowing what might come sniffing around. With the two of us, though, maybe we got a chance. Okay, so I have an idea. You go upstairs and start the reactor. I'll help you kill whatever comes our way.
Teamwork. I like
You
it.
probably need a weapon, huh? Let's see if I can find you something.
Yeah, we were told that sadly our blade is in the shop right now, so we are going to need to pick an entirely new set of armor and weaponry. And herein begins one of my favorite things about Remnant from the Ashes, which is that we can start with a completely different set of unique traits and gear, and we can buy these later if we want to customize our character, but at least the unique trait you get doesn't appear anywhere else as far as I know. I'm not sure. There's some things I'm not yet sure about. But even still, we have a number of options. A real devastating shotgun on the Scrapper if we want to go close range and personal. Ex-cultist in case we'd like to just set our weapon ablaze, and our enemies too. This one's more focused on co-op and healing. This one's more about going for sweet 360 no-scopes and finding enemies through walls. That sounds honestly pretty appropriate to me. That sounds pretty appropriate to me. Hunter is the default recommended start, honestly, and it fits perfectly for that. I think what we'll do is we'll start off with Hunter now so that we have some long-ranged weapons to start. And then we can simply buy the other items from the Scrapper and Ex-Cultist classes from our buddy Riggs upstairs. Our new friend Riggs. He's repairing our sword for us.
There. That should improve our odds. Get up there and start the reactor.
I appreciate the handout, Ace. You are actually being a better friend here than your own commander, funnily enough. Commander Ford. It's honestly probably just a title these days. More like Leader Ford. Founder Ford. Whatever title of respect you want to bestow upon her.
Get up there and start the reactor.
Miss Ford, leader of Ward 13. And here we are. It is indeed a shooter in addition to being a Souls-like. And it manages the most interesting combination of both I've seen in such a long time. I have hardly ever seen a game attempt both melee and ranged and have it work out this well. Immortal Unchained is the only one I can think of to take this direct approach to, let's make a Souls-like, but you got guns and you can dive through windows and take cover. You can dive through windows. Don't mind me, Ace, just breaking and entering, so that's Ace. Ace is pretty cool. The funny thing about the side characters in this game is that they mostly respond to the events that take place on Earth. Because once you leave Earth, it's not like they really could give a squirt what happens to some other world in an alternate dimension. No, we're fighting for saving Earth from the root here. The one that we live on. The one that we've always lived on. The one that mankind will continue to live on, even if there are other places for us to visit and hopefully save along the way. Or salvage as it were. Loving this retro-futuristic aesthetic. Like, her telling us, oh, it's just a button up there, go ahead and hit it and the thing will start right up. Fits perfectly of the 50s, 60s era cassette tape magic that they've gone with. I really like the layout of Earth. I like the aesthetic of Earth a lot. I mean, maybe I didn't need to say that. I live here, but you know what I mean. Also, nice game design to put a big old flashing light right next to the terminal. You know, even if it's on a separate item. So we can initialize the reactor here, but I'm actually interested to find out what they were doing. We can run some system tests, and I've got good news. It's fucked. System failed. As Strongbad would say, our system is down. And so on. View the fault logs so we can figure out exactly what's happened. I am, in fact, a nuclear engineer part-time. Yup, this is gonna be helpful. This is handy. Yeah, man, this is the other part of Remnant from the Ashes, exploring the world, bathing in the atmosphere, looking at these computer terminals, listening to audio logs, and reading journals to tell you what exactly happened to make not just Earth, but the other realms the way that they are. They wrote 5 different worlds from the ground up, and it's really impressive, starting with the one that we live on. Seriously, this is actually the one that we live on. Like, for real. You'll see later. You'll see later. It'll blow your mind, actually, when I read it. There was one terminal entry later on in this game that solidifies that this does, in fact, take place on our Earth, and it's kind of crazy. For now, minor nuclear radioactive leaks. Minor new... That, you know what? It seems like after the first one of those, there should be no more. That's something that should probably... This list should be one entry long. There was a minor leak and we fixed it, and there was never any problem with the reactor again. Temperature levels are higher. People are doing weird shit below us in the basement. Coolant flow malfunction. Again, this nuclear reactor is getting a little close to melting down for about half an hour, so, you know, probably bad thing. Hold on, though. Errant seismic activity compromised lower coolant array. What, like tree roots moving in or something like that? That could disrupt a tectonic plate or two. I like this one. Output is down 15%. Just, you know, cause unknown, performance compromised. Did we fix it? At this point, we've got bigger problems. We've got children teleporting to other dimensions. That's the kind of thing that would happen in a sci-fi universe like this. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, here we go. This is probably the problem right here. Comprehensive system failure. Condensation detected inside component framework. There's water in the pipes. Yeah, what's going on down there in defense research? That's what they called it back in the day when this place was active. Defense research. That's what was going on at the wards, apparently. Ward 13 was for defense research. Defense from what? It was the 1960s. You could probably guess who they were trying to defend themselves from. Again, maybe alluding to the log we're gonna find later. Here we go. Multiple systems irreparably damaged. You know what I meant to say. Cause still unknown, and we're not going to bother finding out. Fair enough. Good for them. They shut the doors, they locked them behind them, and they left for a different ward. Good for them. Maybe they used the door that Captain Commander Ford was telling us about. Captain Commander Mrs. Ford? Let's initialize the reactor and find the hell out. Let's do it! You and me, Ace, let's do it! Again, it's also a shooter, in addition to being a Souls-like, and it's the most fascinating thing in the world, man. It really is. Whoa, Ace needs some help. On my way, bud. Sadly, I don't think Les is coming back. But it's okay. I am here to save this world and many others. Oh, look at her go. Hey there, pal. How you doing? This game is pretty rad. I love the way it replicates the co-op experience by sometimes giving you summons, or giving you folks to defend, or folks to just stick around with.
Hang in there.
Yep, I'm hanging in. Oh, and I love it. After that short melee introduction, they give you a short shooting introduction. You don't actually have to hang around with Ace here, but it's fun. Oh, it's fun. Later on, this will be put to the test when we actually do have to defend people with health bars. Again, all of this is a wonderful, easy, simple tutorial. Borderline subliminal in a way.
A little more.
It's just really well done game design. Like I said, this game is just so underrated. Look at the lighting too. The lighting is just so damn good. No! Oh, and the way you could just aim over railings if you get close is so revolutionary for games of the era. Oh, we got problems. Nice! Yeah, burn that tree down. Just the fact that that you can swap between shooting and melee seamlessly feels so good. Now, that's the power of teamwork and gunpowder. Love that little hit of synth there.
There. That should do it.
Damn fine work, my lady.
Good. Real good. Ford made the right choice sending you down here. You best go check in with Ford. Come visit my shop sometime, yeah? I'll make sure to give you the good in a fight discount.
Yeah, maybe we'll play Bloody Knuckles next time to see who buys the drinks. But good to meet you. I like Ace. I like Ace's attitude versus some of the others we've met around here. We talked to a couple of the NPCs, and they had a pretty dour attitude about their chances, but I appreciate that there is some amount of realism in the survivors, in that they don't know that dimension hopping exists. We know that dimension hopping exists. It's why we came here. We just haven't told anybody about that yet. Don't worry. It'll jog our characters' memories seeing the World Stone. They took a pretty hard bump on the atoll when they crashed on the rocks. I just love that you immediately eat dirt. I love that your boat immediately wipes out and your sword breaks in half and you're left essentially at the mercy of these people who have no idea that you're about to travel time and space. Bloodborne style. It reminds me of an alternate take on a game like Bloodborne, where Bloodborne begins as a Victorian Gothic horror story with werewolves and vampires and ends in space. And it's just great, the way that this game follows a similar progression. Up the stairs you go, Dave. Go, go, go. We gotta go catch Ace before she leaves.
Sure is good to have some light around here.
Hey, Reg. Nice buttons.
You're risking a lot for folks you don't know, stranger.
It's kind of my job, unfortunately. Dave Hero. Nice to meet you.
Yes. You're trying to get yourself to that little island, yeah?
Unfortunately.
Word moves fast when there ain't many words left around here. Listen, friend, I know you don't know me from a can of paint, but I want to help. You got a feeling of destiny about you. You're gonna save the world, ain't you?
At least this one, my friend.
That's the spirit. Here, I want you to have this. Not many people can keep their spirits out there in the world. An old friend told me this little bauble could keep you for death at bay. At least for a while. And if you're looking to buy other treasures for your travels, come see me. Ace has got her own space over there. Between us, we got all sorts of treasures.
In case you need to convert crafting materials, basically.
Free of charge. Take good care of it.
Kind soul. You must see something in me. Why you being so nice? Like you said, I do kind of look like you with a can of paint splashed over, but why are you being so helpful? No more than you're letting on?
Because the rest of the world ain't nice. Gotta help balance it out. Oh, one more thing. Ellen, Commander Ford.
First name basis, huh?
She knows more about that island than she lets on. Ask her about the founder of Ward 13. She'll get you on your path. Oh, traveler.
And I do like that. I do like the immediate implication that you get there that, oh, this actually runs deeper than I thought. See, for a first-time player, that will be their first implication, that Commander Ford isn't the original Commander Ford, that there was a Commander Ford before her. But until you actually ask her, it's not going to probably occur to the player that it's someone familial, that this has been a long, long fight, spanning generations, trying to save this world from the root. And that is what I like a lot about Remnant's world, is that it gives you stuff like the dragon heart here that we can examine somewhere. Dragon heart's somewhere. Maybe it's not. Maybe the dragon heart doesn't have an item description. Okay, fair enough. You can see what it does. It's the heart of some kind of worldly guardian, and it is just an ancient artifact, Lovecraft style, that has passed from world to world to world until it ended up in Reggie's hands. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you imparting it upon me. Again, I will put it to good use. Hey, Ace, how you doing? Ace's little junkyard over here. I like Ace's little scrap heap. I love that it's full of a bunch of crap from Earth, because it's the only place that she can go. Because Earth is, like, for them, right outside the door. Like, Earth is like, you know, we're on Earth right now. I keep talking about Earth like we're not on it. Isn't it funny how the atoll and Ward 13 very quickly feels like a hub in the middle of dimensions? But it's not. We're on Earth. In, like, 2090 something. Oh, my friends, it's a long, long time from now. How you doing, Ace?
Been a while since I was in a fight like that.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Been a while since I was in a fight like that.
Yeah.
Great work with the reactor, friend. You make a good team.
Amen. I'd like to see you again someday. It'd be fascinating to see if any of the characters of this game will return in Remnant 2. We don't yet know what the framing device of Remnant 2 is going to be. Only its worlds, only its characterization, because that was what was strong about this game, is the characterization. And take a look, we got the power on, so now it's all lit up in here. And we can see the ceiling and how utterly ramshackle this place is. I just love the dust particles floating in air. The game's, again, gorgeous for being an indie game by an indie studio, just developed in their spare time on the Unreal Engine. Way to go, Gunfire Games. Made something real pretty. Alright, simple fetch quest done. Here, we can stop in and see our craftsmen. Craftsmen and women, get some tools of the trade, hopefully. I was told our sword was broken, unfortunately. Ah, you there, yes. You're the sharpshooter. Hey there. Nice job fending off the root.
Hey, it's good to see you on your feet again. Welcome to Ward 13.
And you know what? It's good to call the place home. Must be Riggs. I can just intuit it based on my constitution.
I did what I could to patch you up. You seem like a tough one, though.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Most everyone calls me Riggs. Well, your, sword was pretty banged up in the fight. Not much I could do with it, I'm afraid. The blade was shattered when we found you. Mostly scrap metal at this point. Ford mentioned we should help you get sorted for the city, as a thanks for getting us out of a bind. Ah, maybe we can put your old blade to good use after all. Let me look.
Melt her down into liquid reinforcement, my friend. Welcome to the role-playing game aspect of the shooting Souls-like. I can't believe we're continuing to stack more genres on this game, but I love the way it doles them out, one at a time. There was melee, no upgrades. Shooting, no upgrades. Then you go see Riggs and he's like, by the way, governor, you got a license for that scrap sword. Better make it... I can't tell if his accent's fake, but it sounds fake as hell. But I'm not gonna make fun of it because he's a really genuine character and I like him a lot. This is the RPG aspect of the game where we have a gear score, Diablo style. If we hit R here, down at the bottom, you can see our rating versus wherever we currently are. And as you proceed through the game, it will dynamically increase the offense and defense, requiring a higher gear score to not get penalized, let's say. You don't want your defense score low. You don't want that to go below neutral. You don't want it to. So, we're actually going to upgrade a little bit of Oh, that's right. We don't have any other clothes right now. Oh, we have to change out of these.
No worries. Take your time.
Huh. Oh, interesting. We actually don't get the armor for this class, presumably until we go see Commander Ford. Why, in that case, I will be back in a minute, Riggs. I'll be back in just a minute, Riggs. Wriggler. What a name. I can see why he prefers Riggs. We'll meet the other craftsman in a little bit. She's, it's gonna require some energy to deal with her. For now, mission accomplished, boss. Mission accomplished, new boss. Am I free to wander around? Do I count as one of you because I've got a strong shoulder?
Go get yourself better protection from Riggs and McCabe. Then we'll talk.
Ah, I see. I'm getting tutorialized here by Commander Ford. Fair enough. Only one staircase away.
Hey, friend. Ready for that upgrade?
And I do like that he has dialogue specific to the tutorial if you so choose to walk away. If you decide, no, I'm gonna be picky and I'll come back later. Simple and clean.
All right. Hey, now that's better. Oh, and take this. It's not the strongest stuff, but more protection than what you've got.
Buddy, I don't know if anything can be as protective as wearing a
It's
literal
sturdier.
pillow.
Every little bit counts out there.
It was covered in down before. I could fall asleep standing up. But that's honestly fair. It didn't withstand many blows from the root. They took a swing at me, and cotton flew everywhere. Just cotton and silk and feather down. That was made for withstanding a lengthy boat journey in the middle of a forever storm. Not probably for fighting demons from another plane of existence. So thanks, Riggs. I appreciate it.
We'd all be long gone if Ford didn't run a tight ship.
Sure.
She keeps this place going and helps folks like you. If you need any weapon upgrades in the future, come see me. McCabe over there will help you out with the augments for your gear.
Oh, McCabe.
Stick to business talk. You know, she's not much for chat beyond her work.
Hey, some folks are introverts. That's fine. I'll make sure to keep words brief. I mean, after all, how much of a jerk could she really be? Hi there. You look pretty unassuming. Friendly, even.
So you're the stray Ford was talking about.
Well, I don't know. I've been given a leash by now. Stray, huh?
We got plenty of mouths to feed without taking in random drifters.
Nope, that was
Apparently
days gone.
Taking out a few root is enough for our commander, though. Ford's gonna give my time to every stray who wanders in. And we're having words. I'm McCabe. I'm the engineer. And you're a pain in my ass. I'm not some scrap peddler, got it? I don't upgrade trash.
Well, the good news is, you're on an island in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. I don't think you necessarily have to worry about visitors. I'm kind of a rarity around here. This option's tempting. My god, it's just so tempting. Should we poke the sleeping bear? You always this grumpy?
It's the apocalypse. I can be as grumpy as I damn well please. Let's see what we're dealing with here.
That's honestly pretty fair.
From the look of that rifle, you're not getting close to the action. This'll keep those weeds in your sights. That's all you get for now. Get me more components and I'll make more. For a fee. Now get out of here. I'm tired of your yapping jaw.
Now, I'll say it again. Quite the grunt, McCabe. It's a pleasure to be working with you.
Yeah.
We'll learn to like each other over our partnership. I, unfortunately, think we have no choice but to stay in the vicinity of each other throughout this journey. I like McCabe. You'll learn to like McCabe, if you don't already. McCabe's voice actress also played Anemone in Nier Automata. Really interesting. So, that would be Erica Lindbeck, I think? Yep, that's right. McCabe has an exterior of coal with a heart of coal. But she's given us our unique weapon mod. So thanks a lot, McCabe. We've also been given a crap ton of gear, as a matter of fact. I think we can now... Oh, not just yet. I'm jumping the gun. There I go. I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited to dye my armor. In case this game didn't have enough systems going for it. You can dye your gear in this game. Of course you can. Only one color, but I'm sure Remnant 2 is gonna change that. I've seen the same outfit in different colors in the various... Oh. Oh. Commander Ford, I can't wait for how things will soon expand in Remnant 2.
Good to see you more equipped. Riggs and McCabe do good work. I hope this will be enough to get you on your way. And I see Reggie gave you the Dragon Heart. He wouldn't part with an artifact that powerful without a good reason.
And I like that this is the kind of fringes of the arcane world, that Lovecraftian Gothic style world where someone simply having an artifact of power that can heal you from death is not commonplace, but not unexpected. Reggie was Dave Fenoy. Yes, he sure was. And so were we. Player voice 2, baby. You mentioned the founder of Ward 13. I can't do a Dave impression. I'm Dave Hero.
I suppose his notes would be useful to you.
Yeah, your predecessor.
Very well. Reggie may play the old fool, but his judgment is rarely off the mark. We can't leave by the gates now, but the founder, my grandfather, gave me this key years ago. He said we should only use it when there's no other choice. Well, we are out of choices. Considering you stuck your neck out for us, it seems fitting you do the honors. Take it. There's a terminal downstairs in the main room. Use the key there. With any luck, we can get the thing running.
Funny how I've unintentionally inspired bravery in these folks to go back out to the other regions of Earth and scavenge for supplies. After all, it seems like they have the root pretty well contained here. And so there's no chance of the root probably using this world stone to escape. Oh, not with that fella manning the gate that left me to die. No, not with that fella. He won't let anybody in, root or human. Thanks, Commander. I'll do the honors.
Don't thank me just yet.
I'm going to imagine my journey is about to get a lot more complex, let's say, from a moral and ethical standpoint. After all, we're dealing with multiverses here, so who's to say what actions we commit in any of these future worlds are and are not ethical? Crisis on Future Earths, am I right? But don't worry, the game resolves that in a really interesting way, I've found. Anything else to say, Commander?
Key's not worth anything unless it's plugged into that terminal downstairs.
Oh, I see it down there. I appreciate the artistic framing. I appreciate that they moved her from over there to the window. Just better artistic framing for that conversation. Gives the player a good look at their objective to come. And I am very excited. I am very excited to unlock the, I don't know, the hallway of many doors that is the World Stone. It is one of my favorite concepts that this game presents, is the idea that it doesn't let you travel to other places. It's not a physical teleport, it's a metaphysical teleport. It teleports you to the multiverse, to other planes of existence that may be close by, maybe layered directly on top of our own. Who knows? Doesn't necessarily matter, because unlike a science fiction universe that deals with planets, for example, they don't need to talk about the distance or how you get there or starship travel or anything like that. It's, again, a fantastic combination of science fiction and arcane, and I really like that. Just like it a lot. It solves a lot of problems with science fiction. For example, this key can power the crystal terminal in Ward 13. Nuclear reactor, portal to many worlds. But my favorite thing about it is actually this. So this key that we just got actually is one of the final items we will ever pick up in the game. It is a visual reference to the Dreamer's Mana. Yeah, I guess you can feel free to look it up if you don't care about spoilers, but it's blue little sphere, a heart of the world with a crack in it. And through the crack, we can explore. We can explore other worlds. System lock enabled? Well, time for Zero Cool to override this baby. Get on in there, Hacker Dave. Let's see. System diagnostic? Good news. It can teleport us to other worlds. The bad news is it could probably do that to the root if they got here. So let's just keep this place nice and contained and we won't have that problem, ever. We won't ever have that problem. December 15th, 1968. The wards on the atoll have been overrun. We used the crystal to escape, but I'm not sure those things can't use it too. I'm shutting it down. And just to be safe, I destroyed the connection between us and the atoll. Don't think I could sleep otherwise. I know other ways to travel between wards, but, well, I'm the only one alive now who has those codes. We should be safe, for now. Bad news. It in fact does look like we will need the Founder's original notes. I'm gonna guess he wrote that code down somewhere. If we want to reach the lighthouse on the atoll, defeat the dragon, flush the root out of the world and all that stuff, the hero's journey, if we want to do all that, indeed, we're going to have to engage in some world hopping. And I'm going to have to remember the right button to exit out of terminals. It's down there in the bottom right the whole time, so tantalizing. But it just exits you out of the terminal itself. Attention, residents of Ward 13. Do not use the crystal unless absolutely necessary. The crystal attracts the root somehow. It is vital that Ward 13 remain hidden from their attention. Unless the root are pounding down the door or something, use a different way out. If the root are pounding the door down, try to find me in my office immediately. And I suppose after that, the World Stone was shut down for public access. Presumably at some point, folks like Ace and the other residents of Ward 13 could come and go as they pleased. Presumably to scrounge for supplies so they could continue to live here. Just come back through the World Stone and only other World Stone permitted entities can follow. Unfortunately, our barky buddies can bark up this tree too. Great. Ahem. Engage. The fact that it was locked in an Iron Maiden was a little foreboding.
I read about it, but I never saw it working. This red eye might be our only door to the outside world now. You want to get out of here? This is your shot.
Yes, indeed. And I have a feeling I know where we're going. Because let's consider for a second the logic of this situation. She's never seen the World Stone active, meaning the log that we just read has been there since presumably she was a little girl. So her grandfather, the founder, had it shut down a long time ago. Presumably around the time that someone like Ace would have started to poke around. And we can form this almost generational timeline, this history of the Ford family, starting with Ellen, Commander Ford as we know her today.
My grandfather was the commander before me. They called him the founder of Ward 13. He brought everyone to Ward 13 when the Root first attacked. He was determined to learn where the Root came from. He spent so much time out there, searching. And one day, he didn't come back. I never knew what happened to him.
And I like that, given her age, you don't really have any reason to ask the second question, because the likelihood that he is still alive based on his age is, well, given all the world hopping he was doing to find a cure for the Root, he's probably pretty old. But given the arcane nature of this setting, one could assume that world hopping doesn't age you just the same as it does. We're about to find out. Who knows? Maybe he's out there somewhere, perfectly preserved. Well, okay. Did he even say where he was going?
There's a room just outside the ward. All his notes, any hint of where he went, it's there. If you want to reach the atoll, he may be the last one who knew how to get there. Listen, I know this has all been a bit rough for you. Been rough for everyone.
I'm only a little
But you
concussed.
came through for us. For that, I'm grateful. You're welcome back anytime. Good luck.
Thank you. Glad to have earned your trust. And I'm glad to have picked up this backpack full of all kinds of different items from completing the game over the course of many different save files. Account-wide items, baby. This game's got a hardcore difficulty on which you can unlock items that persist across any save file you make from then on. And on standard, non-hardcore difficulties, late game, you can unlock skins for every clothing item in the game. Every clothing item in the game has a skin that you can unlock through the survival mode, and that carries over to anything. It carries over to any save on any difficulty. Here, I've got this one. I've got this one that makes our jacket look all Alex Mercer. What the hell? That really is like Alex Mercer's jacket. That looks pretty cool. I kind of like how that looks. Yeah. You know what? We might go with the default trench coat for now. Classic, the road style, but I don't know. Even our pants have a skin. It's fun. It's just fun. It's just fun, and notice how some of them have 3 slots because some of them have 2 skins? It's pretty crazy. Again, the amount of effort they put in for folks who enjoy this gameplay system and this gameplay loop. Over here we've got our traits. Now that we are officially a character, we've got our traits, and we don't have many right now, but the way you unlock them in this game is so interesting. It is through progressing through the story, but also interacting with specific objects and side quests, playing a certain way for a specific amount of time. You know, like setting a certain amount of enemies on fire will grant you the more elemental chance trait or something like that. That kind of stuff. It's just really cool the way they integrate the RPG systems into what you already will be doing. Just playing the game and enjoying it. Yeah, so who are these hunters? We're wearing hunters' clothes and Soul's style. Everything that you can pick up has a description. It's just one sentence, but here we can read about the hunters. Let's see. Legend says hunters could see in the dark, hear a rabbit sneeze, shoot a fly off a bird's back. Maybe that's true, but it didn't keep them from dying off. Yeah, I guess there is a reason we're wearing their clothes, isn't it? It's because there's no more scarecrows out there to terrify Batman. The hunters are long gone, but their legacy remains. Humanity owes a debt to those what push back against the Root. Hunter's boots help you walk soft and stand strong when you need to. They ain't magic, though. The old hunters got killed like everyone else. I like that these descriptions are kind of written in the same weird pidgin English that I speak in. I don't know, it makes them easy for me to read. I don't know why I say ain't so much. Probably from the Chicago area. While we're here just hovering in the menu, hydrating and all that, I gotta say, it's nice to see all the praise for this game in the chat. You folks who have stopped in that I haven't been able to address because I've been in the middle of a thought. It's good to have you folks here, it really is. Especially after the past week I had. It's been a hell of a week. And it's great. It's great to see so many friendly faces, like the Very Good Boy, my favorite account-wide item. I made sure to pick this one up specifically before streaming the game because I didn't have it. The last time I played the game, it hadn't been implemented. But a trailer was released for Remnant 2 today. Would you like to watch it together? I could just play it on the screen, probably. It's got a licensed song in it, but it'll play on the track that'll not be on the VOD. Alright. You want to see what we have to look forward to? Hold that thought. This game's kind of hard to alt-tab out of, so it'll take me a second. Oh. I actually got it pretty fast. Okay. Turn on my speakers here. I just want to show you the trailer that they put out today for Remnant 2, because it just goes to show the passion that the developers have for this game. You know how I am all about that kind of thing on these streams, where I talk a lot about how it's more than the quality of the game, about the passion of the developers toward the product that they are making. That's, I feel, what determines its overall quality. And this trailer for Remnant 2 sold me already on the fact that they give a shit. Oh, they clearly care so much. Here.
You can lead me into parts unknown, and I will follow you. Bring back the light where only darkness lies, and we will see it through. In the end, all that remains is our will. Against all odds, still survive. Facing the world that's overthrown by nightmare. Alone is one who tested time. You can lead me into parts unknown, and I will follow you. The world in ruins, we've lost everything still. I'll stand by your side. In the end, all that remains is against all odds, we must survive. Fight through the night, we're monsters.
Damn right I'll wishlist it. Damn right I'm gonna wishlist it. My God. My God, man. What an effective trailer. And what a great way to address some of the criticisms of the first game in something cinematic by saying, hey, if you're playing solo, don't worry, we've got you covered entirely this time around. Not only can you summon a dog, that dog will be your best bud, and the dog's got support skills. You're not alone this time around, even if you're playing solo. And I think that's really, really wonderful. What a great trailer. What a great trailer. I love video game trailers that are edited that way, set to music such that they form a story. Good Boy was in the first Remnant. That's right, my friend. Good boy indeed is in the first Remnant. That's in fact why I was so excited to show that to you folks, is because that's the experience we're about to have, actually, funnily enough. You can, in fact, pet the dog in Remnant from the Ashes. And the dog is a support character in Remnant 2. So that's gonna be pretty rad. That's gonna be pretty rad. I'm looking forward to the return of the dog. Let's see. Let's examine the very good boy. Does it have a description? Can I examine the descriptions of the mods? No, it just summons a very good boy. Pet the dog to increase his damage dealt. Why not? Relatively simple in the first game, but in the second game it's getting quite expanded upon. And again, heartfelt trailers like that are how I can tell that the developers really care about the product that they're creating. Because it takes heart to make a trailer with heart. That's the kind of thing you can't really fake, in my opinion. It just takes so many shots of the game from angles that don't represent the gameplay, that they had to custom craft, that you can really tell that whoever they gave those tools to gave a damn about making sure Remnant is a heartfelt experience. So we've got a couple of other account items. I'll try to beat the game on hardcore on my spare time because I like it a lot. But we've got these that reload our guns while the opposite one is stowed. And this one, for the Souls-like element, where perfect dodging makes us do crits for a while. Just by playing on hardcore, you unlock a couple of really cool, I don't know, there are a bunch of different rings and amulets you unlock. Here, we'll open this. Free scrap. Now I think we'll get to it. The World's Stone awaits, and it's been fun, actually. It's been fun to take this nice and slow. I like that the Datla key that we put into the slot is actually there. Sometimes they don't with key cards and stuff, so it's nice that a pivotal item stuck around. Let's go world hopping, my friends. One thing I like is how the top of the World Stone looks like it's been carved out a little bit. I don't know how you would carve out the World Stone, but it's just kind of like sheared at the top here. Like the top of Chad's head. The Chad Earth. The Virgin Earth. Right for the plumbing. Because that is how this game works. We can create an entirely new Earth anytime we want. I have access to all of the worlds represented on this wheel because I've beaten the game, but on your first playthrough, you have to reach the world before you can make an adventure there. But after you beat a world, you can just make a shorter single dungeon version of it whenever you like, without re-rolling your whole campaign, which you can do at any time on a harder difficulty for better rewards. And it is the most fascinating system ever, where I can make an adventure of Earth on Apocalypse difficulty right now and just go there instead of where Ford told me to go. But we're not gonna do that. No, despite the game imploring me to, despite the game letting me know it's an option, we're headed to the Founder's hideout. Trying to figure out where Ford went. Hey, there it is. It's the Dreamer's Mana. Hey, speak of the devil. Yeah. But with chunks carved out of the World Stone, it then makes sense that someone with knowledge like Ford's would be able to set up something like this. Take a look at the ground here. This place is set up on a platform like a localized crystal, and with the other end closed, the root couldn't get in. So we may have just reactivated that, but it's okay. Place is well hidden. The root don't dare come here. Just love these hand-designed set pieces. Feels like I'm looking down at Pandora's box again. Oh, I can't wait to get the force push. It exists. Can't wait till we fight the Griffin in this game. What, you think I'm joking? Yeah, not a chance. Just like how empty it is. Like how empty it starts off, that Earth is pretty much lost and abandoned. And the fact that there are other planes of existence to explore is really our only bastion for hope, because, I mean, look at the state that the world is in. The Root has completely taken it over. Word 13 key card. This had to belong to Ford then. There you go. Oh, and I love just the implication that there's goodies to find up there. But I like his little makeshift lab here. Guy did whatever research he could. For a human, again, these are very beyond human concepts that would take many lifetimes for someone in universe to understand. Imagine stepping into a foreign country where you don't speak the language. The hell do you do? Other than try to translate. Find a map. Find a Burger King. Find that. Find that crone in the bottom right there. That's that sign in the middle left. All of this. Yes. Wonderful. Would you kindly go find a labyrinth with teleporters? That's not a very good labyrinth. Hardly any dead ends or anything. Almost looks like the crumbled ruins of a failed society. We won't think too hard about that. We're not going to think too hard about how the labyrinth used to be a place. What have we here? Notes. Wonderful notes and lovely lighting and shadow. Especially for the time period, this game's lighting and shadow are excellent. Here we go. So, this is Ellen, Commander Ford's mother, Nadine. Pa, I'm dying. No two ways about it. Always thought the Root would get me, or I'd live forever like you. But we can't all be heroes. You're the only person in the world who thinks he can stop the Root. You know that? The rest of us are just trying to live our lives best we can. Me and Ellen have had to do it without you. I ain't gonna tell you to stop. Not again. Just don't think you're sacrificing for us. We've sacrificed enough. Always your daughter, Nadine. Seems like a goodbye message to me. We won't have correspondence again, and I'm not gonna say out loud that I blame you for it. That's the thing about the Ford family, and something that I like a lot about this game is that though we will eventually be leaving Earth, the story of Earth is as whole as any of the worlds that we will be exploring. Again, they took their opportunity, the developers and writers, to tell a complete story on every world we'll visit. And that is why I feel this game is really remarkable. It's just really remarkable. I like that Ford had a second hidden lab. Check it out, new clothes already. Want to put on the man's musty old jacket? Probably hasn't been used in a while. I'm gonna guess he just walked off into the apocalypse naked. Go ahead, what you got? Problem with leaving your kin is, even if you find what you're looking for, there ain't no one left to share with. Yeah, we just read as much, Captain Commander Founder Ford. Some folk get the itch. They put on their boots and just start walking. Most of them don't come back. Most of them. That's the thing. He's got to be out there somewhere. Here, journal on the table. Feel like reading it? CJ the audiobook. Ready to hear Commander Ford torturing himself over his decisions? That's what this one's about. There's another book we could have read. I'll check it out later. We'll hear Nadine's side of the story. But for now, let's start with Ford's. Damn it, Ellen. It's not my fault your mother's gone. Even if I'd stuck around, Nadine would still be dead, and we'd know a hell of a lot less about the Root. I'm doing this for her, for all of them. God, she's so much like her mother. Nadine was a grown woman when I started in my search to end the Root. She never understood how important it was. She clung to this childish idea that the Ward needed a father. What they need is freedom, A better world than the one Harsgard and Neville and the rest of us left them with. I like the word us there. I like that he puts the onus on himself from the beginning to find a cure for the root. You can't really peel the bark from the tree. There's a stump underneath it. Oh well. Ellen doesn't know how good we had it before. She wasn't there. None of them were. I'm the only one left thanks to this goddamn curse. Evelyn understood, though. She always does. She wanted the root destroyed so much that... But Evelyn's gone now. She's gone. Evelyn, Commander Ford's wife. I tried to talk to Ellen again. Told her I'd stay this time, make things right. Well, she said don't bother. Damn it, what does she want from me? I'm trying to be here for her, to see things her way. She doesn't want me to chase after the root? Fine. But at least talk to me. There's no room in the ward for me, she says. So I've been sleeping here in my office. I bet Ellen hopes I'll head out on another expedition. God knows I'm tempted to. But no. My daughter's gone. My granddaughter needs me now. There will be time enough to find answers later. Yeah, there will be time enough, and space enough, funnily enough. Ellen handed me a letter from her mother today. She almost didn't, but she said that would have made her worse than me. The letter... I didn't know. Didn't think. The root had to be stopped, but that's what Evelyn said too, isn't it? When she left me, left us. They have to be stopped. Nothing else matters. Except it did matter. I lost the woman I loved, and they didn't stop. And now I'm the monster. I mean, you did kind of just let your wife walk off into the ocean to sacrifice herself to the root in an attempt to stop it. Her drifting didn't go so well either. But it's like they say, Commander, not all those who wander are lost. Maybe she found what she was looking for. Sorry you gotta take the emotional brunt of it, homie. It seems like you could spend a little more time at home yourself. But it's funny how understandable Ford's dilemma there is, where he's spent so long away from home that it doesn't feel like a home to him anymore. Even though it's still Earth, Ward 13 is what he's the founder of and all that. The bummer for the guy. You can really feel for him. Selfish though his decision to leave to stop the root alone with Evelyn may have been. Damn it, Evelyn, you were wrong. You're wrong. I knew it then. I said so. But how am I any different now? See? There you go. I could still do it. Everything's here. I can find a way to stop the root. But what's the point? What's the point of fighting when the people you care about want nothing to do with you? What's the point of anything? Stages of grief, Ford. It's okay, you'll get there. He's in the depression phase right now. Worthless. Should burn it. Walk into the dark. Never return. Burn it all. Homie, those are what are called intrusive thoughts, and I know that the local therapy may not, the local clinic may not be accepting new patients, but you could really stand to see a psychiatrist. What have I done? It's over. Half a century of notes and data, gone. God, what have I done? He burned it all, like a tree. It's been months since my last entry. I think I did the right thing. Destroying my work didn't make a difference to Ellen, but it was tempting me to go back, to hunt for a solution that doesn't exist. Now that it's gone, I'm free. I don't blame Ellen for not speaking to me. I'm a stranger to her, to the ward. I can serve them better by leaving. I make a better legend than a leader. I'll give the key and heart to Ellen. I don't need him anymore. But someone else might. Someday. The ward's in their hands now. It always was, I guess. Question is, where do I go from here? I can't stay in this world. I've decided that much. I don't think it'd help Ellen any if people could find me. Anyway, Earth is rancid with the root. But without the crystal, the root mother. They say she's still in that shell of an old church. She knows everything that the root does. Hell, she could probably give me a lead on the root if I just... No, that chase is over. But she could help me reach another world. Some place where I can figure out what's next. If anyone can give me an alternate route, it's her. Time I spoke to her again anyway. I've avoided her for far too long. Again, a familial dispute. Count the rings on the stump, and eventually you'll find out just how old it actually is. I like that this game opens with a somber bit of storytelling about the Ford family to introduce you basically to the dead world that you are about to RPG 'em up, basically, to say, yes indeed, there's hardly anything left of Earth. Ford made sure, for the entirety of his life, at the expense of his family and the people that he was meant to be protecting. And they did fine without him, as his children took up the job, but no solution presented itself. And it's just a shame. You have to wonder how old these notes actually are. Consider, they're not dated. Ellen, I want you to know that I love you and that I'm sorry. Sorry for so many things. Words won't fix this, I know that. It's time for me to go. Took me a while from saying to doing, but here I am. I'm leaving to speak with the root mother in the old church past the subway tunnels. She'll show me the path away from this world, and then I'll be gone. Goodbye. You have to wonder how many folks would take that chance. If, in our world, it were an option. How many folks would leave this place to find another? Because if admitting and committing to your mistakes doesn't help because you can't fix them, if that doesn't bring you solace, then what choice do you have but solitude in the eyes of someone like Ford, who spent his whole life in solitude, researching ways to stop the root? And look at what good it did him. Listen to the wind. All right. Here we go, my friends. Welcome to Fairview, or what's left of it. Check out the local laundry. It's 24-hour, only 25 scrap, I assume. I assume it doesn't run on money anymore. This place doesn't really operate on cents. So, my friends, this is the remnants of Earth. The root are here. And they've got range. Oh, they've got range. We don't want to let the root get too close. I said we don't want to let the root get too close. Without any upgrades, they're kind of dangerous. And welcome, by the way, to the video game. I know we just spent about 15-20 minutes reading diary entries and talking about the story, but that is part of what I love so much about this game, is that it gives you that space, that time. Oh, and interesting. We ended up with a really fascinating world here. Earth has looked better. I've yet to mention even once that the entire world of Remnant is randomly generated out of chunks. Yeah, so when I called this a Diablo-style dungeon crawler, I really meant it. These long abandoned city streets, completely randomly generated. out of all kinds of different chunks that may or may not appear on your playthrough, including, I don't know, certain pieces of equipment and plot items. Oh boy. Hence the adventure system. This is where the adventure system comes into play. Oh, another boss spawned over there. Ugh. Damn. Here we go, my friends. Time for things to get intense. You can tell I did a perfect dodge by that smoke trail that comes off. A tiny little buff appears in the corner of my screen. Not bad. Well done, Dave. Oh, and I see another boss up the street already. I see him already over there. Take a look. Yeah, 1 or 2 good hits and unupgraded armor is all it'll take to take me out. So, we're gonna go exploring the side streets and the alleys, and again, really just take our time with this because the destruction is beautiful. The way that the vines themselves grow into branches, which grow into trees. Like, there's a tree somewhere inside this building, like some kind of rainforest cafe or something like that. And it's just had enough time to bust on out. But exploring the ruins leads you, excuse me, indeed, to dungeons a lot of the time. Here is one such. Did you say that you have Swamps of Corsus? So I don't actually own Swamps of Corsus, but I think it's probably on sale right now. I could probably just buy it. I have the other one. We'll talk about Swamps of Corsus when we actually get to Corsus, because Corsus itself, one of the worlds we'll visit, doesn't have an adventure mode, or it didn't when the game launched. Because Corsus itself was large enough and contains enough that it doesn't really need an adventure mode. Well, later on, a DLC came out that added an adventure mode to Corsus, along with an entirely new plot thread that you can follow. And we probably won't get to Corsus on this stream. But don't worry, once we see it, my friends. The Marrow Pass. Doesn't bode well. We're going underground already. Now, we were told to find the subway entrance, and it looks like these sewers connect the rest of the city. So, okay, I guess let's go looking.
Smells
Ew. It would become marrow. It would become the marrow of the city after a while. This is the non-optional one. Yes, so that's something that's quite interesting about this game, is that it has non-optional traversal dungeons to open up more sections of the game world. You saw that locked gate outside, that barricade made out of ramshackle particle board and wood and corrugated metal and all that. Well, that ramshackle barricade is actually separating the entire city in half, and we need to use the sewers to get across it to the other side. Every world has a traversal dungeon like this that allows you to open a loop back that lets you just kind of go anywhere in that world from the central hub area. And if we were taking this a little faster, we could sprint through these tunnels, sprint through the darkness, but honestly, for our first time through, I like taking things slow because it lets bosses spawn, you see. Wah! God! Whoa, that was close. See, this way bosses will spawn a little more frequently and will pick up crafting materials for any items and equipment. I want this to be a full playthrough where we'll talk occasionally during our downtime about the story of the game and its world, because I just find it so fascinating, this science fiction fantasy world. Oh, there's another boss around here somewhere. And this fella dropped the Tome of Knowledge. Oh, thanks for the trait point. I just love how smooth it is, the gameplay of Remnant. How it flows so well. where you hardly ever run into a direct dead end that you need to turn around. Oh, there he is. Ah, God. Okay, those things are scary at this point. They can inflict root rot on me. And you know who I could use the help of right about now? A very good boy. Fetch! Good dog. Who's a good dog? Who's a good dog standing ankle deep in sewage? You are. Welcome to the club. So we've got weapon skills, and the one for the one I've just attached to this weapon allows me to summon our very good boy whenever I so desire. And he'll seek out enemies for me while I open doors. Nice job, doggo. Although, that fella looks quite interesting. You hold that thought. You see, in the middle of these dungeons, even the non-optional ones, there are generated events. Always random, every time you generate a world or an adventure. And I wouldn't like to have the dog barking during the... There we go. Just have to get far away enough for him to vanish. Wouldn't want to have the dog barking during the dialogue. Yeah, my dogs are barking all right after hauling ass around Earth and Ward 13 for a while. Hey buddy.
Your sovereign mercy.
Hey buddy, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're really not supposed to be doing that. You know that they want to eat you, right?
I implore you for your wisdom. As me, the monster for your sin and wisdom. I hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, you better stop that. Hey, cut that out. What are you doing? Hey.
You here to commune with the root?
What? Why are you communing with the root?
Really? You don't see it? Anywhere you look, humans kill each other. Feed off each other like dogs. We're lost, stranger. The root came to save us from ourselves. The path is narrow. Most will die. But those predestined will live forever in the root's embrace, like the root mother.
You know, I kind of expected there to be root acolytes. This is Earth, after all. And I really like that about this guy. He's completely realistic as someone to find in this specific fantasy setting of Earth versus the root. A root acolyte. A guy who's just decided that the root is the future. Pro-root. Go root. Take over the world and make me into a demon monster. Harden my carapace. Well, what if you don't get a carapace? What if they just kill you like they do me?
Then I die with the rest. The root will live on. We had our chance.
Fucking fair enough.
Thousands of years on this world, and what did we do? Just devised fancier ways to murder. It's the root's turn now. They'll clean this world of our filth and take the worthy with them into the future. You doubt me?
I do.
I see it. Here, take this. See what the root offers to those who serve its cause.
You've decided to be friendly. You've decided to try and convert me. I guess I appreciate you not pulling out the sacred root blade of blood flame on me or something like that, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Thanks for the ring, though. I'll check it out. Oh, I love it.
I await your sovereign mercy.
There's just one guy down here who's just decided to devote himself to growing the root. Thanks, jerk.
I hear you.
Melee speed.
You hear me?
Huh. The root are damn fast. Do whatever it takes to be faster. I would imagine that this circlet is made out of root. We can, I suppose, take from the implication that yes, indeed, the root spreads too fast enough for you to burn it down.
Deliver us from evil.
Again, it's bark. It's carapace. What are you gonna cut up? What are you gonna cut it apart? There's far too much of it for that. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with that guy's ethos in the slightest. But what's funny about it is that I can understand his position. that, yes, indeed, the root is an overwhelming force. No one could hope to stop it. So, you know, hopefully we find a way instead to kill it, to poison it, like a tree. Oh! 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 Yeah! Again, he's worshiping that? Oh, yeah! Look at it pulsate. How rhythmic. When do we get root access? Don't worry, I logged onto this tunnel as administrator apparently. We've found the tunnel's System 32 folder. Oh. What do you know? It looks like this time around, it actually wasn't a pass. We can't get through. The roots are blocking the way. This sometimes happens. Fascinating. Well, I suppose I could try to burn it down with my firepower. Guy's not gonna be happy, but I don't plan to talk to him again on the way out. Hey, this root nexus has a lot of health. And it seems to be spawning infinite necromorphs. You know who we could use the assistance of? Oh, very good boy. Don't worry, I'll draw aggro. You go, pup, you go. Yeah!
That was rough.
One down. Good pupper. Who's a big boy. Great Dane sized. Great Dane sized. I feel bad about the boils on him. I wish he had more bandages. Can't wait for the dog armor in the second game. Oh, we watched that trailer and I'm so excited about Remnant 2. I'm so very excited for Remnant 2 to expand upon this. In between streams, in my off time, I'll use a save manager that's come out since the game's release that allows you to basically ensure that you don't get duplicates in your adventure generation. So, in between streams, I'll generate some adventures of Earth and the other worlds, and we'll go through them. Just as a way to warm up before we play for the day and talk about the story of that world while we're playing through it. Oh, this one is bad. Look at, you hear the sound it just made? Oh. Listen to the sound this one's making. It sounds sick. Go, boy, go! Oh, he's slipping in the goop. I'm glad that this is called a root nexus so that we can know right away that it's important. Oh, my dog's slipping in the goop. We're good. Not too bad.
It's over.
And I'll give the dog another pet. I'm just so proud of him for what we've accomplished today. Take a look at that dead wood in the background. That's the terminology for root you've defeated. You call it dead wood. And yeah, it looks like the tunnel's a dead end. God, I love the way your character slides back to the left. Look at how smooth this is. When you aim from the right, watch my character when I let go of aiming. Isn't that awesome? The way they just slide back over to the left side. That I have hardly seen a video game do that without some kind of abrupt cutting. Evil Within. Oh. The Division. So many games where you can swap sides. I'm going to imagine there is a third root heart in here, but that fella that gave us the ring is guarding it. And he's probably not.
You cannot stop the root.
Yeah, he's probably not happy with me. Oh boy. Hey, bud! Ah, I'm sorry it had to be this way.
Your actions are futile. The root will consume all.
I mean, it's already done a pretty good job. It's already consumed about 75%.
You cannot.
Oh, he doesn't hurt that bad. I like your scrap hatchet, my friend. Shed some blood for the root. And to think,
That was rough.
he was wearing a second ring he didn't share with me the entire time. Yeah, I guess there's one root heart in here that's been nourished. We can't quite take care of it. Gonna assume they just go skyward after they've been nourished in the ground in this area. Nasty. I guess we'll take a look at his other ring now that he unfortunately doesn't need it anymore. He seemed pretty dedicated. Some hunters took twists of root bramble from fallen foes as trophies or charms. Kill one, they said, and you can kill them all. Yeah, it's not necessarily that easy. It's dependent on your ammo supply, but I get what you mean. I get the principle of the matter. Fascinating little dungeon. I guess we're gonna have to find another way around. It isn't so simple. At the start of this, I mentioned that areas that are named pass or throughway, spillway, or something like that usually are the path forward. But this time around, we got lucky/unlucky. Met someone on the path. Bunch of consumables and status effects in the game, don't worry. It'll be alright. We don't actually have to worry about them until I'm afflicted by the status effect. Into the golden light shaft and back into the apocalypse we go. Now, let's see. 20% crit chance would actually be quite useful. Not right now, because I can go for headshots. So I think I'll leave on the rings I've got. But there are certain areas where enemies don't have a weak spot, or they do, but you have to reveal it first. And once we reach those areas, I'll be able to put that ring back on. And that is why I like this game's random generation a lot more than some folks do. Where, yeah, I did pick up a bunch of rings and stuff that I can't use right now. They're not useful to my character. But that's due to the area that I'm in. I can use other strengths right now. My range.
He's down!
I said my range! But when in doubt, melee's always an option. Again, one of those things I like a lot about this game is how quickly you can swap between the different types of combat. Oh boy. And we got company. We're in the trenches now. Yeah!
God!
You go, Dave Hero.
That was rough.
I wish Dave Hero had a little bit more self-confidence. You know what? I'll have it for him, honestly. Once he beats a major world boss, he'll get excited. And one thing I appreciate, too, is that even here on Earth, we can explore these side buildings and use them to, I don't know, navigate this level in different ways. One doesn't go up. There are walkways across the buildings in case you don't feel like traversing on street level. And inside the buildings, you can often find those tomes of knowledge that will give us trait points. Dive through every window into the lobby of whatever the hell this was. Wah! Whoa! Whoa! Big boy footprint! Yikes! Hello! Please check in at the desk. Oh boy! Get on over the desk! Yeesh! Some of the bosses are a little more dangerous than others. Just a little. Okay. God damn, I love this game. I do. It's just so smooth.
That was rough.
It's just so smooth going back and forth between the different types of gameplay. And just, again, admiring scenery like this. The fact that every aspect of this scene is randomly generated is mind-boggling to me, given this game's age. The fact that it made this interesting-looking lighting fixture and scenario by generating a wall, a window that isn't boarded up, leading into an inaccessible second floor with an open hole in the ceiling that was once a staircase and cast light on the entire scene. Think about that. I mean, that's crazy to me. Just the sheer amount of things that had to go right, quote unquote, for any artistic scene in a randomly generated game like this to happen. And this game does it so well with colored lighting. It just makes it such an enjoyable experience to explore the destruction and, I don't know, talk to you folks. Might find some rare stuff like frenzy dust. Or some chests to open if we're lucky. This place has been pretty thoroughly looted. But occasionally you'll run across a supermarket, a grocery store, or something like that, the ruins thereof. Look at the root growing across the power lines. That's such a great little detail. Look at that theater over there. Look at that theater sign. Oh, and those massive trees in the distance, they scare me. Erd tree style. I've just got Erd tree TSD. Kill a man, vault through a window. It's all right. The root aren't human, hopefully. They hopefully didn't used to be human. I mean, you saw that acolyte. And the fact that you can look up through nearly any ceiling and see 4 different layers of ceiling leading to the sky, just that excessive level of detail. Just love the color scheme of this world, how it used these 1960s era, 50s, 60s era red brick buildings. It just feels like the root already destroyed this world almost. You know, before the buildings fell over. Yeah, so we picked up there. We got luminite crystals, and occasionally we'll find some glowing fragments, which we can use to craft armor. If I play on hard, we can craft those armor skins I was talking about earlier. Maybe get some unique looking sets. But the luminite crystals are used for upgrading unique equipment and dropped from bosses. And they're just the stuff of many worlds. They're just the stuff of interdimensional dickery, of which a lot is going on here. I just like that it is on the fringes of this story at first. This dilapidated Earth feels like such a traditional setting, doesn't it? Then you encounter these crystals, even the little ones. How they, again, look like they've been chunked out of the big one. I like the game letting me know here that I can upgrade my stuff. We haven't been back to Ward 13 in a while. The Hidden Sanctum. I would say, let's make our way through this dungeon, because we'll have a reason to go back to Ward 13 after we finish it. Every boss in this game drops a unique piece of equipment, and you can take that back to McCabe or Wriggler and craft something unique, meaning that every time you generate an adventure or a new world and encounter a different world boss, you'll pick up a different boss weapon, essentially.
Smells down here.
I don't know, imagine if it were a Souls game. How Souls bosses often let you make 2 different items from their boss soul. Well, in this game, there are 2 options entirely for bosses that can show up, meaning your second playthrough can and will have a totally different set of equipment, set of circumstances. They encourage you to play it over again. Yeah! Play it over again for supplies, for equipment, and to see really weird stuff. Really weird stuff. There is some very odd stuff that can show up. Don't take it, huh? I'm actually not interested in anything that comprises this, like, root-infested altar of skulls. Holy shit, I've never examined this up close. Look at how many human spinal columns make up this thing. Ugh. Great! Take a look. It's the big brother of the bosses we've been fighting. And, oh my god, we got company. Whoa! Good thing we can mantle in this room. Oh, wow. We've caused some real problems here. This is why you clear out the enemies before destroying arcane altars. Sheesh. Thanks, dog. My dog. Always appreciate the backup. Okay, so that was a mess. I will make sure to do that from, I don't know, maybe the exit of the room, the far corner, a choke point next time. Lesson learned. Whoa, my God! Hey there! Who's next? On our pistol, we've got another weapon mod. One which marks enemies around corners. And it recharges by shooting at enemies with the weapon. So, once it's depleted anyway. I don't think it can charge while you're using it. But this will keep that from happening in the future. This is our class skill. This is the trait we started with. Gave us a weapon mod. Another tome of knowledge from some poor forgotten soul. Oh boy, yeah, there we go. That's why we want to have that, so we can see these fellas coming. Love that they're making necromorph noises, by the way. I hope they've got permission to use those sounds, or they came from some kind of library, because those are definitely Dead Space necromorphs, all right. Don't worry, there are others. Again, they use the whole catalog of necro noises. There's another one. Really doesn't bode well. None of it bodes well, but it's okay. Fire a shot. Draw out the locals first this time. Don't think so, you little bastard. Weird little meatballs. All right, here we go. We got a choke point set up this time so it can't spawn in any direction. Wow, those are fast. Man, and so's that boss. That thing was just piecing out of here. He's like, please don't summon the dog again. That was absolute chaos. Ah! Oh, something even worse has joined it. Ah! Guy's got swords. He can block my shots. Ah! Ah! This is bad. You best learn to dodge, Dave Hero. Whoa! I may have panic rolled at the end. Took a little bit of wind out of my sails there, but still. Worth it to disrupt the pile of skulls, beckoning more root into this world. Oh, and there's another one. Fantastic. Just what I was looking for. Ah! Man, I just love the tension. Oh, come on. Didn't even get a chance to defeat the thing. I don't quite know what the point of those altars is, other than stage hazards, because it doesn't seem like you complete a quest, gain XP for destroying them all. I have to wonder what their purpose is, other than to be traps for the player. Oh, I do love the mini-bosses and how they feel like the Root have their own culture that we don't even get to know because they're a hive mind. The Root don't talk out loud. They're like trees. They're like a living organism, basically, that shares thoughts after they consume something into their being. So we don't get to know about their society, the robes that they wear, whether they were abducted off of people that they've consumed and always were wearing that, or if the Root themselves have a hierarchy. Here we go. We want to be on the lookout for these, my friends. Purple means a tome of knowledge that has become an item due to the game's random generation. Lots of dungeons have spots where tomes of knowledge can appear, or a ring, or an amulet. See, earlier in this very dungeon, we found a Tome of Knowledge. And on the opposite side, in the other spawn location for a Tome of Knowledge, we found this ring. And I think that's really clever, that they give each location multiple places that can spawn the unique thing. So that in essence, you have twice as much chance. It's more like 1.5 times chance. It's the Monty Hall problem, but you get what I mean. Increases evade window, not bad. That would increase our window for perfect dodging. I think I'm gonna put that on. We'll put on our Ring of Evasion and our Akari Warband, the hardcore mode item. Oh, we'll learn about the Akari. We'll learn about the Akari. Cowardly? No. It's tactical repositioning. Stick and move, kid. If you don't hit them, it's because they hit you. And good scrappers, no good use to anybody. Scrappers are what they call melee fighters in this game. Hence the scrap hammer, the weapon, the character. Oh boy, the meatballs. Yeah, hey, that's fine. If you want, we can just pretend that the root stems from the lands between. It comes from a faraway world called the Lands Between.
Yeah, get it. That all you got?
It's like stress relief playing this game, honestly. I've wanted to burn down the Erd Tree for the entirety of our Elden Ring playthrough, and now we get the chance. Oh boy, yeah, no thanks. That guy is dangerous. Oh, and they know it too. Look at how much health he had. Very little, because he fires explosions.
Whoa. It's over.
Fella just fires rot-infested grenades. I like that this is the Valley of the Crossbowmen. Long, straight sewer tunnels. This is where they would hole up. They made sure that the mini-bosses that spawn in areas like this generally make sense. They generally make a good amount of sense. You know, crossbowmen that could fire down straight tunnels at easy targets. These horrible little meatball dudes. I don't even know what they are. They're just little rootlings. They're just little seeds that go around and plant themselves into root, as if any of it isn't already taken over. Oh, a good panic melee. I like this scrap sword. Thing's good for scrapping. Oh boy. So, okay, not entirely structurally sound, but it's good. We're out of here. This one, it seems, was for traversal. Which means, yes indeed, we've got a boss fight coming up, my friends. And I'm very excited. I really like that this game has set, defined rules that if you're paying attention to the gameplay, you can figure out as you are progressing through it. It doesn't take multiple playthroughs for you to figure out, okay, this is the traversal dungeon, so there will be a separate room with a boss at the end of it. And that boss with the crossbow named Shroud that I was summoning over and over again, probably the boss of this gym. Oh, rest in peace, Billy. Okay, well, no time like the present, I suppose. We will have a reason to head back to the ward one way or another. No matter how this goes, we have not put any upgrades into our equipment or our clothing just yet, but we've got rings of evasion, so we could dodge around any of its arrows. And we've got our good boy. We've got our friend, we do have to name the dog. Altman Jr.? Maybe Jim Jr. We've got Jim Jr. here to take a bite out of bark. He'll keep us safe. And I do like that it's got multiple shrouds going on. It's got so many different shrouds that it's cloaked itself in. This is a cool fight. It's like a cover boss fight, and I like it a lot. There's one move I wish that it didn't do, specifically. You'll see it later, don't worry, I'm sure. We won't escape it. There he goes. Don't you do it! Ah! Whoa! You can stop him from doing it by running close. See, that's the point of this boss fight. See how we're aiming over the railings and stuff? I love that about this game. Again, the way it just transitions between cover shooter and not. Stop it! Oh, shit. Run, Dave, run! Oh, I love it. I love that this game's got proper boss fights in it, and they're all so different and interesting. I love that we can find a place to crouch down, and then it can't hit us. Oh, but it sure can't do that. Get along, little doggy. I'm out of here. Go, Jim Jr., go. Ugh. Oh, I love that you can hear it laughing. And here we go again. This is bad. This is real bad. Here. Reveal! Yeah! That's the power of my weapon mod, my friends.
Still standing. Got all my parts? Whew, I call that a win.
Damn straight, Dave. I like it. I love the lines that your character has. I love your character's various voice lines, that they just sound so relieved to have made it through half the time. Oh, it's partially based on how much of a struggle it was. If you really kick ass, they get excited. But I love this game's tone and atmosphere. Just how dismal this place is. That just a simple metalworks, or I don't know, some kind of boiler for a apartment building or something. It just became a staging ground for the fate of mankind versus us and some random root with a crossbow and a cool cloak. Seymour. All right, Seymour's a pretty good name for a dog. There's a dog I know of named Seymour that I feel like this is appropriate retribution for. That one waited for his owner for quite some time. This one, owner's front, center, and accounted for. I ain't going nowhere, my friends. I'm really enjoying this, actually. I hope you are too. I am, again, so glad to see the praise for Remnant in the chat from you folks. Thank you for just, mentioning, hey, I played this game too, and I think it's pretty cool. Because, yeah, I did as well. And Remnant, I feel, is criminally underrated. I'm really looking forward to the second one. Hence why we're doing this, in preparation for it. See, way back in the day, I did a stream of Remnant on its release day, and fell in love with it right away. Its atmosphere and world building and the various systems and the ways they interacted. Oh, it was all just so interesting and unique. I can't wait to see what the second one does with all of the potential that this game has. Oh, it's fun as all hell, this game. This game is fun as all hell, and it's pretty well refined already. But with further refinement, it could be even better. Can only get better. We ended up with a pretty contemplative Earth, funnily enough. Welcome back to Fairview. Traversal dungeon, my friends. And we made our way to the other side of that ramshackle barricade. Some survivors, or maybe a military checkpoint that just didn't make it because a tree happened to grow through the middle of it. I just like that you can tell right away what happened here, and why there are no longer people around is because, I mean, you can't really defend it when the root are dropping off of the branches inside your fort. You kind of have to move shop. But indeed, we ended up with a really contemplative Earth here. To pull back the curtain a little bit, Earth is separated into two halves. Well, three halves, but one of them is more like a denouement, an Act 3. The boss that we're looking for around here somewhere, so that we can find Commander Ford or any trace of him. Right now we're headed for the subway to convene with this root mother. But after that, there is another section of Earth that is relatively linear. My point is, here in the open space of Earth, this center we found ourselves in can generate as all kinds of different things. Oh, all kinds of different things. And in between streams, I'll create an adventure or something with the specific world generations that I want to show you this game's heart, to show you the heart this game has. We didn't get it this time, but what's wonderful about it is we can return to Ward 13 at any time and generate a whole new adventure out of Earth, even when we're right in the middle of it. Yes, indeed, after defeating Shroud there, we have a reason to head back to Ward 13. Grumpy Sourpuss McCabe can craft us a weapon mod, and sometimes entirely new weapons, depending on what you end up fighting. Also a good chance to check on Ace and see if she's got any scrap or metal. Reggie, perhaps. Some consumables. Not that we really need them right now. Right now, I think what we need is general firepower. That would be helpful. Hey there! Pleasure doing business with you again.
What?
For one of us, anyway. How's it going? Are you ready to make some mods? I hear this is what you're good at. Strut your stuff.
Fine. Let's have a look.
Summon our own rattleweed. I'll pass on that one for now. Save up my luminite crystals for any unique weapons that we find, but summons in this game, as you've seen from our canine friend, are quite useful.
I've got work to do.
Sorry for wasting your time, but take a look
Keep
at the
moving.
description of it anyway while we're here, since it left behind a material for us. Huh. Smells like my ma's incense. And her ashes. Brutal. That's, Souls-like for you. Just a little bit of tragedy. A melancholy memory. Hey, Riggs. Lighten our spirits a little bit.
Anything you need? Certainly.
I need refinement. I need reinforcement, my friend. We are entering a new area of Earth. We're entering a whole new world. Well, no, not just yet. Maybe that'll be the title of the second stream, is A Whole New World. No, for now we're just upgrading what we've got, and I'm glad that we plumbed those side areas, because check how much iron we've got. Now this game is fascinating in that it calculates your gear score based on the summation of everything that you're wearing. Or perhaps your maximum upgraded item if you're not wearing it. So it calculates your gear score based on essentially a total of all of your stats. And if you're not playing as a melee character, your melee weapon can end up falling behind because you're not using it, so why upgrade it? And that ends up dropping your gear score without letting you know. That's something I think the second game is probably going to get a little better at, is letting you know exactly what affects your gear score, because we can see it at any time. See? Our defense is down, so we need to upgrade our clothes, but it doesn't list the actual number here, so in the future it probably will. It'll probably let you hit a button to toggle between armor and gear score or something like that, because that determines the scaling of the areas we're about to enter, the iron and scrap that they'll drop, because yeah, this isn't the only craftable item material in the game, is base iron. No, we're gonna stick with the hunter set for now. I like it. Very apocalyptic. Good for a world wanderer. Plus I like the bonus. The weak spot damage, reducing the spread. If we come across anything automatic, that'll help out a lot. Every item set has an intrinsic bonus. Like, for example, this one reduces the spread of our guns. But they also do if they stack. And we're not doing much sprinting, so I don't think I'll bother with the drifter set right now. Maybe on an adventure.
Be safe out there.
Thanks, bud. Will do. Here, while we're back in Ward 13, let's go say hi to some of the inhabitants. Also bust open all these crates because they contain scrap. Just a nice little extra restock after you spend some. Hey there, how you doing? Surviving in here? World Stone's open. You can go exploring if you want.
No way am I going back out in the city.
Ha! Fair enough, dude. I like that he had a comment about the fact that World Stone's open. You're free to go, but it's not like anyone around here actually wants to.
I wish I could see the sun again.
Right? Again, the atoll is in the middle of the goddamn Bermuda Triangle. How about you ladies? How you doing?
Oh, Bo came by asking if I had any contraband. I don't think that boy even knows what that word means.
Bo? That guy's name is Bo? I guess it goes with his sheriff's badge. Huh. Guy, I guess sees himself as a figure of authority around here. I'll leave him to it.
I never caught her, but I keep an eye on Ace. Pranks in the ward go way up when she's bored.
Ah, the old bucket of hydrofluoric acid over the doorway trick. Just a reaction time test by that old Ace. The hell does that mean? What is Ace gonna put my hand in a bucket of water while I'm asleep? You have unlocked soiled drifter's clothes. Hey there.
I only wish there was more we could do to help.
Hey, it's a co-op game. Pick up a gun anytime you like. I'll summon you with F.
Poor Mark. He was just settling in, too.
From where? Really? I guess a lot of people come to the atoll trying to solve this problem, or find a way off of this planet. Hey, Wally. How you doing, kid? Bo, huh? Big Bo.
Hey, no trouble in the ward, got it?
Hey, I've got permission to come and go now. You won't be seeing much of me around here anymore. In a couple of hours.
Oh, traveler. You've done right by Ward 13 so far.
Oh.
Commander Ford still wants me to keep an eye on you. At least for a bit. I know you've been helping us, but we gotta be careful, now more than ever.
We gotta leave people to die outside just because of some rain. After all, it's not like I'm heavily armed or anything like that. Only had 5 or 6 guns to spare. Oh, Bo.
I'm Lieutenant Ward. Commander Ford put me in charge of security.
Lieutenant
Not
Ward?
all enemies are root, you know. We gotta protect our own. You're only allowed in the main chamber and the armory, got it? No wandering around the restricted areas.
God, I love his voice acting and his appearance, his goofy sheriff's badge. I just love this cowardly lion man. So here's the thing is that the floor in here isn't entirely stable. Should the ceiling happen to collapse and I end up in Ward 13, which I may or may not have a key for, what do I do?
Then I gotta report it to the commander. We got a system here. Best you abide by it. A place like this doesn't run without rules. Commander Ford runs a tight ship here. It's how we've lasted so long against the root.
Don't go poking around the nuclear reactor. Got it. I, funnily enough, didn't actually plan on it. We'll take care of that later, when we can explore the sub-basement. But, yeah, I'm with Dave. I'm not the only one around here with a completely ridiculous name. Hey, Bo Ward of Ward 13. I'm Dave Hero of Ward 13. It's nice to meet you, actually.
Yeah, Commander Ford gave me the name. I didn't have one when she took me in. I figure it means I'm part of the ward. It's my home.
I have more questions. Like, for example, how do people actually get here? What do you mean she took you in? Well, unfortunately, I think we can probably surmise what that means. Yeah, again, there's a whole new generation being raised here. Wallace is a child. Bo is pretty young. Only Ellen, Commander Ford, is not to, don't want to speculate about a lady's age, but her hair's gone gray, and I doubt it's from the stress. You grew up here. How?
Yeah, Commander Ford found me at the gate when I was a few months old. Now, honestly, things aren't bad here if you stay inside. Good people, well, all right, food. And most importantly, strong walls.
We eat a lot of vegetables.
I haven't been out in the city, but Ace tells me stories. It sounds like a nightmare. I'm happy I grew up here. Means I can give back, too. Keep us safe. I hope Wallace likes it here. I mean, it won't be easy without Mark. I'll look out for him.
I do like the sad implication there. I like the sad implication that he probably wasn't alone when he was found outside the door. He was probably just the only survivor. Wonder what happened to Beau Ward's parents. Of Wards 11 and 12, I'm sure. Yeah, so, okay, you seem like a font of knowledge then. You grew up here. Now that we're buddy-buddy, again, sharing drinks. You, me, and Ace after hours when the ward doesn't need guarded from tree monsters anymore. How you doing? What can you tell me about the locals?
Oh, she's a great leader. She taught me everything I know. Like, I never knew my parents. I mean, everybody here raised me, really, but... well, she's always been my mentor. She can be tough, though. A commander has to make the hard choices, right? I still think I could have pulled Mark in the gates without the root making it in, but... well, she had to make a call, and I gotta respect that.
Yeah, she made the call of mop up what's left. That kinda seems like the modus operandi of the survivors around here. Hopefully we can turn around their attitude by resolving things for them here on Earth. We can't get rid of the root, but we can make the area safe such that they can scrounge for supplies in the abandoned Earth. So, if they can use the World Stone too, they can leave the ward. And we just need to ensure there aren't any root nearby. We could do good here, even if we are going to be leaving this world to find the Founder.
Well, I know he founded the ward. He closed the gates to protect everybody from the root. But, Commander Ford doesn't like it when people talk about him, though.
I know.
I mean, it seems like the Founder was a hero, but... she's always got this scowl when he's mentioned.
They got a rocky relationship, to say the least. It's alright. Hoping I can do something about that, too.
Remember, no restricted areas.
Buddy, I have been going nowhere but restricted areas. Places human beings should not be allowed to go by the laws of physics themselves. I don't think we need to worry about that. We don't really need to worry about me exploring Ward 13's sub-basement, which we have a key for now. We do have a key, thanks to Ford. When Ford founded the ward, he buried secrets in its walls. Maybe he never meant them see the light, but buried things have a funny habit of coming back. Yeah, he never meant them to see the light, but he did leave it behind to be found, funnily enough. It's almost like he still had a little bit of hope left in him after all, despite the tone of the notes that he was leaving. After all, he would have just taken the Ward 13 key card with him when he left. Screwed everyone over. But no, that is our hint, that there is more to find here in Ward 13. But I think we'll do that in a little bit. I think we'll uncover the secrets of Ward 13 in just a little bit. After all, it's not like it's going anywhere. Wow, look at the texture on this thing. Just love that it's got grooves, that the spirals on it aren't just a texture. The spirals are an actual groove in the thing. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a certain obelisk in a certain game about the dead in space. Thankfully, we don't need a helmet where we're going. That's the funny thing about the root. They're trees, so they produce oxygen. I mean, I assume. Funnily enough, the root are keeping us alive at the same time as they're killing us. It's back to Earth we go. Our Earth. Once again, this is what I like about the game, is that it starts, indeed, grounded in our reality, an alternate version of the late 60s, but indeed, the actual late 60s history that we went through, it just was put on hold in about 68 or so. It was put on hold and has yet to be resumed. World history. Oh, who knows, I suppose, about places other than, I assume we're in the United States. Places called Fairview. I mean, if it had a Washington Avenue, then we could confirm that it was the United States. No, I just love that all that's left in this version of Earth we ended up with is destruction. It ended up really lonely here, and this is the type of vibe that I was kind of hoping for. Funnily enough, there are all kinds of different vibes that you can end up with for Earth, depending on what your centerpiece of it is. Here we ended up in a shopping district. I've ended up in a residential area before. I've ended up in front of a crashed helicopter. I have ended up in front of a root tree that begged me to help it spread the root, like that cultist, and for helping it, I was actually rewarded. It was an alternate world, an adventure that I created, not my canon Earth we're trying to save, and that is where this game gets so interesting, is that these are alternate dimensions stacked on top of each other, not just other planets, as I mentioned. This is where that starts to come into place. Oh boy, oh, we got trouble already. Oh, Shroud brought a whole posse. I just think it's really cool how they maintained the stakes, right? They maintained the stakes. Where, think of a game like, for example, BioShock Infinite. Once you jump worlds in BioShock Infinite, the stakes from the original world no longer really matter all that much, and it discards them. This game says, well, no, it's another world you're visiting, another plane of reality, yes, but you can return to the one you came from, and what you do still matters. After all, we do have to flush out the root from every world we visit. Maybe not every world, who knows? Maybe we'll encounter worlds that have fended off the root themselves. By the way, check out the forehead. Check out the forehead on the basic root enemy. These glowing pustules, whatever they are. I don't know what these are, but they're important. These bioluminescent dots on the forehead. Notice how they have no eyes. What the root look like is actually kind of thematically important.
That was rough.
Yeah, that was rough. Like 4 goddamn shrouds at once. What a nightmare. And I love that you could just explore side buildings like this for upgrade materials for later, in case we change clothes. All these coffee makers and desk lamps and stuff. Oh, look at this classic beverage and cigarettes machine. Look at the texture on this wall. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, dilapidated. It's dilapidated in, I guess, the perfect way to show that this is being reclaimed by nature, but violently. Where it's not that nature has overgrown this area because it's been so long. No, the trees burst through the ground. They broke the windows. They crawled up the walls like they have arms and legs, and trees themselves grew inside the buildings like the buildings are shells for nature. I love the way Earth has been completely terraformed. It's been completely terraformed by these things, basically. Whoa, nice dodge! Oh, string of headshots. String of headshots is why I like the Hunter set. There's nothing here, but I mean, we have to navigate the rubble somehow. Oh, I just love that you can look up and up and up and just find these template but unique brutalist buildings everywhere. Oh, hey. Oh, right in the wood. I hit him right in the wood. I had to take it. Here we go. Hotel. Or hotel. It's hard to tell. Oh, wow. There's like a whole lobby here. Look at this place. It's easy to pass by these ruins and just judge them as set pieces, but take a look at this. This is 60s as all hell. This little round table of dial-up phones. I mean, in an age where phone booths still exist, before payphones, you could dial up to a switchboard on an actual phone in the lobby of a hotel and smoke a cigarette from the cigarette machine in a small little round table where a bunch of people wearing weird suits that don't fit quite right on purpose are having nonsensical conversations about cocaine and business. And you're rewarded with tomes of knowledge. Good find. We'll have to spend all those trait points we've been finding. Turn the page on her. Yeah, I guess that's what they're doing here. This is a new era of Earth, and it is Root. Whoa, that dodge, holy hell. That's how you know I've played a bunch of this game. Oh, the fact you can sidestep while aiming. It just works so well. This game's controls are just so smooth. Oh, and there it is. Take a look. What a great vantage point on it. We got our subway. We got our subway on the horizon, indeed. Ah! Nice! And we got trouble. Guy's wearing the tiniest, stupidest little helmet. Look at his pathetic tiny helmet. Don't hit him in the helmet. What's wonderful about these Root boss fight enemies is that they're wearing all kinds of different clothes. So you can assume that they are from other societies that the Root have consumed, that they've transformed. Oh boy, and hey, they burst out like Roots too. What's funny about this is we're headed for the subway, right? Which wraps around underground. So when you consider that the Root can just burst out of the floor, where do you think they're coming from when they do that? Where do you think they're coming from? Oh, look at Shroud Jr. over here. Oh, look at it in the light. I love that bullets cause his cloak to go flying. Just the physics on my shots.
That all you got?
Look at this warehouse. This shitty warehouse. There's rust on everything. It almost looks like the air has become oxidized in a way. As in like toxified, you know what I mean. Oxidized as in like a pipe would become oxidized. As in you breathe in the air and there's iron in it. Nasty. Inhospitable. Great place for a little boss fight. Oh, Root stealth. Yeah! You would think that this game doesn't have stealth in any way, but in fact, you do get a bonus on unaware enemies. And there we have it. Welcome to the subway. What'll you order? Oh, I mean, I love that the sign is so overgrown that you can't even really tell that the sign is missing a letter at first. And then you look closer and see, oh my God, this used to be Earth. It's just a wonderful way to represent the destruction. Take a look at the street, how there used to be an entire little roundabout here with taxis and cars that followed the direction of the road. It's just that attention to detail that shows that they really cared about designing these environments. All of these signs over here that you can like barely read. What does that even say? I don't know what that even says. Garage of some kind, maybe? There's a school bus out here. And a subway. But I do like that it's got iconography on the front of the spirals that are on the world stone. This carving, whatever it is, has a mana in it. You see it? It's like a couple of Chozo statues from Super Metroid on either side, holding the Dreamer's mana we've seen in the loading screen. The Guardian's heart. The heart of teleportation in the world. And that is the Lovecraftian style of level design that I really admire about this game, is that it almost feels like they knew about the ability to hop between worlds before it even happened in some subliminal ways. Ways that you can see only on Earth, but that you can see represented in other societies through their dialogue, through lore and item descriptions. Oh, hey, there's the U. Hey, look, I found the U. I think the wind may have blown it inside, or who knows, maybe it fell back. Oh, it did. That has to be what happened. The U fell backwards through a hole in the roof. Wow, again, that attention to detail in the environment, just, I don't know. Let's make a hole in the ceiling in this room. Why? Oh, I know. Part of the damn sign fell down. Yeah, apparently this leads to the Root Mother, or so we've heard from Ford's notes. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to finding her. Could always use another friendly face. Again, the color design in this game is just brilliant. It really is. They knew that these exit portals to other levels would glow bright-ass gold, you know, to draw the player's eye so that they're unmistakable as a level transition. And so they made sure that, like, every single one was lit up interestingly. Every single one. In we go. We're in transit, my friends. Dave Hero says trans rights. Let's see. I bet he would. I bet he would. He sometimes talks out loud. Guy seems like a hero to me, and that's like something a hero would say. Here we go. Bondstead Center of Science. Couple of interesting locations. There's a factory district. There was a raceway at some point. I would love to explore a NASCAR loop in a game like this. I mean, that's where the survival mode DLC takes place, is in the middle of a makeshift coliseum out of a NASCAR track. Again, I just love this dilapidation at Chapel Station. Makes sense. Makes sense Chapel Station would lead to the Root Mother. Makes sense that, again, the Root have some kind of hierarchy that we don't even get to know about because they don't speak English. The Root don't talk at all. So, of all of the characters in this game, the various factions, we don't actually get to know how the Root function.
They're comparing things.
Oh, you're not hearing things, my friend. They're hibernating. There they are. Whoa, haha! God, this game's gorgeous. Look at that lighting. Just that lighting and fog is beautiful, especially for the era in which this game came out. There we go, my friends. We got our answer. Holy crap, this is an interesting subway. Oh, this is probably the most interesting subway I've ever seen. Look at this. We ended up in an entire junction. This is the biggest I've ever seen this area. Whoa. It ain't just tunnels down here. They branch. The fact that these tunnels can branch into different types of terrain generation is just so wonderful. I love the way the Root looks like it, I don't know, plunged through the earth almost to grab these things. Just be like, aha, something to grab onto and quite literally root myself in the earth. Watch the ceilings. The way that you can hear the The wind whooshing through the tunnels. Oh, it's just so foreboding. All of it is. Oh, come on, Dave. Dave, why? Whoa, hey, nice friendly fire. Good to remember they can do that. I do like that this would have been a simple subway tunnel. It would have been such a simple subway. Oh, if it weren't the Root HQ. Hey, big guy. Ah!
Bleeding still won't stop.
Turns out there was a fence behind me. Oh boy. Yeah, my pores are soaked. We'll deal with that in a second. Bit more pressing matters. Whew. Yeah, so bleeding causes you to slowly lose health. I don't know if it does anything other than that. Maybe it makes your stamina regenerate a little bit slower.
Whoa. It's over.
I think you can probably see now why we... Very good, Dave. Self-care. I think you can see why we went back to the ward before coming down here. If we check our advanced stats, you can see our gear score for offense and defense currently matched for this area. We're keeping up. We're keeping up, and it's thanks to exploring the side tunnels to find all this iron. If you fall behind a little bit, it's actually not so bad. The game has a fair bit of leeway for pretty much every way you could want to play it. This is a wonderful game because it's very accessible. I mean, look how easily I dodged that blade. I mean, there are so many different moves you can use that dodge the blades from the root. Pretty much anyone can play this game and have a damn good time. Oh, a checkpoint in the middle of the area. Don't mind if I do. Not that I need to use it, but running by it will cause it to become my respawn point. You know, in case I happen to suffer any unfortunate accidents. We've been doing quite well so far. Couple of close calls, but as long as you keep an eye on your health bar. Let's see. What is some Earth lore that we can talk about while we're down here in the depths? You know, this relatively samey looking subway, simply because subways themselves look the same. I was just marveling at the unique generation we had encountered. I'd never even seen that piece before. Anyway, we'll talk about Guardians, I suppose. Now's a good time, probably, as we approach the church, to talk about Guardians and why Earth was so susceptible to the root. See, we're going to be exploring multiple worlds over the course of Remnant, each one a different level of susceptible to the root infection. Every world has a creature or an entity called a Guardian, SCP Foundation style. It is our SCP, localized to our world, and it keeps the portal closed so that no other cryptids can come through. And Earth, unfortunately, doesn't have a Guardian. Now, I don't think we know if it's because Earth never had one, or if at one point we did, and we killed it. That would be a worse implication.
Bastard.
So I prefer that it's just absentee. No, instead, Earth is like a mirror to other dimensions. Other dimensions appear in front of Earth and are allowed through the mirror. Well, the root appeared in front of Earth, and the root decided, well, this is a comfy new home. Look, they've already got trees. Look it, they've already got trees and breathable air. We'll be right at home here. And they moved in. And it was just that simple. Earth was lost. How do you fight something like the root if it's the 1960s and you've got bigger worldly problems at the time? It's a whole Cold War going on. After all, it's not like they were gonna drop the nuke on their own world just to kill the root, right? Right? Right, Dave? They would never do that. They'd never drop the nuke on their own Earth. Yeah, what a kidder I am. What a kidder. Eyes on the skies. That's where the trees grow. But yes, there is a primer. These cryptid entities, these guardians, are meant to keep, essentially, the veil closed, the portal closed. If you've played Bloodborne, the guardians are like Rom. Oftentimes, they know their mission, and they're willing to stick to it. We went backwards, didn't we? Yeah, that's what I get for using the checkpoint. I got turned around. Only 2 ways to go, and we went the wrong direction. That's why I'm glad this game lets you sprint for an hour and a half before your character gets tired. It's a dungeon crawler. They know you're going to encounter stretches with no enemies. Might as well let you sprint on through them. After all, you use that stamina when you dodge, so you want to be careful, just in case you encounter something up ahead, and not sprint into blind areas in the dark. It's clever. I like the stamina system a lot. I hope they expand on it in future Remnant. I can't believe there's more Remnant coming. I'm really excited. It's alright. Earth doesn't have a guardian, and it is either because there never was one or they're absentee, and thus our portal was undefended. And when anything could come through, it did. And unfortunately, when we finally made contact with eldritch horrors, they turned out indeed to be horrors. But think about how many worlds have made interdimensional contact and not contacted the root, and ended up contacting something else instead. Those are the worlds that someone like Ford is looking for. To find a world that either defeated the root, circumvented it, or has never encountered it. And he didn't get very lucky, because look at this. It's everywhere. God, I love it. Just the way that the bark stacks on itself in layers. If you watch the tendrils get thicker in layers of bark, like they themselves are eldritch tentacles. Sorry, just admiring your tentacles, sir. It really does look like an eldritch invasion. Whoa!
Oh shit!
I know, right? I think we may have a horde on our hands. Yes, indeed. Ah! 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 Yeah, speaking of cryptids. Oh! Damn. Just a horrible bug man. Ah, God. Cemetery shade from Elden Ring all over again. But at least it couldn't block bullets. Not bad. I said not bad. Haven't found any
that was rough.
Unique items in the tunnel yet, and I'm getting nervous. Getting nervous that it won't spawn any. In which case, we're going to have to go on an adventure later, and I'm excited to generate an entire new Earth on perhaps hard difficulty, so that we can unlock some items for, I don't know, customizing our equipment a little bit. Item skins and all that stuff. Great, yeah. Oh boy! Yeah, you don't want to stand too close. They really heat up when they're upset. Tempers are high amongst the root. Just don't let them flare up. Yes, indeed. So Earth has a special connection. Going back to the story and the world a little bit. Oh, look at the way the root are coming out of that pipe. Ugh, nasty. They really do get in everywhere. Oh. And maybe we'll get there today. I think that's what we'll do today, is we'll get from Earth to the next world, explore it a little bit, and I'll give you the premise of the next world's story. How about that? Because Earth itself, its history, is actually about to unfold in front of us. We don't need to do lore story time on Earth, because it is the focal point of the game, is saving the Earth that we know and love from the root, driving them back somehow. all roads eventually will hopefully lead back here. With leads. Wow, look at the number of times the roots are wrapped around that pillar. Good use of polygons. That's a good use of polygons. I don't know. Yeah, those don't look like pools of water down there. I'm going to assume that's acid. Oh, and I love how even down here you can find survivors. Or the evidence of them. I mean, folks presumably would have gone underground to escape the trees at first, before... I mean, it would have seemed like the obvious location before they discovered that there were presumably roots everywhere. But I love that all these crashed subway cars and stuff have just coated these things in oil. It makes sense in a sick way. Oh, no. Oh, nice dodge, Dave. Dave, we got problems. Yeah! Oh, stay on target.
That was rough.
Just gotta not flinch. Here, look, a blue phone box. That's a rarity. I'm gonna say that the coin slot is probably jammed. I probably won't be able to call long distance to another world. Hey there, Swamp World. If you could do me a favor and get rid of the blood spiders. Oh my god, that's a lot of root. That's a lot of wood, and it ain't dead yet. Oh, it's live. Oh, it's live and active. Oh, over here. This is where checking the other side always comes in handy. Again, that's what I like about these maps, is that they made sure to put something in every corner, even if it's just a minor reward. Man, this hunting rifle is a headshot machine. This thing is damn good, but I like that they give you a lot of weak spot damage. You can buy this armor set from Riggs even if you didn't select it as your starting class.
It's over.
Get its bonus to weak shot damage, and go for the head if you think you can hit it. They're pretty tiny, but you're so accurate, especially if you crouch. Check out my aim sway, it's so negligible. This game is just so damn fun. Its shooting is just so arcadey. It's so RPG-like. There, let's head down into the trench. Maybe there's something interesting down here. Just more route. Just more route. More subway trains that aren't going anywhere. Again, this is one of the things you have to consider about Earth, is how much of it there is to save. Because what if the solution ends up being leaving Earth to find an uninfected world? What if that's the real reason Ford didn't come back? Not because he fell into depression and lethargy over his very human family trauma. No. What if Ford left because he actually found somewhere the root hadn't been able to touch? Another mirror world like Earth that mirrors other universes and can accept them to be entered, but they cannot leave themselves. Maybe that's what Ford found. Hope he left some notes behind and a map. Maybe a compass. He left behind his Ward 13 key card so I can continue to destroy this world if I so desire. But I've no desire. Hell. Don't even have a ticket for the subway. Again, take a look at this. Just how dark and monochrome it is. It's so depressing. The way the faces on the advertisements have been scratched out. It's such a dead world that it does feel like departing the world entirely through the World Stone is a better idea at times. Hopefully we do find a solution for the root. But if we don't, it's not a big deal. Look at this, a stadium? That must be where the raceway is. Museum. Downtown is where we are. City Hall you don't get to see. One thing that I can't wait for in Remnant 2 is the return to Earth. To come back to this location. Big Al's Storage and Warehouse. Oh, traditional name. What a traditional American name for an American business. I like it. Yes, indeed, and Speedball has kind of touched on the issue with the root, is that they simply consume to produce more root. For example, check out that absolutely terrifyingly massive not Erd tree back there behind the chapel. I mean, how much human life do you think that thing sapped in order to grow? And it's not bearing fruit, it's not planting seeds, it's not doing anything except for producing more root, more tangled vines. So Speedball is right that the root is worth rooting out of this world still because it's a parasite, essentially. The root is like a vegetation-based parasite. Oh, there's another one right there. Look at them. Just the fact that they become more numerous as you get towards the outskirts of the city scares me to think about what's out there. Who knows, my friends? Maybe someday in this very video game we'll see Earth again in a much different state. Yep, game's super interesting, my friends, and it's about to get a whole lot more interesting, because what if the root could talk? What if it could? Spread them evenly right now. We don't have very many traits, but we're going to start unlocking them as we proceed further in the game. Just by playing through it, by playing our specific preferred way, we will unlock traits that boost the way that we're playing. Going for weak spots like I've been doing will grant us a trait that grants us weak spot damage. Flame or other damage over time will give you traits based on enhancing damage over time effects. The game responds to how you choose to play, and it's really cool, and encourages you to try a little bit of everything to unlock traits that boost all of your various skills, whatever you decide to put points into. Yes, we've been talking about it so far, but the story of this game and its lore just fascinates me. I like the way the root here is growing around the building in an almost protective way versus growing down to drop root on top of unsuspecting people. It's almost like the root is respectful of the graveyard. Almost. Not that they have any concept of that. They don't share empathy with humans. Sunset's a little ominous, but it's just the light cast through the Erd trees, I assume. Here she is, on the throne of thorns.
So, another seeks the root's counsel.
It's the root mother!
Closer, child. It's you, the one who washed ashore. We see all things. We are the Root Mother, a vessel of wisdom through which the root speaks.
Oh, I'm sure it knows all about my exploits.
What is it you seek?
I got a couple of goals, my good lady. Or maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, I'm not so sure. I've got an objective, and it is to save this world. Unlikely though it's currently looking. Looking for a lighthouse. Guy named Ford told me, through some notes that he was headed this way. Both of these valid questions. Who do we want to make our primary objective? Ford or our initial goal of crossing the atoll to the lighthouse? I think we'll stick with the plan. Ford will have answers.
The Founder, consumed by desperation and pride, now gone beyond this world.
So you did show him out.
Unwitting harbinger of... Could it be? Has the hour come? Yes. Clearer it becomes. You seek to end the root.
And then some.
The path is hidden. This vessel knows the road you seek. Help we must, but not where ears can hear. They will come for us when bonds we break. Will you protect? Will you trust?
Doesn't seem like I have any other choice. But the good news is I have been swiftly felling tree after tree on the way here. I think I can handle a few more logs.
Prepare yourself. They are coming.
You can ask her. You can ask her a few more questions there, but the responses are honestly quite expectable. She's currently swarmed by root tentacles. She can't give us information right now on Ford's location, what specific world he went to and how. It's not really a good time to ask. It's okay. We got our headshot machine. And if we get in trouble, we've got our good boy for some quick and easy distraction. This is the major bulwark for a lot of players because they shoot at her.
They weaken.
They know she's rebelling and they're trying to take her out. Yes, the root's fickle. Right on, my lady. Oh boy. I don't think so. Fire at me. Fire at me instead, please. Hate to get an old lady killed. She's trying to exercise her freedom. Oh boy. That's gonna be a problem.
The bonds begin to slip. No.
Big boy footprint. Ah! Okay, now that's the power of teamwork. Good dog. Almost there, I know. Things are getting a little hectic in here. Little help anytime. Little help anytime. How you doing over there? Shit. Nice work. Well done. Again, the root does not tolerate rebellion. Didn't even have time to thank my pup this time. Wow. Again, a bulwark for a whole hell of a lot of players. A real sticking point because this defense is just, it's just brutal. So many bosses packed together in such a tight space with regular enemy types. On my first playthrough, this defense took me, 20 minutes, near half an hour. I grew attached to the root mother in that time, funnily enough. Her character, wanting to defend her from these stupid jerks. I mean, I was never getting her killed. I was the one getting killed. And it was because I didn't want them to wail on her with their stupid hunks of metal. Lady's trying to help us. Unlike that acolyte from earlier, some folks have seen the error of their ways allying with the root. Now that you're free, who are you?
Thank you, child.
Happy to do it.
I have learned much from the root. I will aid you. We will fight it together. First, I must rest. Look there, the wall. There is a path beyond. Find the path. Then seek me out among our kind. in the place you call the Ward. I know the way. We shall meet again.
Walked the path between worlds already, have you? I like that you can leave it at that. If you don't feel like investigating further into who the Root Mother actually is. But her name does give a little bit away. The fact that, oh, I don't know, Captain Ford came to see her, and despite being an avatar of the Root, she did, in fact, give him advice that led him away from this world, either because the Root disliked him enough to want him gone, or who knows, maybe it was hard feelings between themselves. Maybe we'll find out. Well, I guess I'll see you back at the Ward then. You may wanna put on a coat or something, or pick up a chainsaw. I'm sure there's one sitting around one of these dilapidated hardware stores or something like that. You got a little bit of tree trimming to do. Lady's like a bonsai, but the weight of her decisions is there in the form of branches. In that way, I guess she is like a bonsai. I just love the lighting in here. Again, foreboding of a climactic moment. Something that, again, will stop a lot of players in their tracks for quite some time. Emphasize the upgrade system. Emphasize cooperation and working together. It is just a really wonderful set piece in a game that is randomly designed. A game that is randomly generated out of chunks still manages to find these set pieces that every player will experience together and say, damn, I remember that cathedral set piece being hard. I just really like that they managed to do a little bit of everything in this game. That's why I'm looking forward to the second one, is this system with refinement. Check it out. Classic sniper rifle. Might be a good upgrade on our hunting rifle at some point. Thing's got an actual scope on it we can use. Not that we need to shoot from too far away too often in this game. It's more about the damage. But this hunting rifle, yeah, it's single shell loaded at a time, so we don't have to, I don't know, we could just reload it as bullet by bullet. We don't need to wait for a whole magazine. It's got its advantages, is my point. There we go. Private thoughts. Take a look. Just got a plain old leather-bound journal. Celine Vassos style. Hopefully it doesn't contain... Hopefully it doesn't contain abstractions. I'd like something straightforward. I wonder if the Root Mother knows anything about Greek mythology. Let's see. 26th of March, 1973. So this is post-60s, post-wards connecting to other worlds, post-Root takeover. It's 1970, my friends. Peace and love. The dreams are getting worse. Last night, I was hunting this family in the woods outside town. I could smell the tang of their fear. I liked it. I craved it. It made me run faster, giving a rush of pleasure as I jumped them, plunging my claws into their sucking chests. I woke up screaming. I wish I could say they were screams of terror. I'm not sure. And here's the line that gives it away. My screams woke up the others. Little Nadine cried. Andrew asked what was wrong. I told him Nadine had a bad dream. That was what woke us. I'll tell Andrew. I will. I just need time to process this. How do you process a dream in which you inhabit the Root? And therein lies the unfortunate reveal of the Root Mother, is that she, indeed, is the Root Mother. There are, unfortunately, quite tangled roots in the Ford family and the Root invasion. The Root Mother is Evelyn Ford, Andrew Ford, the commander's wife, grandmother of Ellen, the current commander. Unfortunate. But a good thing, because it means that there's actually a family reunion in store, provided that the root mother is able to shake off her trauma after all of this. These were the members of the family that had correspondence, while Commander Ford was off searching for a solution to the root in other worlds. Well, they stuck together as long as they could, but I guess she was being afflicted by root dreams. 1974. Dreamed again. Pack of scavengers north of the highway. Their lookout took a break, and we killed them in their sleep. I witnessed the slaughter from a dozen angles at once. Didn't scream this time, but woke in tears. Not entirely sure my tears were for the scavengers. That must be what it's like to be a hive mind, having just a CCTV camera screen in front of you. 18 different monitors, all of them showing the root hunting down mankind. Great. Later on, 1974. I had a dream I was hunted last night. They tricked us, baited us like animals, but I saw it first. I directed 2 of us toward the bait, while the rest held back in the shadows. They thought we sprung their trap, but they sprung ours. With each of their deaths, blissful heat surged through my body, over and over again, continuing even after I awoke. It wasn't just watching this time, not just feeling what they felt. I communicated. I helped them. I did it. And it felt good. Yeah, that's a poignant period at the end of that sentence. It felt good to be the root. Maybe you should tell Commander Ford about all this, but I don't know how he'll necessarily react. After all, he doesn't seem to be much of a family man himself, so hey, maybe he'll be like, it's all good. Go ahead and flee for another world, like I am. 1975. Found a clutch of humans hiding out in a hospital. They weren't ready. Their screams tasted like honey. We murdered every last one of them before the bastards could even reach their weapons. Oh God. What the hell is happening to me? Yeah, and you're still writing in your journal while all of this is going on. I like that this one doesn't specify whether or not it was a dream. Have you noticed that it's kind of stopped specifying? I mean, she did still have hands. Maybe she could order the root to bring her over her journal such that, like the good old days, she could continue to describe her dreams. Let's just keep in mind that she's writing down her dreams. She's a real dreamer, that Evelyn Root. What, Evelyn Padoru. 1976. Rereading these entries, I'm scared. Of myself, of what I'm feeling, of what I'm wanting. Nadine's learning to read now. I gotta keep this journal locked away. Can't have her or anyone stumbling on it. And man, another entry not until 1988. She really did stow this thing away. Probably forgot about it for a little while and just kind of let the traumatic nightmares about being consumed by the root and becoming its avatar happen. 1988. Over a decade later. Had a new dream. Not like the others. I crawled out of the ground, lifting myself up until I was 10 stories high. The human weapons couldn't do more than tickle me. I smashed their buildings to rubble with them inside. It's real. I know it. We've never seen anything like this, and I think it knows about us. About me. It's coming this way. I told Andrew about the thing in my dream. He's sure it's not real, but he doesn't know. I haven't told him most of my other dreams, how they felt. He can't know. He won't trust me, but This monster has killed dozens, hundreds of people somewhere up north, and it's on its way here. I have to do something. And indeed, a few short months later, a stream of refugees came into the city today, spouting stories of a towering behemoth that leveled entire buildings. Andrew and I shared a look, fear blatant in his eyes. He grilled me on my dream then. How big was the monster? Does it have any weaknesses? How long before it gets here? Yeah, he became a true believer real quick. I wish I had more answers for him. I only really know one thing. We can't beat it. Not with anything we have. And yeah, it's kind of funny phrasing on her part there. We can't beat it. Not with anything we have. I've been thinking, what if I could get in their heads? I mean on purpose. The Root knows about Ward 13 the same way I know about them. My dreams connect us both ways. What if I can use that? What if I can fool them, hide Ward 13, or convince them it's been abandoned, or... but there's so much I don't know about this connection. I've never used it except for when I'm asleep. How do I do this? Well, Evelyn, I would advise a peanut butter and banana sandwich before bed to assist with lucid dreamings. It helped for Elvis, and he only suffered a little constipation as a result. I'm going to say those root tendrils, they'll keep you... Never mind. They'll keep you stopped up for good, let's say. More refugees. The behemoth is getting closer. If these survivors are to be believed, it'll be here within a fortnight. And hey, happy December 25th. Merry Christmas, I guess. We're all gonna die. Unless I can figure something out. Damn right, Evelyn. Figure something out. Like joining up with the Root to become its hive mind. And tame it. You know, hopefully. After all, they rebelled pretty quick when she started to struggle against her bonds, but when we approached, it was quite sedated. It worked. God help me, it worked. We fought off some Root today, and I found myself alone with a Root devil bearing down on me. I could feel what it felt, its rage, its desire to end me. But if I could feel it, then it could feel me, right? So I reached out to it, in my mind, tried to shove my emotions onto it. My love for Andrew and Nadine, our need to survive, and the devil hesitated. And I didn't just feel that one devil, I felt all of the Root, a million minds thinking as one. I could hear them, speak to them if I wanted. And someone came over the ridge and blasted the devil to splinter. I mean, danger close. Probably got wood shrapnel on our clothes and all that. It's like standing too close to a wood chipper. That's a little rude. He was having an emotional encounter with it. Somehow, I guess the Root are empathetic creatures, in that they're looking for a queen of sorts. They're a hive mind, and it's a lot of the way like in Dead Space. Every hive mind has to boil down to one prime unit, one Borg queen. But it worked. I can do this. I can save Ward 13. Yeah, and look at how well that worked out for her. Andrew wasn't crazy about the idea. He still thinks we can fight the behemoth, but he wasn't in the Root's head. He didn't see it. We can't beat it alone. Couple more months pass, and they're running out of time. Lookout saw the behemoth outside the city. It's worse than even I thought. My dreams are getting worse too. It knows me now, tries to talk to me. It's calling me. What, long distance, or is it within range of the remaining cell towers on Earth? Have you picked up the phone? It's like 25 cents a minute. It's the 1970s. Well, I guess it's 89 now, but the world sure did freeze. But Andrew doesn't want to talk about it. Not the dreams, not my plan, nothing. Makes him angry. But I know I can save them. We'll die if I do nothing. And there it is, just a couple of days later. It's in the city. It's coming right for us. I'm going to the old church. The root's thick there. I gotta go before Andrew wakes up or he'll stop me. Andrew and Nadine, if you ever read this, I hope you understand how much I love you. As crazy as I've been these years, seeing the root, feeling them, I'm still and always Evelyn Cedar Ford. Your wife, your mother, and a founder of Ward 13. I will do anything if it means you'll live. Good news. Whole family survived. And thus, the happy ending to the Ford family story. Unfortunate that Nadine, the one unaccounted for, was terminal in some way, but the rest of the family has been reunited. We just need to find the original Commander Ford. He's out there somewhere. They have to be stopped. Nothing else matters. Even if I have to become one of them. I know it'll work. I know it will. I can hide the word from them, push them some other way, confuse them. But I don't know what'll happen to me. I guess if you're reading this, then it worked. You're alive. It will all have been worth it. I love you, Nadine. I love you, Andrew. And I've got good news for the Root Mother. There isn't anything to be sorry for. She actually really did hold back the tide, such that the Root couldn't close the World Stone gap, essentially. Consider that the World Stone has been open this entire time, but nothing has been able to attack Ward 13 ever since we opened it. Whatever she did, she really did empathetically commune with the Root. And the Root said, okay, I'll look elsewhere. Evelyn Cedar Ford. It's in the name. It was her fate and destiny. What was it Reggie said about that kind of thing? Destined to be a hero? That's the thing. That's the thing, Evelyn. You may be destined to be a hero too. I will see you back at Ward 13. I'm glad we took the time to read all of that, all the way through, because she deserves it. Evelyn's one of my favorite characters in the game, the Root Mother as she is, because if you don't find that journal, if you don't talk to her and don't go back to her when she does return to the Ward, you'll never find out that story. And go on thinking that she is simply an avatar of the Root that they kept alive, that they occasionally just do that. You would never know that it was an intentional decision to give herself over to the Root, and that was what stemmed the tide. Funnily enough, it seems like the Root saw that action and said, hey, that's fair enough. That's respectable. I love that moment. I do. I love how you defend the church, and then there's this entire denouement where you get to read the journal, and one of the hardest sections of the game to survive becomes, I don't know, atmospheric, tonal. Once the music calms down and you're left with the wind and the rustling leaves and the birds outside, it feels like there is some of this world to be saved. Selfless people in it. Where are we? Westcourt. Welcome, my friends, to the 2nd District of Earth. Here we are. We've made it. We met the Root Mother, and if we head back to Ward 13, we can talk to her for more direction. Let's go exploring and find a dungeon. Then we'll level up a little bit. Oh boy. But we got company. My friends, this game's a cover shooter. I just figured I'd demonstrate this enemy because I love these guys. Oh, I love these guys. I wish they appeared in more areas in this game. Whatever these dudes are, wherever they are, they've got roots covering up what look like they used to be ears.
Stay down.
They look like they were once people of some kind that have been consumed by the root. They're using particle-based weapons, which we'll encounter later, which means that presumably there's some other race that the root have already destroyed completely. That's a big area over there. Wide open spaces. Ooh. We don't want them to catch us out in the open. Oh, we really don't want them to. They'll tear us up if there are 3 or 4 of them. Not a chance. Again, it's Souls game style, my friends. It's Souls game style, where you want to try and preempt the enemy as much as you can, because when you get into an encounter, they will not back off. And even basic enemy types. Ah! Even basic enemy types can take you out in 1 or 2 good swings. Guy's like the master of explosions. Why couldn't the root mother have told this guy to buzz off? I aggroed the bees. Yeah, get inside the buildings. I think the buildings are better for cover, probably. Oh, but you can hear them. Oh, you can hear them if you're listening. I just love it. I love how quickly the game transitions between the various types of set piece that it has. Yeah. Perfect dodge through those bullets. Just dodging straight through a machine gun fire cloud. Yikes. Oh boy, speaking of machine gun fire. He's so menacing. Look at how menacing he is. You know what? Unleash the hounds. Go, dog, go. Sea dog, go. Through walls. Oh, and he ain't done yet. There we go. Good boy. Good boy. Little bit of radiant eye petting. It's all right. I've only gone a little mad with the furor of combat. The frenzy. The frenzy and bloodlust of combat against the root. Again, it's like we're chopping down trees. If only I had an axe. This looks promising. West Court's got another shell building. As in the shell of a building. They are now shells for the trees that grow inside them. I love it, the way the root is just carapace based, such that there are layers upon layers of bark to shoot through. Speaking of bark. Good dog helping out with that boss. I may summon him again in this tunnel. What have we got? A sunken passage. Most excellent. This looks promising. Maybe this will get us to the other side. Got a new trait, by the way, just now. We picked up the, hey, exploiter trait. Means we can get bonus weak spot damage if I so desire. Ah! All right, they're a little scary when they come jumping at you out of the darkness. Meatball with dual hatchets. I like how West Court itself, the area we're in now, is almost like second verse, same-ish as the first. It is, again, our test. It's our test of everything we've learned so far to say, all right, ready for the rest of the game? You've met all of the enemy types. Now we're going to remix them in more dangerous combinations, tighter enclosed spaces. For a randomly generated dungeon crawler, the game is really well designed with intent. Oh, come here. Come at me. We both missed.
Yeah, get it.
Fantastic. Oh boy, here comes the horde. And no pasta to my name. I could go for some spaghetti right about now. Although the noodles in this case are probably my intestines. Most likely. Oh, and there it is. Oh, I will not let you ruin this moment for me. A simulacrum, my friends. One in every world. They allow us to upgrade our dragon heart and are the reason to create adventures. Guess he's not letting it go without a fight. Nice to meet you again. These guys really dwell in the sewers. Boy, they really live down here. Happy to be here, apparently. God, his attacks just go on. I can't imagine fighting that one in melee. Oh, wow. Yikes. All right. Game tried to ruin the moment for me anyway, but it can't. This is one of the most pivotal moments of your playthrough. The reason to generate adventures is because each realm you generate will also contain a simulacrum. So you can pause your adventure at any time and generate a single world. You can pick up a simulacrum and then get back to your business. It's wonderful because it lets you customize your difficulty in a way. To say, ah, man, game's getting a little too hard. I don't have enough healing items. And there is one in every realm, so I may or may not get another one. Well, at any point, you can generate a world and go find one. Same with anything else that you want or need in this game. And that is why I like the way it handles random generation, is it doesn't really matter, necessarily, the specific items that we find on our first run-through of Earth here is because this is a Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah,
there are so very many different worlds that are being assaulted by the Root that may indeed be the same as our own and just as susceptible to the Root as our own. But that doesn't mean those Earths are all going to have the same dungeons and the same supplies to pick up. It really feels in this game like you're generating an alternate reality, like you're generating an alternate continuity. Like the World Stone itself is the SCP. A lot of folks say, like, maybe the Root is the SCP that's come to invade this world to be contained. The Dragon Heart is an SCP. Are you kidding me? The artifacts themselves are SCPs. It's all right. He's got to reload sometime. Unless he's firing like seed pods at me or something. I don't actually want to know what these plasmic bullets actually are. It's all right. I can have a little of volley as a treat. Oh boy. Speaking of volley, here comes some volleyballs. Just fire wildly. That's what the repeater is good for. It's all right. We've upgraded our armor. We prepared for this situation.
Whoa. It's over.
It's never over, Dave, unfortunately. You're a hero, Dave. You should know this. Maybe they aren't 100% guaranteed, but they are a high chance and they spawn in a lot of the same spots. For example, if we found the sunken passage, this location, on an adventure, it would contain a simulacrum. Because the sunken passage that we're just in right now did. So we can check that spot. And if there's not a simulacrum in it, there will be a Tome of Knowledge, or a ring, or, oh, a very handy ring. Good one to find early on. I'll equip that. Because I'm not really using this perfect dodging skill. I do it mostly by accident. So we'll unequip it and put on the Sage Stone, which gives us 1.3 times experience for our traits. That'll help us get ahead of the game. That'll really help us get ahead of the game. We may be able to play this on hard if I keep this equipped, because now we will earn extra trait experience from defeating enemies and I think completing objectives. We'll put more points into our traits. Not just vigor, but anything that sounds interesting. Oh boy. We're good. Again, just the way your character smoothly slides back to the left there. It's really wonderful. This game's just got so many tiny little gameplay touches to make it not a pain in the ass to do what I'm describing. Generating an entire new Earth and playing through it from the beginning. Not including the Root Mother defense sequence, for example. They were smart about how they designed this game, including the adventures, such that if we generate a new campaign, we will have to do that Root Mother Cathedral defense again. But if we generate a new Earth, it won't generate with any static set pieces, only the randomized elements. And it's really wonderful. I hope that in the future, it is weighted towards items that you don't have, because right now, it's just still a little bit random. It's still just a little bit random. It can take a few generations to find the specific item or set piece or area sometimes that you're looking for. Oh boy. Here we are, my friends, in the grinder, in the sunken passage. After this, don't worry. We'll have a reason to go back. Hell, we may have a reason to go back now. I've only got 3 dragon hearts, and with our simulacrum and the amount of scrap we have, we could go talk to the Root Mother and increase it to 4. After all, she's in tune with the Root. She knows how to send people to other worlds, and recall, she knows what the dragon heart specifically is. It belonged to the Ford family. And now it's ended up in our care. I feel like an honorary Ford stepson. I feel like I've been adopted here. I'm not gonna start calling myself Dave Ford, though. Dave Ford it kind of sounds like the guy who would manufacture them for 60 years and become a billionaire. And I'm not that guy. But I am that guy who's nervous. I am that guy who's very nervous about this boss fight. Could be our first death if I'm not careful. The grinder is tough. One of, again, the early speed bumps for players. Oh, we've seen this guy before. But check it out. He's been working out since we last met. Yeah. Gorefist is like the leader of the world bosses. He's like the leader of the non-dungeon bosses. Oh god. Yeah, so herein lies the problem, is he's not alone. If Evelyn was the Root Mother, this is the Root Father. Ah, god, this guy's tough. He's real tough. And he can get even pointier. Don a mantle of thorns so that just being near him hurts me. Go, dog, go! Ah! Oh, I was hoping it'd focus on the ads, but distracting the man himself also works. We have a couple of techniques we can employ here. All right? All is not lost, my friends. Yeah! He's got another wave coming, but it's okay. I can see through walls. Here they come. This is when this skill comes in useful. This game is just so awesome. It's just so awesome, and it's not afraid to get hectic. Because you always have a chance.
Whoa. It's over.
Damn, that felt good. Gorefist on hard difficulty killed the hardcore character that I showed you at the beginning of this stream. I mentioned that I have the Akari Warband and the Provisioner Ring. It's because I didn't beat hardcore mode. I didn't beat hardcore mode on this character, or any character as of yet. I've only got some of the rewards. So on the next stream, who knows? We may have some more fun tools to play with. No, I decided that I needed to generate another world for a simulacrum to upgrade my dragon heart. And the boss I ended up fighting, of course, ended up being Gorefist. And on hard difficulty, Gorefist does not mess around. His name is actually quite appropriate. I don't know if it's a nickname, don't know if he was born with it, but he definitely grows up into it. He definitely grows up into the name. Love that there's ammo boxes and stuff around this arena because Gorefist himself has no weak spot. He's got that stupid tiny helmet. But look at the sheer area you have to run away from his ads. I like that if you don't get caught in a corner and don't panic, this fight's not so bad. But every player is going to panic and fight him on this lower level. This gorgeous lower level. Look at that brown and orange. That is just Quake levels of effective use of color. Like, a lot of folks shat on video games of the mid-2010s for being too brown and full of bloom. This is what brown and bloom done well looks like. The soft glow and the dynamic shadows. You want to see brown and bloom done well? Check out Earth in Remnant from the Ashes. It's just got this wonderful retro-futuristic chocolatey aesthetic to it. It contrasts well with the blood red of the root themselves. Anytime you see this, it just feels wrong. Wait, I thought he and Shroud were mutually exclusive. It seems we got lucky, my friend. We got both world bosses in one generation. So, this is something I mentioned earlier, is that the game has 2 of each world dungeon boss. And earlier we fought Shroud to pick up the Shadewood. At the time I mentioned that there is an entire second boss with his own drop. It's Gorefist. We ended up encountering both of them. How about that? Our West Court ended up being huge. This ended up being probably the largest Earth I think I've seen in a long time. I've played through this game several times, all the way up to Apocalypse difficulty, because it's just so damn consistently fun. This game is just so consistent in its quality. And again, we're still on Earth. And oh my god, there it is! Yay! It's the Heliocopter! Look at this thing! One of my favorite little bits of root entanglement. It pulled a goddamn helicopter out of the sky. Thank goodness the root can't do that. You see now why the root mother was worried about some behemoth? That behemoth is everywhere around us. Who knows, we may encounter the actual hive mind eventually. Take a listen. For Earth, time stopped in the 60s. And so, at that point, after the degradation of every other form of available media, I guess vinyls will survive. Loop back open and we didn't even encounter it from the front. This is a fascinatingly generated Earth.
Nothing personal, but I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you up because I made you. I put you in this world, I can take you out.
And what would Earth be without a couple of survivors? They're not all like that root acolyte. Although I will say you probably tend to go a little stir crazy around here. Things probably fell still and silent on Earth pretty fast. Look at this place. It's lovely. All this custom interior decoration.
Good title of a book, Eat, Pray, Love. Well, I got the eat part. Come here, Stu. I'm gonna love eating you. Pray you like being eaten. I was enjoying that.
Hey, and I'm enjoying your taste in music, Pa.
At night, I lost my wife, and that ain't right.
Look at this. He's like some kind of collector of old world tchotchkes.
Tomorrow.
Again, what remains?
Tomorrow creeps in this petty pace till I run out of ammo. Bang, bang.
Yeah, I doubt you're gonna run out anytime soon. Nice guns, stranger. It's good to meet you.
Come in, come in. Old Matus home is yours. Mi casa e su casa, as my ma used to say. At least I think that's what it means. So, what brings you up here? Come to chat?
I like you. Keeping yourself sane out here, my friend?
Oh, you know, Brabus and his boys bring me food once in a peck. And this old heliocopter makes a mighty good sniper's nest for any dead wood what come waltzing by.
I saw your iron.
Lonely at times, but that makes the occasional visitor all the sweeter. Listen to me talking your ear off already. I got a million stories, but I'm sure you're here for a reason. So, what's your deal?
Just a wanderer, my friend. I'm looking for solutions. Mudtooth, eh? Good to meet you, you old mutter. I love this character. I love that this man is actually completely sane. He's just entertaining himself in the post-apocalypse. You hear him mumbling to himself from the other side of the wall, inside the helicopter, and this old-timey music, and you think, oh boy, I'm gonna encounter a real nut job when I find my way around this fence and unlock his sniper perch. But no, turns out he's amicable, he's friendly, and he's knowledgeable about the world. See you later, Almanor. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. You've been a font of knowledge on this game. I've been glad to revisit it with you, and all you folks in the chat chilling out. It's been lovely to have you here, to show you this game and its depth. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going with it. Mudtooth.
Where's? Just some odds and ends, really.
My friends, Mudtooth has just made stew. Mudtooth just made a delicious stew that increases our stamina and health by 25. I would have to level up 8 to 9 times. I would have to level up like 10 times in order for these to apply. I am definitely buying a couple of stews and tonics off of Mudtooth because, look, they last 60 real-life minutes and stay in effect after you die. They're just such an effective buff. But do you see the catch? You see the catch? This was a random generation. You see, I mentioned earlier that you generate a center of town in Earth, and it could be Mudtooth, it could be a fancy pants tree telling you to save the trees. It could be all kinds of different stuff, and this stew and tonic may not be here. I'm really glad. I'm really glad it was here for us. I'm glad that this is our canonical Earth. That it contains Mudtooth! Most excellent. Means I don't have to generate a whole new world just to find the guy later. 3 solid hours of buffing, just for a couple thousand scrap. Thanks, Mudtooth. I appreciate it, old codger.
Take care, young'un. Don't be a stranger.
I won't be. Matter of fact, I was told you got lots of stories to share. Go ahead. I'll take a seat.
back again, eh? Here to chat, or is life too busy for you?
Would you like to listen to some stories about Earth, or lack thereof, the remnants of Earth? I say let's do it. Get hydrated while we chow down on some soup and take refuge from the tree-pocalypse.
What don't I got's a better question. Let's see. What would a young'un like you want to hear? I used to run with the Mud Dogs, you know? Hell, I used to lead them before Brabus took over.
Hence the name.
Brabus is my boy, he is.
Really?
I say he always let us. The old Mud Dogs fought for him since he could chew. Later on, of course, the old Mud Dogs got a little long in the tooth, and the young'uns took Brabus as their own. Well, I know when a good thing's a good thing, so I stepped back, I did. Brabus has been leading the pack ever since. I'm sure you got better things to do than listen to an old mudder.
You'd be surprised, old man. And I like that he let us know that right away, because he has a chance to not tell you that. The man's got quite literally at least 24 stories. I've heard so utterly many, and he only needs to tell you 8 or 9 of them before some further dialogue unlocks. It's good to know that Brabus is your son. There's some fellow wastelanders out here surviving. All of that was good to know right away. Gang called the Mud Dogs, living in the mud, surrounded by roots apparently. Good to know.
All right.
Tell me more.
Well, used to tell me about the old world. This place was called the USA. Huge, stretched from one ocean to other. This place was filled with people.
USA.
More of them than was fit for counting, all working together, huh? Making the world a better place. Why, they had people on the moon. They had talking animals. They had water what could heal you just by looking at it.
They called it soda.
You don't believe me?
It had cocaine.
No one does. But the world was a damn paradise before the Deadwood came. I ain't putting you to sleep now, am I?
No, my friend, that's me providing the sleep aid to my viewers. You can go on as long as you like. Your world building is thoroughly fascinating, actually. That's what I like about Old Mudtooth here, is indeed, he's telling us the whole story of this place after we've explored its ruins, Souls game style. We've seen the dilapidation and how this place fell and how this here helio-heliclopter is the only thing really of note that's remaining from the old world. Again, the world and its oxygen looks like it's become ferrous, as someone mentioned in the chat. Iron-filled, unbreathable. Just the smoke that's wafting through the air is destroying paintings, peeling the paint from walls, rendering the world a carapace, basically. Sorry to get all heavy on you, Mudtooth. Go on, give us some levity.
Okay. I used to lead the Mud Dogs, I tell you that. They
You
were
did?
my gang for nigh on 60 years.
Whoa!
That sanctuary, we were called the Crazy Eight. We went places no one else would. Found the best ground sanctuary ever saw. Good times. Good times. Root ran scared of us, they did. I reckon we killed more deadwood in our day than old Ford himself.
Man.
Most of Brabus's young mutters don't know the Crazy Eight no more. But that's their legacy. Sure is sure. What time is it? Probably too late for another, yeah?
You're really entangled in this world's history, homie. I am fascinated with the specific stories he's telling us. These are the ones that I hoped he would tell, where he mentions this Crazy Eight. You know, a gang of people, including Ford, who would set off to Earth to hopefully find a way to stop the root before it took over the whole place, and then later explore alternate dimensions. Well, this fella's like if Ford decided to stay, I suppose. Like some kind of alternate version of Ford. It's fascinating, the way that Mudtooth and Ford's stories are intertwined. He seems completely content with his life. Though the world has been taken over by the root, he's just kind of accepted that it's not his job to solve everything for the future of mankind. He just wanted to raise his family. The Mudhound gang. And he did. Keep going. Tell me more. I'm sure you got more.
Okay. Bet you didn't know I make a mean bowl of stew.
Well aware, it's delicious, homie.
Crazy eight were running around. We were known to go for days with only that stew in our bellies, and it was good enough for us. They used to tell me it gave them the stamina of 10 men. In fact, this one time.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hey, you know what? I just cooked up some if you're looking to try it. For a price. Here, I've been talking your ear off.
And just think, right? He sells the stew in individual thermoses, too. To-go lunch boxes, he basically sells his stew. That is how at peace this man is, with the fact that he just has to poke out of the window and kill some deadwood every now and then. Living his own life, good for him.
Sure thing.
Give me one more.
A long time ago, around the time the deadwood showed up. World
60
was
years.
different then. People knew how to treat folk. You'd see more humans than deadwood then, always fighting together, helping each other out. It was just Ma and me then, hiding in basements, tool sheds, hospitals, any place what had 4 strong walls and defendable doors. Oh, she used to spin stories of the old world.
Even he's got his own story.
Why, I remember this tale when... Nah, some other time. What time is it? Probably too late for another, yeah?
He almost got wrapped up in, like, some kind of fractal fable there, where he was about to tell me a story that his mother had told him of the old world. That is what I love about this game, is that Commander Ford, Ellen, and her family lineage are no outlier. This game is full of societies and history that has passed you by, but there are still people out there to share it who will do so. Carry on the legacy of this Deadwood world. It's great, just talking to folks like Mudtooth.
All right, Ace and Les, huh? You met those scroungers yet?
Well, the former.
Almost as crazy as the Crazy Eight, those two. I hear they took up in Ward 13 now. Reckon it won't last long. Those two, they got trust issues. Don't hear me wrong, friendly folk, helpful in a pinch, and more likely to find food than 100 Fords.
Again, very goal-oriented, Ford.
Ain't it? I bet if you dig hard enough, you'd find a stash the rest of the ward knows nothing about. Ah, look at me. You were probably out looking for scrounge. I should let you go.
As long as you've got stories to tell, I'm here to listen, Mudtooth. Keep going. You have fascinated me. The way that he is telling us exactly what I was hoping to tell you folks. He really is actually breaking down the story of Earth and its struggle for us. I mean, look at his age. Again, talking about how he used to be a young man, obviously, but he mentioned specifically 60 years ago when the root began to show up. So you can then imply, or extrapolate rather, you can extrapolate from that Ford, that Evelyn, that everyone else who originally came to the island came about 60 years ago to Ward 13 and discovered the World Stone. Just from talking to Mudtooth about his personal life story, you can extrapolate so much about the world, and I love it. It's just really well written.
Let's see.
What else you got? Are you running out yet?
Moved to Sanctuary when I was 10. Ma liked it. Safe, steady food. A couple of guys would come around teaching me things. It was a good life. Before Sanctuary, Ma told me about movies.
Overrated.
Folks sitting around staring at old boxes what told them stories. Wasn't until Sanctuary I actually saw one. They spin a ribbon around some wheels, and bam! Walking, talking people on the wall. Craziest thing I ever seen in my long life. Bam! Of course, that was back when I was just a kid. Doubt you could find one now. look at me. You were probably out looking for scrounge. I should let you go.
Again, consider based on the almost steampunk-esque design of this helicopter, when this game would have taken place. When, for us, on our planet, time stopped. It was about 65 to 68. And suddenly a whole lot more about the culture of the world makes sense. The world that remains. Think about this. The era of human history, the Cold War era of human history, in which this would have happened. The upcoming 1984 era of paranoia and fear. This, when the root struck, was a moment of togetherness for the American people. That's where we are, the ruins of America or whatever. But consider that the world preparing for danger, in this case, brought us together in the face of the root. We'll hear more about that later, and some pretty bad decisions that were made in response to things like, I don't know, real world events. So, some of the Ward 13 scientists made a pretty bad decision. But we'll hear about that later. It's time for more history from Mudtooth. Levity! Levity! It's time for levity.
All right.
Keep it light,
We left
Mudtooth.
Sanctuary when I was 18. I'd come back from a supply run to find Ma packed and walking. She never said why. Of course, I didn't argue, just packed my stuff and said my goodbyes to the Crazy Eight. Crazy Eight now. They wouldn't let us go without a fight. Well, I couldn't let that stand now, could I? Not this mudder. So, I fought them all. And in the end, I convinced them we ought to go together. One big family. So, that's what we did. Now, listen, you've been...
I mean, what a great way to sum it up.
Listen to me ramble on and on like I've been. It's been a long time since anyone stuck around to talk to this old mutter, so I got something I'd like for you to have. This was my wife's. I'd planned on giving it to my boy, but well, maybe it's time to give up on him coming around, huh? Ain't no time left in this world to wait on true family. I reckon you're close enough. Take care of it.
Like I said, everybody is family in a situation like this. He mentioned that Brabus is his biological son, that the Crazy Eight split off into the Mudders, and now the Mudder Mediator has kept peace throughout this group that he no longer is a part of. So, in a way, he makes a great comparison to Ford. He is like a pacifistic Ford, in a way, where when he says he fought them all off, he probably fought them with words. Listen to all the stories he just told us. He's a great storyteller. He probably just told them stories and fed them stew until they all calmed down and said, all right, fine. We'll walk off into the wasteland together and we will thrive. And they did. They're around here somewhere. I don't know if they are gonna be here for us this time, but maybe if we make an adventure Earth, we'll run into Brabus, and we'll be able to tell him that we met you. It's good to see you, Mudtooth. I'm glad that I got to talk to you on this stream. You're one of my favorite characters for laying out this game's heart. Its heart, right in front of the screen, is just, indeed, it is about togetherness in the face of adversity. Drop in, drop out co-op and all that crap, but it's about how you cannot give up looking for a solution just because things seem bleak. There is always an answer. Thanks a lot, Mudtooth. It was nice to meet you. I appreciate your kindness.
Listen, youngin', even if you think you're invincible, hell, even if you are, this world ain't. No telling when she'll kick the bucket. I say do good while you can, where you can. Ain't no sense doing otherwise. Now, anything else old Mudtooth can do you for?
I'll give you a hearty toast to stew and a damn straight, old man. I agree with your philosophy. Farewell, Mudtooth. Maybe we'll speak again someday, after I deliver that pocket watch.
Take care, young'un. Don't be a stranger.
One of my favorite little details about Remnant is that Mudtooth and his son Brabus generate differently. See, Mudtooth is here in the center of the area. He's, well, we gotta head down the ramp.
Sunshine on you, stranger.
Hey, and praise the sun to you too, my friend. He knows this is a Souls-like. Anyway. I do like it. Sunshine on you know, through the branches. Better than that bullshit about the Golden Order. Anyway, this is the centerpiece of Earth, and Bravis spawns in a side dungeon. So, the side dungeons that you get, those orange markers on our map, they may not actually contain him, and therefore the two may not ever interact. And you may not ever know that Bravis is someone you can actually meet. The Pocket Watch is an amulet. Look at that, increases our stamina regen and reduces our stamina cost. Oh, this thing is fantastic for speedrunning. It is excellent, and it will be great to have this when we're going back to visit other worlds. That'll be great for when we're going back to adventure mode. Now, let's go look around a little bit more. The exit to this area actually spawned quite close by, excuse me. It's right over there on the right, past the tunnel. So, let's go explore in the rest of this area. That was great. That was a lovely little break. I got to read some stuff aloud, and I got to have Mudtooth spin us a yarn or a dozen. He's got so many more stories, and a lot of them don't just pertain to Earth. They talk about Ford and about where he went. We'll have to go and listen to the rest of his stories sometime. Maybe next time I need more soup. Oh boy. Was gonna eat some stew, but now's not the time. My God, this game is gorgeous. Look at this. It's just such a unique setting. Check this out. It's like just a parking lot, just a public parking space. I found the remnants of a drive-in movie theater, and look at this, there's like barricades here. There are all kinds of different unique looking terrain pieces that you hardly ever see that really feel like a joy when you discover them and get to fight through them. Oh boy. Oh boy. Again, based on these enemies with the particle weapons, I'll assume that they are another race that the Root have consumed. Oh, we got trouble. Don't get caught in the Root goop. What do you folks think who are just hanging around enjoying the story and world of Remnant with me? Is it resonating with you? Is it clicking with you emotionally to see it through these enthusiastic eyes? Hopefully the same eyes that the developers cast upon it when they were making the damn thing. Because I feel like this game really does have that hallmark of enthusiasm and endearment that I like to show off on my streams. It really feels like, oh boy, there are actually two exits, one on the top and one on the bottom. Interesting. It really feels like a genuine product, this game. I just like these really old ones, because who can even tell if these are, well, this one's sticking out of the goddamn middle of the road, so it wasn't a natural tree, but it's the kind of paranoia where who knows what's a tree and what's a root? This is something I'm excited for if the Root return as an antagonist in the second game, is that sense of paranoia where even normal trees are suspect. There are no tree mimics in this game. Oh, they're front and center with their hostility. Glad you folks are agreeing that the game itself just has heart. The multi-dimensional focus and the detailed lore documents. I'm with you. I'm with you, JT Jag. The gameplay draws you in, and I feel like the story and world keep you there. Oh no. Oh, this is it. This is it, my friends, here at City Fark. We've gone back in time to the old age of the internet. A link aggregate waits beyond that fog gate, and I quite literally mean it. A literal link aggregate. Look at the neural net of roots. Now, let's consider the story before we head back to talk to the Root Mother, which we'll do now. We'll head back to talk to the Root Mother and gear up for this boss fight, but consider what the journal we found from her mentioned, that a behemoth was coming this way, and through communicating directly with the Root, she was able to stop it. And I love that it forms a neural net. The cage that she trapped it in? Why do you think this place is called the Choking Hollow? Because, indeed, the Root Mother was smarter than even the Root knew, and I assume she trapped it here. Place ain't called the Choking Hollow because the vines are gonna be choking us. They already choked the life out of this place. No, I'm assuming that she got busy. Not in that way. She practiced her oratory skills. No, that also sounds wrong. She took Speech 101. Signed up for Duolingo. And it taught her how to speak Root. Before we head in there, I have to feel bad somewhat for the Root Mother herself, because this is where she has decided to stay. As far away from the commander as possible. Look at her over here. Even got her own red banners. Remind her of home. God, and I love the blanket, the shawl that she has covered herself with. I advised her to take a hacksaw to those stumps, but I bet they weren't coming out. I bet it probably hurts. She can probably feel from those, unfortunately. But yes, here she is, across the base from her own granddaughter, and, well, she probably doesn't want to be seen in this state is the reason she's back here. Don't worry, you'll get better the longer you're separate from the Root, I hope.
You have arrived at last. I feel much more myself. And less. No longer Root. No longer human. It is age you seek. A road you pursue. You must find the one they call Founder. He alone knows the path you seek. But to find him, you must first open the labyrinth.
Randomly generated dungeon? Or is it just named that for thematic reasons?
It is a crossroad of many places.
The latter, then.
The Founder journeyed there, beyond my sight. I guided him to the labyrinth, as I guide you. Look to a great shimmering light in the sky. The path to its source is protected by a monstrous root creature. Slay the beast. Seek the light beyond, and the keeper of the labyrinth will make himself known to you.
I'll be glad to meet him. His name doesn't happen to be Mudtooth, does it? Because if so, we've already spoken. No, you probably mean a cryptid. It's probably cryptids all the way down from this point. Are you telling me that we are, in fact, about to engage on a world-hopping adventure? My God, all this foreshadowing I've been leading up to the whole stream. I can't help but feel the tragedy in her voice there, though. She showed her own husband the path away from this world, half taken over by the Root, but I still feel it was a sympathetic gesture. Ford wanted to leave, and he had ruined the relationship with his whole family irreparably, it seemed, and there was no solution to be found on Earth against the Root. So she let him go. And it sucks. I won't let it go to waste. I'll track him down for you.
Wait. One more boon I can offer to fight back against that which would erase us all. You carry a piece of the dragon's heart.
Just a piece?
I can improve it. Make it stronger. The root is selfish with its strengths. But with this, you may stand a chance.
Well, I'm never going to be
Great
able to shoot
forces
frost
are
lightning like
wielded
this.
among the worlds, but they need not be exclusive.
That's right, and that's actually a pretty poignant statement, that indeed, this game is about taking things with you between worlds, not just physical items that could help you defend against something like the root, but your history, your knowledge of the root. We could pool it together with other worlds and their knowledge of the root to defeat it. It's clever. And it might have been what she expected him to do. Who knows? She says that she's no longer human, but I don't believe her. Not after that journal entry. I think that she just needs some time away from the root to remember what being a human was like. And then she'll unfortunately go through the stages of grief.
This may help you on your journey.
Costs a pretty penny in scrap, but we can upgrade our dragon heart shard. Yes, indeed. It's just a dragon shard, which we can reinforce with simulacrums. If it were an actual dragon heart, it would likely be able to keep us alive forever. This game is very serious about dragons existing on Earth. See, again, this is our Earth, as in the one that you and I live on right now and are talking through. This is our Earth, including its mythology. And in this Earth's mythology, dragons are real. And yeah, they had really powerful ancient hearts that could keep them alive for decades. The fact that we even have a piece of one is pretty poignant.
To fare at all is well, child.
Damn straight! About what I was just saying. We'll have to come back and talk to the root mother after we've made it to this labyrinth. She'll have more for us. That fella over there is for twinking your gear. This fella here is for unlocking skins and prestige items, which is cool. We'll talk to Mr. Foster from Killing Floor later. Ace! Hey, Ace, how you doing?
Man, we did some good down at the reactor. Spirits are way up. Told
Good
them
to
I
know.
couldn't have done it alone. And that's true. I'm only sorry we didn't find less. Guess my lucky coin couldn't keep him safe. We're both gone now. Gotta move on. But hey, if you find good scrounge out in the world, bring it by, yeah? I'll deal you fair.
Got a feeling it's gonna take a little while for the moving on part to happen, but best of luck to you with that, my friend. Folks out there know your exploits, and that's kind of something I like about Ace, is that she shows up in item descriptions, in character dialogue. Ace, if you haven't noticed by the trench coat, is almost like our Dark Mirror in a way. Yeah, she travels the world, not to stop the root specifically, but to scrounge for supplies so that those who are still living here can survive. Good for you, Ace. I like that we have different goals but are using the same methodology. Just an example of, again, how this game's multiverse aspect is just so interesting. Because even people going through the portals to other worlds could have other objectives. We don't need to trade with Ace for now. How about Reggie? Let's see how Reggie's doing. Hey, bud. I've been spit polishing your dragon heart. Thank you for this thing. I have been holding it close to my chest.
Hey there, friend. We weren't properly introduced before. Name's Reginald Malone. But you can just call me Reggie.
You've got the coolest name ever. My name is Dave.
I'm your guy. Or if you just want to swap stories, I'm good for that too. I bet you got your share.
Cue up the drum roll. Actually, it's pretty dead out there. Get it? Like Deadwood? Huh? Get it? Get it, Reggie?
Nice one, friend.
Yeah.
I reckon it is.
I leave only death in my
It's good
wake.
to see a new face again. Folks around here Getting grim these days.
Yeah, but we can't face to bear it. Stiff upper lip, am I right, my friend?
Not easy keeping yourself together day to day with the monsters all around us. Yeah, give a kind word where you can and the world ain't all bleak. But hey, you found us a way out, didn't you? You're the hero of the war today, friend. Keep spreading the hope.
It's my modus operandi.
Let's see what we got.
So, Reggie sells... I don't actually remember what the trinket he sells is. Damage received is increased by 300%. All damage dealt is increased by 15%. I like that it's 2 scrap. For those that want to go for a challenge run right off the bat. Die in 1 hit mode. I like it. I actually like it a lot. Permanent red tear stone. Why not? But he also sells basic consumables. Frenzy dust. Frenzy dust is actually quite useful early on in the game. Increases your reload speed, which hardly any item does. There aren't very many items that increase your reload speed because, well, the game becomes a little bit easier the faster you can reload your weapons of mass destruction. Buy a couple of these. Just to stow them in my pack for later.
Safest of travels.
But I like that the Frenzy Dust being in his inventory shows you that he has fought the root. What a badass. What a badass, that Reginald Malone. Nah, he didn't lose that leg in a machinery accident. Well, maybe he did. I don't know. Maybe he worked as a machinist. Maybe he went to trade school, Reginald. I suppose I won't presume what he did before the apocalypse, because he's old enough that he could have been alive before it. Cabe's over here, and we picked up from Gorefist.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
No, McCabe, we picked up from Gorefist.
Another stranger into our midst. There's no way bringing a human root hybrid into the ward could backfire on us.
Listen, she's recently been pulled from the internet, okay? She's a cord cutter. Doesn't even own a TV. You can trust the root mother, it's fine. It's totally fine.
All right then.
Mantle of Thorns. Reduces melee damage and reflects it. And hey, reduces stagger on hit. Could be useful versus, oh, I don't know, Gorefist Jr. and all his friends. Again, we don't need to buy it right now. But if we ever decide to spec into melee, find a fun melee weapon to use, scythes and shit in this game, it gets kind of wacky. A skull on the end of a flail? Why not? I'll remember I have this.
I've got work to do.
Yes, you do, and I'm sorry that I'm continually distracting you from it. I actually really apologize. But I like that if you look over here, you can kind of piece together how McCabe makes your weapon mods. She's not just good with a wrench and an engine. She's also good with a wrench and a primordial crystal. Very Dr. Cortex.
So, we have a new guest, eh? Well, she hasn't said much, but she stares right through you. Hopefully, we can make her feel welcome here.
You don't need to. She's been before. Oh, but it's good to know that at least Riggs has some integrity. That folks around here are trying to make her comfortable.
What do you need?
I think we'll... Boy, I sure as hell don't know. I think we'll go up to just +3 for now. After all, we may be changing clothes. Maybe changing weapons soon, even. Over here, in the buy tab, we can purchase the other armor and weapons. And from McCabe, we can purchase the other weapon mods. That's a great idea. Hold that thought. Well, I've just thought of something. My friends, I've just thought of an idea. Okay. That's something we could do. Get our gear score up to 3 here, and we'll head on back over. Oh, she moved. Hey there. Going over to tinker with your crystals, I assume. Don't worry, I'll let you charge them in private.
All right then.
We can purchase Hot Shot. Oh, now it's time to be a hot shot. Not necessarily a big shot. That's the sniper rifle's job. No, with hot shot, we can apply it to our pistol and rapid fire into, oh, I don't know, an upcoming boss fight.
I've got work to do.
As do I. As do I. Unequip that hunter's mark. I got a feeling that we're going to be able to see the boss. It was called the Behemoth. There we go. We got a nice hunting dog. And a nice heater. Just carrying a space heater around in my pocket in case we visit an ice planet. Heat up those bullets. Sadly, we're gonna have to do damage. We're going to have to do some damage in order to ignite the flame, but that's okay. Gotta imagine the boss isn't gonna be alone if it's a neural net full of root. Just bought this for myself and 2 other buddies for co-op night. That's awesome, dude. This game is just so damn good. I'm glad to have sold you on it because it's just so much fun to play co-op, to run around these worlds. See, the reason these streets are so wide on Earth, for example, is because this game's meant for 2 to 3 people to run around in it at once, and it's really awesome. It's really awesome how they made the game world the size that a single player can still have fun shooting their way through these complex encounters, but cooperative players will have a totally different experience that still fits. And I gotta say, it feels good. It feels real good to take down these big bosses together. The damage and health scaling in this game is really well done. Welcome back, my friends, to the Jungle Gym. This is where the root come out to play. I just love the scale of it. I love how huge this structure is. Look at us, we're standing underneath those giant orange trees. We have unfortunately found our way to them, and now we're surrounded, and it's scary in a way, unnerving. Ugh. And in we go. Let's meet this behemoth I've heard so much about. Oh, it's the Hallig tree. Boils included. Nice bird! Oh boy. We may need to call upon Celine Vassos for this one. Or a certain Howard Phillips. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Whoa. You know, I've never noticed that it has a lower jaw underneath those tentacly roots on its face. Look, it's got a lower jaw. They're like hooked fingers. Oh boy. You're gonna have to dodge better than that, Dave. Okay, we're good. Oh, that perfect dodge ring is gonna come in handy. Look at him go. He's menacing. Let there be light. Yeah. Whoa. Guy stomped on his own underling. Ah, uh-oh. Ah. Okay. Whoa, he's got a rocket launcher. Look out! The Ent's got mortars! Jesus Christ! It looks like he's got a weak spot on his back that opens up when he attacks. Right there! Ah! Yeah! Very good. Well, we may have pissed off Cthulhu. I've pissed off Cthulhu.
Beta!
Yep. Ah. I don't know if I can hit that. I don't. Yeah. know if I can hit that before it closes. Good crit spot, though. Oh, it's like beady little knot eyeballs. Ah! Fetch! Fetch that stick, dog! Yeah. Look at him go! See, dog, go! Go, dog, go! Yeah! Look at it biting its Achilles heels. So, fun fact, the Ent is our first world boss, and this entire time, I could have shot it in the legs to destroy them.
That was nuts!
And I'm with Dave. That was kind of insane. I can't believe I survived that. And without even having to use my dragon heart. This fight gets overwhelming very, very quickly if you let it. Oh, good dog. Way to go, Seymour. Like I said, caught that stick and brought it right back to me. Well, there we go. We fought the Ent, and I suppose since we freed the Root Mother, we now know what happened to the Ent wives. They're free to go. That's one behemoth down. I hope those folks at the ward are happy. And funnily enough, this might be a good chance to go back and chat with some of them about what we just did. We just felled the biggest tree so far. The most dangerous one. The one that was going to come through the portal and destroy Ward 13. It's dead. I mean, wood. That was fun. That was really fun. And to think, we're just playing this on normal. It goes all the way up to Apocalypse difficulty. 5 difficulty levels. And that got frantic. Well. I hear that if you exit the game and don't come back for a few days, the Ent dies of old age. Some master sniper. I guess in the end, I defeated the Ent. Very good. I was the victor in the sniper duel versus the Ent. And all it took was my hunting rifle. Hey, what the hell is that? You're seeing that, right? The spectral hallucination? It's like a mirage on the horizon in the desert, right? I assume that's what this is. This is like a mirage in the desert. It's not really there. After defeating the Ent, I have consumed the consciousness of all the Root. And now I can see that which was not meant to be seen. It's just like Returnal, actually. Absorb the Cthulhus, and you gain their powers. Makes perfect sense. I think we may have found that Keeper's Tower she was just telling us about. It's a good thing we went back and talked to her. Funnily enough, we're not actually finished with Earth yet. I can't go and look, but Earth has one more dungeon for us to explore sometime later. For now, I think we've found Ford's path out of here. And now we can forge our own path, independent of Ford. Go ahead, Keeper's Tower. Make your dramatic entrance. Danger close. Careful where you put that thing. I mean, what if you'd landed on me? That would have been pretty awkward. Would have had to respawn at the crystal and everything, and would have ruined our whole introduction to the many worlds theory. Well, there it is. In case you thought this game wasn't going to just rip the veil off and reveal infinite worlds, guess what? Oh, it turns out this dimension ain't the only one crammed into this physical space. Ever heard of plank lengths, Dave? You're about to learn all about plank time. I love it. How utterly alien it is. Right away, this game rips the veil off, Bloodborne style, and says, fuck you, this game's about world hopping. What, you thought you were going to explore the outskirts of Fairfield and then the forests beyond? Nonsense, my friend, nonsense. This is fiction, and it's science fiction. Science fantasy fiction, as you'll soon see. Yeah, now we can ford the metaphorical river between worlds. All right, maybe it's not so metaphorical. Just, you know, represented through transference of data rather than water. Hello. Now may not be the best time. The world is currently being destroyed.
Outcomes are more grim than previously concluded.
Yeah, if you're a pessimist, but maybe he's just being a realist. Look at this place.
The root.
Those statues.
Here too. And here.
Again, entire societies that we'll never know anything about because the root has already destroyed them.
Outcomes are more grim than previously concluded.
You're damn right they are. But I have a feeling you and I could cooperate to do something about that. You don't have a meat tenderizing hammer, do you?
Cracks in the walls grow every day, surrounding me.
Well, I guess you've accidentally slipped through one such crack. Floor collapsed underneath you and you ended up in another reality.
Human, the core is rotten. The root corrupts everything. Why do you distract the keeper?
I don't know. Why'd you touch down in the middle of my hometown? You know there was a shopping center there, right? I was gonna go buy a new rug for Mudtooth to decorate his home and everything, and you just ruined all my daily plans. I took out the behemoth and everything. Root's gone, homie. Alright, well, not gone, but the threat for now has been neutralized. I'm looking for a guy named Ford for the next step.
Insignificant. Chance of success negligible.
Why?
The Guardians are destroyed. The Devourer lurks unchecked. The Labyrinth erodes daily. And I can behold the tide. On the other hand, your journey is not guaranteed to fail. Very well. Enter and see.
Dr. Strange over here has seen all possibilities, or at least it takes him a split second to analyze them. I like that it took him a second to decide that our fate had worth in this world. Potentially, if we don't get our ass kicked by the inhabitants of all of the other worlds first. So the Labyrinth, then.
The Labyrinth holds all doors and infinite possibilities. If the path you require exists, it lies within.
Well, so the Labyrinth is pretty appropriately named, I would say. You wouldn't happen to have like a thread of string or something that I could take with me to find out what other worlds I've explored? You have just kind of implied there are very, very many of them. I have some questions about all of this nonsense. Look at how utterly quickly this game became alien. Just look at this scene. The game even pauses for you so that you can decide to ask him some questions in this labyrinth beyond space and time that we've just encountered. I was just fighting a tree with a machine gun. And now look where we are. This game is really good. It's a really good game.
Yes, there is time.
Time enough at last. After all, there are many, many worlds out there, some being destroyed as we speak. Let's try not to think about that. Yeah, speaking of destroyed, I guess we are going to talk about it. This game is actually a sequel to a game called Chronos, subtitle Before the Ashes. And indeed, in that game, you are tricked by a guardian intending to invite the root into killing the guardians of several different worlds. You are misled into being an avatar for the Root, unfortunately. And in Kronos, you meet a pretty sorry fate for the misdeeds that you've done. But don't worry. Our character, their direct successor, has a chance to make things right.
The Root threatens every world, so every world is given a protector. Guardians are not easily killed. When one dies, however, the Root can claim that world and grow stronger. The loss of several Guardians made way for the Devourer. The Devourer has made the Root very strong indeed.
And I like that he doles all of this out to you without telling you that it's the story of Kronos, because they understand that Kronos is a prequel game, and asking people to play through a prequel in the same style, in its entirety, just to learn some minor story setup for this game is unrealistic. So, without telling you it's Kronos, without spoiling any of the reveals of Kronos, they give you its overview, and I like that a lot. And yeah, hey, this is the elephant not in the room. What the hell happened to Earth's Guardian?
This place is both like the worlds and unlike them. It is the core, inviolable, and without need of a guardian.
Oh, great! Oh, fantastic! My thing I said earlier, my little theory I posited about Earth being a mirror through which other dimensions can look in but not enter, we decided to just let them enter then. Is that what you're about to say? Is we just let the Root come here, assuming they were benevolent?
I have neither knowledge nor resources to devote to the question. The Root could not have come without invitation.
Right! We don't have a guardian, and our world was sealed like a tomb, and it seems that mankind itself cracked our own tomb open and climbed out into the deserts of Egypt to say, hey, I wonder what those pyramids are in the distance. I wonder if they have pharaohs in their tombs too. Well, it turns out they did. One of them was a root plague. So you're not a guardian then. You're just the keeper of the labyrinth, trademark. It's good to know. But yes, this devourer of worlds, master of the Root.
An agent of the Root.
Figured.
Whether witting or unwitting is unknown and irrelevant. The Devourer was the one who erased even the labyrinth's guardian, leaving only myself to hold back unending rot. Unfortunately, my battle cannot be won with time.
Only action, my friend. And it is funny how that statement has two meanings. My friend, no one can win their battle with time. But, indeed, with time, we can win this battle. And action. Now, you're not a guardian then, which means that you can't just sit here on Earth and force the Root to leave. That would be pretty cool if you did that.
I am the keeper. I will be the last to fall.
Damn it, he's already employed. Don't you hate it when you ask someone for a job position and they're like, sorry, homie, I'm actually already entangled with a contract I signed up for a couple months back to be the eternal guardian of the labyrinth in the face of certain destruction. The labyrinth, then.
It is the seat of the worlds, built upon the core, and all worlds are built upon it. The labyrinth contains all doors that ever were, are, or may be. Some are lost, some destroyed, but all are contained within.
And in that statement, I like the way he just reveals offhand that was why the Root Mother was able to send Ford to the labyrinth. For example, we are going to be exploring many different worlds in Remnant, but she couldn't send him to any of those because the Root, I assume, has to be invited in. But the point is, the labyrinth is the connection to Earth, not any other plane of reality. It is a nexus of sorts. Earth is a hive mind of worlds. And that sounds very silly, but I mean it literally. Ward 13, the one that we used to get here, is called Ward 13. How many more do you think there are? I'm gonna say probably at least 12 that went all kinds of different places at one point. Well, thanks for the help, Keeper. It was good to meet you. Who knows? Maybe when I have some results, I'll come back and talk to you again. Maybe you will have worked something out by then.
This is the maximum help I can provide at the moment.
At the moment?
All endeavors will fail if I do any more.
And I like that he just sends you away. I love his little flick of the wrist. Just, buzz off. To the labyrinth you go. Witness the ruins of my society. Whatever it used to be, the labyrinth is one of my favorite areas in the game. I love these weird little cuboid dudes. You hardly get to see any of what the labyrinth used to be. It surely at one point did lead to dozens and dozens of worlds, but it doesn't anymore. Not this pocket of it, at least. I feel uneasy even standing here, and I really, really like this area because of that. Just the fact that these cuboid rocks are just hovering in the air. Look how many of them there are in the distance. I don't know where they're going, but the fact that whatever lived here carved their very structures into the floating rocks. And even that crumbled away. But at least there are no root here. At the very least, there are no root here. That right there is the base of a simulacrum. Floating up here, in the center of the simulacrum, basically, is one of these rotating antechamber looking sculptures. And it really does feel like this place is a nexus between worlds, or it was at one point. Over there, another portal. We'll go the wrong way first, just so that I can show you more of the labyrinth. I love this place. There are all kinds of, again, implications of worlds that you never get to see, that we will never see, that maybe they'll introduce in Remnant 2. Maybe we'll visit them in Remnant 2, simply because in this game, there are already 5 worlds, including Earth. There are 5 worlds we're going to visit in this game before it's over, and we've only seen the first. It is insane, the amount of depth and length this game contains. Love these sigils on the floor. The fact that this society has collapsed, so there's no telling what these even mean. We would need a Dresden Codex. We would need a Rosetta Stone to even be able to translate this, let alone replicate it. One of those things that this game does really well is capturing there is a society here that has its own rules that it follows in varying ways. Accidental mouse click. Here we go. Look at this big fella. Another statue up here. Look at that guy. Carrying like a very primitive shapes. He's carrying primitives. I wonder if one of them around here is holding a tea kettle. Another one over there. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the poke eyeball shape of that rotating rock. Ugh, unnerves me. What's this one here? Perhaps the statues implicate the creatures that are on the other side of the door. Don't have a key for this one yet. I'm guessing my Ward 13 key card isn't gonna fit. Arcane-shaped lock. This is a teleport to Corsus, a low-tech swamp, but no less dangerous for that. Imagine the Louisiana Bayou, except all the alligators are armed, mosquitoes are as big as a man, and you're a damn trespasser. Oh, Resident Evil 7 all over again. I don't know if there are any answers here, but I've been searching so long. At this point, I can't afford to leave any unturned stones at my back. Looks like we're finding notes from Ford. He actually picked the search back up after all. He actually marked and mapped out these worlds. What the hell is the Iskal? The queen of this world talks like it's some kind of love-in, but her subjects sure as hell aren't showing me any peace or harmony. Oh, a Priscilla type. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind. Yeah, let's hope we never have to visit Corsus. Let's hope there aren't any DLCs that take place there, let alone main game levels. Ignore the fact that there was a keyhole in that door. Oh, let's just ignore it for now. So that's the portal to Earth, huh? Let's just take a look at it for a second. And do you feel as dwarfed as I feel looking at this? That the entirety of our journey so far is contained behind that tiny gate? Here we stand in the liminal space, in the borderland between worlds, with ours had millennia of history. How many millennia do you think every other world we can visit has? Corsus was once an ice planet, you find out later, and became a swamp over the eons. Gotta wonder how many watchers were watching Earth just to make sure the root didn't invade. How many keepers were keeping us safe inside the labyrinth when it was once a living place? Structures out in the distance. Stairwells that don't go anywhere. All kinds of half-finished stuff that's unfortunately for whatever race lived here going to stay unfinished. It's a humbling place. That's what I'll say, is that this game has such tone and atmosphere. Look, here, there's a two-leveled structure that has collapsed such that we can't even get to the other side anymore. I gotta say, it's not the most optimal place to build a society. Floating over the abyss that consumes all matter. I assume that matter goes that way. Matter goes that way. And you don't want to go that way. Makes sense to me. But can you hear the whispers? Listen to the whispers. And just the, I don't know, just the sounds. Look at that. In the distance, there's just one glowing something. I don't even know what it is. It's like a giant key. It looks like it could open any of these doors. No, you know what it is. I know what it is. That, I think, is the door to another world, just hovering. Look, right there, on the inside of the portal that leads to Earth, and on the outside of the tower, we saw glowing, rotating structures like that around the circle that formed the banner. Wild. Such an abstract area. Look over there. There's like an entire statue to something that we don't even know what it is. It's been so destroyed. Maybe this world's guardian, whoever assigned the keeper to the task. Something like that. That's all I could think of. Look over here. Look at those pyramid-headed dudes over there. Pyramids upside down. They become trapezoid heads. Whoa. It actually looks like this was the land of primitive shapes. Makes sense, I guess, as some sort of like liminal space in between the worlds. I just love that this is the first thing you see. The most foreign sight possible. Look at these guys. Whoa. Templars out to torment James Sunderland. Yeah, I'm gonna guess this portal goes straight to Maine. Boggy Town. Unlike any place I've ever seen before. Living body bags. No, this is an important one, it seems. This is Yaisha. The same world I visited back in Ward 16. The Pan were unwelcoming then, but that was partially our fault. We had invaded their world without notice, avoided them, acted covertly. Their reaction was warranted, if excessive. I won't make that mistake this time. That was... Jesus, almost 30 years ago now. I wonder if Navun is still alive. I love it. Ford leaving personal notes that detail decades of history that this man went through. After all, he's a human and has a normal human lifespan of probably 80 to 100 years if he's lucky. Maybe all this time travel shenanigans gave him a little more time on the clock, but still, consider that he's spending his human life in other worlds, getting to know their people. People that have no bearing on our world because they can't get here. Seems like Ford's living his best life out there. Maybe he did give up again. To anyone reading this, stay away from the ziggurats. The Pan Empress has a strict no foreigners policy, and the nobles zealously enforce it. Even the commoners fear those they call Paxeltech. I've made friends among the rebels, but even they are likely to greet strangers with suspicion, and if you did somehow gain their trust, you'd become the enemy of everything and anyone else in the jungle. Wow. Just through those 2 notes alone, we get to learn the dangers of human invasion. Those 2 notes side by side imply that the Yaisha people were so disturbed by the human invasion that they forbade the humans from ever even approaching their holy sites, just to say, you aren't from this world at all, you fucking weird alien. You stay away from our holy ground, our millennia of history. I bet the humans tried that too, with small arms fire. In that way, I kind of understand the Yaisha. Like I said, maybe we'll someday meet. All these locked doors have keyholes on them, and funnily enough, it seems like the key itself is, oh, what's it called? It seems like it's a master key. So once we find it, presumably we can unlock both of these worlds. Just need to get our hands on it. Who knows? Maybe Ford's got it. I don't know where he obtained the master key to explore alternate realities, but hey, good for him, I suppose. After leaving this world, it seems he found new purpose. At first exploring the worlds, and then in another world entirely. Sad that he gave up his original family, his original life, and his original mission. But the funny thing is, I really don't think there's anything stopping the route. I think he was right. From what we've seen so far, and from what happened to Earth, I think it might be better to leave this world for one where the root can't find us, because they found us here, and it sucks, but it's over. We're refugees now. And we need to go to places like Yaisha, places like Corsus, to be able to survive, essentially, to say, well, Earth is done for, but look how many other places still exist. Again, to pool our knowledge together. Here. This must be where Ford was holing up. His home away from home. Guy took a bedroll and some supplies, and that was it. I assume he had a backpack a lot like mine. And he found another world, which means one of them was open. One of them was open to him, which is good to know. Here we go, my friends. This one picks up, funnily enough, where the Root Mother's journal leaves off. January 1990, just after Ford left the world through the Root Mother, after she granted him passage. It's been a year since Evelyn took it in her head to... Rom is a desolated hellscape, but it shows a lot of promise. The people here fought the Root, and won. There is so much I can learn. Maybe even how to end the Root for good. Maybe how to help her. And that seems like a pretty noble goal to adopt. to say, my God, seeing my wife like this, an avatar for the root, now I understand again why the root must be stopped. It's funny how Ford became realistically disillusioned over his decades of world hopping. He said it'd been 30 years he'd been doing it. And many more. 93. My friends, we're approaching the modern day. And remember, this game began in 1968. This is my 4th trip here, I believe. The citadels are locked tight, guarded by the most terrifying beings I've ever seen in my travels. I've had to seek my information elsewhere, from a people calling themselves the Akari. Back home, Nadine is, what, 20 now? 21? Ugh. You finally remember how old they are, and they go and change it again. Oh, yuck, yuck, yuck. Dad, joke it up here in the labyrinth at the edge of fringes of reality. Just making dad jokes at the end of the universe. Excuse me. Gotta hydrate. Oh, that's a wonderful title for the next stream. Dad jokes at the end of the universe. Let's see. Back home, Nadine is, what, 20 now? 21? In any case, she's becoming distant. She hasn't wanted to travel with me for months now. Yesterday, she asked why I keep searching. I told her the stakes, but she wants me home, wants me to protect the ward. She doesn't understand that I am protecting the ward. I have to do this, and I have to do it alone. The root would wipe us out if they had any notion of what I was doing. And that is funny, that he has permission to go. The Ford family is the only reason, really, that he is able to walk the worlds at all. That Evelyn, his wife, was the one to grant him passage in the first place. That she had enough self-control and humanity left in her, even as a root avatar. And it looks like he found Yaisha first, actually. It's peaceful here. Beautiful. At least when nothing's trying to kill me. If it weren't so damn deadly, I could see myself settling down here someday. In another world? That's a shame. That's almost a silent admittance that Earth's not gonna be saved. Poor guy. The Pan have been far more welcoming than they were on my first visit. Some, anyway. Apparently I've fallen in with the destitute and enslaved. There's a vast social rift between the Pan. Has been for centuries. But a change is brewing. The Pan are talking of rebellion. Navun, in particular, has asked for my help, but what can I do? Well, you can travel between worlds. Bring them supplies, Booker DeWitt. Well, isn't that something? I don't know much about revolutions. But if I don't know much, the Pan know nothing. They have no experience in rebellion or emancipation at all. Never in their history have Pan turned against the Immortals and their Empress. But me? I'm American. Overthrowing oppressive oligarchies is what we do! Oh, I told them about our Revolutionary War, the Civil War, even the Civil Rights Movement. Basic stuff, really, but they hung on every word and wanted more. What happened after the Boston Tea Party? How did the Underground Railroad work? What is a protest? With every story I remembered, fire lit up in their eyes. I barely remember the first sentence of the Gettysburg Address, yet somehow in this world, I've become a revolutionary firebrand. Now all they need are some weapons and training. And there he goes. We've lost him, my friends. Off goes Andrew Ford down the garden path. This was the journal upon which I fell in love with this game and wanted to someday see Yaisha and find out what became of Commander Ford. Because how easy that is it not? To say, well, I've stumbled onto another world and it turns out that they have use for me here, so I'll stay. But consider where he came from. Consider how hard he fought. Consider all the research that he did to stop the root, and how easily he forgot it. It's human. It's completely human. To put literally the burden of saving mankind on your own shoulders. You think realistically anyone could withstand that for the length of a video game? Let alone, again, he said 30 years. Nonsense, I say. I like this log because it is a reminder that Ford was only human and that there exist other worlds that may be interested in our history the same way we may be interested in theirs. That got me interested in this game. The idea of the humans interacting with the Yaisha, that I may someday see the effects of that we will later see the effects of that. One of those things that really drew me to this game's super cool story and world. Yankee in King Arthur's court. Really, exactly. It's like he's been hit by a truck and isekai'd into Yaisha. To make a more modern comparison. The old dumpster driver around modern America mid-60s. Going to pick up the trash in the street. Ran down old Andrew Ford. And he ended up on Yaisha, helping Navun lead a revolution for the people. I died. Great way to start a journal entry. Mark Twain would have been a little bit more witty about it. Something about reports of it being greatly exaggerated. Nah, Andrew just gets back up and keeps ticking. He died. This has happened once before, back when the Root first invaded, but I thought it was a fluke then. Something related to claw bone. But no, this is real. I died and now I'm walking around again as if nothing ever happened. Watch out for those Idri, by the way. The ones with red crystals instead of faces. Their beams can pierce solid rock. Won't make that mistake again. Thanks for the tip, Ford. If I ever encounter the railgun Yaisha, I'll make sure not to mince words with them. Be short with it. Explain that I'm friendly. I'm with you. I'm on the side of the humans. The revolutionaries. The mistreated caste of Yaisha, rising up against the oppressors, the immortals. So you died, Andy. How you feel? Could Evelyn have done this? It sounds crazy, but her sacrifice protected Ward 13 somehow. What if she did something to protect me as well? I could ask her, but... No, I get no useful answers. Evelyn's gone. It's just the Root now, and they only wish me harm. That's right, my friend. Unfortunately, you can't go home again. God, what if this is some kind of curse? What if they're taunting me with immortality? Doesn't matter. I can use it. The Root don't know what I'm up to. If they did, they'd never let me have this power. But this power is precisely why I must be the one to solve the puzzle. I alone can end the Root. There you go, my friend. That's revitalization in your goal. But that's also an allusion to what he mentioned earlier. He talked about, in his lab, we read a note that said, he talked about ridding himself of this damn curse and all of that. Well, that's the curse that he's speaking of, is that he's been rendered immortal by all of his world hopping. Yes, indeed. Like us, not that we've died yet. If he happens to bite the dust, he probably just gets spat back out particle by particle, Wolverine style, at the nearest world stone. Unfortunate. Real unfortunate. Doomed to walk this earth forever. To live as a cautionary tale, Green Mile style. Sorry to hear that, Tom Hanks. Shouldn't have let the world die. And I'd like you to take a look at a couple of things here. Go ahead. Take a look at the date of this journal entry and where the journal entry was made on ROM, where we're going in September 2001. You know what's kind of funny about September 2001 is that in this world, time stopped a couple of decades beforehand. But war may be relevant soon regardless. Just watch the Bury start a fucking war. Watch Eslon start a fucking war. You've been to Rom. Holy smokes. It took forever to decipher what the Akari were trying to tell me, but I finally learned how they defeated the Root. The Undying King basically nuked their world. That explains the desolation, the mutants, but that can't be the only way to beat the Root. Can it? Sheer mass destruction? I don't know, buddy. It's worked for me so far. I told Nadine about the Undying King's Scorched Earth solution. I shouldn't have. Now she thinks my quest is crazier than ever. She's worried I'll start thinking nukes make more sense. Ridiculous. Where would I even get nukes? Good question. Why don't you ask the inhabitants of Rom, given that they apparently had that technology in 2001 September? No, really, keep in mind that they don't ever say that Rom is an alternate Earth. They don't ever say out loud that Rom is also Earth. But it is full of humans. Oh, here's a pretty simple entry from 2007. How long have you been out there, Ford? Jesus. Don't shoot those beehive mutants in the head. Makes the bees and the mutants angry. Better to take out the body first. Of the beehive mutants of Rom. The beehive mutants of Rom. You got it. I'll make sure to watch out for an entirely different plague than the Root. If it's not the Root, it's something else. There we go. Took around 2011, but here she is. The prodigal granddaughter that pulled us out of the rain. Ellen Ford. I wish it could be a joyous occasion, but Ellen's birth renewed my old argument with Nadine. She wants me back in the ward again. I get it. I do. I'd like nothing more than to live with my daughter and granddaughter in peace. But how would it help to fight a losing war on Earth? No. I have to figure out the Root's secret to kill them at the source. There we go. Find the Root's homeworld. Again, burn them at the stump. I admit I don't know how to do that yet, but I've learned so much these past years. The Root's a hive consciousness, for example. That's something, yeah? It means there might be a central mind to destroy, if I could find it. Doesn't matter. I can't sit around Ward 13 guiding scavengers and hoarders. That won't help anyone. Nadine and her husband are great at leading them. It's an important job I'm no longer qualified for. This is what I must do. Bella went the way of Mudtooth. He passed the torch, and unfortunately, unlike Mudtooth, he seems to have forgotten to be amicable about it. Guy was so focused on his goal. Seems like after Rom didn't pan out, he went back to Yaisha. 2013 now. Only 10 years ago. That Navun is one hell of a leader. Over the last 20 years, she's riled up a serious percentage of the commoner and slave populations. The nobility's taken notice. I helped, of course. I've been running guns and training soldiers about once a year on my trips here. I think I'm a wanted criminal now, but that's nothing new. These days, monsters are trying to kill me no matter where I go. Maybe if all you're encountering is hostility, Ford, you should try going home. Again, you could solve this problem as a family. And there it is. 2024? Chilling in a way. Lately, I think I've been coming to Rom to escape. Can you imagine that? An irradiated hellscape is more friendly to me than my ward, my family. It's Ellen now. She was so sweet when she was little, but she's getting sulky. She picked up Nadine's disappointment in me. Maybe I should stay in the ward more, get to know her better. But I'm so close. I can feel it. There is a way to stop the root, one that doesn't require nuking the Earth. I will find it. If I don't, who will? And yeah, he's unfortunately right. There are two schools of thought. Accept the root and flee to another world where the root has not yet taken hold, or find a way to stop the root and regain the Earth that is left. Well, it's been 20 or so more years since then, and he unfortunately didn't get any closer than this. Unfortunate. Ended up on Corsus at some point. I don't recognize this one. I'm trying to remember every Dreamer project Datla had. Yaisha, Ram, Gabriel and Casa, Clementine's freezer, that Dark World Harsgard and Itsaso had a bet on. None of them look like this. Oh, and my friends, we'll hear about all of these worlds next time. Don't worry. Ward 13 hides secrets for us to explore, depths for us to plumb, computer terminals for us to interact with the DOS prompts of. We turned on the power after all. Well, either we never connected a Dreamer to this world, or there were projects I was unaware of. Either way, it's a risk going in here. Maybe that's why I've put it off for so long, but I'm running out of options. It's a risk I have to take. Seems like he spent some time in Corsus then. Fellow was getting old by this point. He had a granddaughter, not much time left on his own clock. The natives on Corsus seem low on both education and technology, but there's something else going on here. I found evidence of infrastructure, villages, agriculture. They used to have progress, but all of it's abandoned now. What happened? I don't know. Sometimes I think there's something sinister about this world. Maybe the root or some similar species took over somehow. And other times I think it's just a damn swamp and I'm wasting my time. Yeah, didn't you mention that it was full of man-sized mosquitoes? You probably shouldn't be exploring the swamp full of man-sized mosquitoes. That's one world door I'd leave closed, the only one worse than the root. I should be looking for this keeper I've heard about. Or maybe I'm missing Nadine and Ellen. How long has it been now? 2 years? I've never been away at one time for so long. I should go back soon. I just gotta follow a couple of more leads in the swamp, maybe try to learn more about the keeper. Then I'll head back. Hell, I'll stay at the ward for a few weeks this time to make up for it. Oh, a few weeks, huh, Andy? A few weeks for your family growing old without you. They weren't willing to come with him. That's the thing, and he was unable to assemble a willing team. Or a team that could traverse worlds like he did. Imagine, a crazy 8 of world walkers. Poor guy chose to do this all alone, and the root probably only let him out because of his family connection. Unfortunate. Well, how about that? Finally, I found someone in this damn swamp who will talk to me like a person. Unfortunately, all she does is espouse the virtues of her world. Well, I know better than most what a bucket of horse manure all that is. She calls herself a queen. All she talks about is oneness and enlightenment, but she won't tell me a damn thing about what the Iskal is, let alone any kind of history of her people. The past is gone, she always says. All that matters is the Iskal. I think my earlier suspicions were right. Something's fishy here. Yeah, Corsus seems pretty cursed. Corsus looks like it's made its own decision against the root. But who knows? Maybe it was a better choice than what Ram made. After all, Rum nuked the whole damn world. I know it got rid of the root, but, it may have rooted out a few more things, like the humans living on it. All the way in 2027 now. He's been palling around with the Corsus Queen. Damn. Just nobility from another world. He's the World Walker. Infinite stories to tell at this point. Good for you, Ford. Use it to your advantage. 5 months. 5 months investigating and talking to that damn queen, and I might as well be slamming my head against a wall for all the good it's doing. She won't talk about anything but Iskall, Iskall, Iskall. I've no interest in her cult, not even to get more information. I've seen less sinister propaganda in Moscow. What goes around comes around, funnily enough. Time stopped in the 60s for this world, but it marches on in the present day. I'm getting nowhere. It's been almost 3 years now since I've been back to the ward. The swamp's a bust, and finding the Keeper can wait. I need to go home. Nadine's gonna give me hell, but at this point, it's hell I'll gladly take. I'll stay a good month in the ward this time, whatever they might think of me. It'll be good to see my daughter and granddaughter again. And wouldn't it be so tragic if that were the last entry? Wouldn't it be tragic if that were the last entry left by Andrew Ford? No, I seem to have forgotten to mention that all along, this journal was a prequel to the one we read earlier, in which he walked off into the distance never to return to Earth and destroyed all of his research on the root. I'm sorry to break it to you this way, my friends. If you'd been paying attention to the dates on the journal entries, you could have seen it coming. This, 2029, was the day he decided to consult Evelyn for help on leaving this world irreparably. No Keeper, no Labyrinth, no nothing. He found his way here, and he went to Yaisha to stay. I guess this is it. Done with Earth, done with the root and the mother. Done with all of it. I'll leave this here, in case anyone wonders what happened to me. I'm off to find Navun, and do what good I can with what I got left. I can think of worse ways to live out my days. And there you go. That's the last journal entry. A poor Andrew Ford. He spent his whole life looking for a solution to a problem that may very well have had the solution in front of him the whole time. Yaisha could have been the answer if he could have gotten more people to migrate there. He talked about how it had a functioning society, how it had a caste system, how it had a beliefs system, how it wasn't a blood swamp overrun with human-sized mosquitoes and land sharks. Yaisha, as he mentioned early on in the journal entries, would have been perfect if they'd accepted the humans. But they didn't. Humans were forbidden in general from entering their sacred spaces, as we saw on the gate to the place, which is securely closed. It looks like Ford listened. He joined Yaishan society. In the end, he decided, fine, there is no solution to the root. I guess I will leave this world and find another. Little does he know, his entire family is still out here. We have returned Evelyn, the root mother, and Commander Ford is still manning the place. So, there's still hope. Despite the depressing timbre of those journal entries, as Ford grew in age to be an old codger, you know how they get grumpy. Maybe, if he is still out there in 2060 some like it is now, we could talk some sense into him. Maybe folks age slower on Yaisha. That's the thing, even if Ford is still out there, I doubt we can convince him to come home. But he destroyed all of his research on the root, meaning he's the only one with that knowledge. So our goal still is to find him, or what's left of him. Let's see what notes he left on Rom. See how inhospitable the place really is. The relationships between the people of Rom are complex and obtuse. The Akari are religious scholars. The Vir spend most of their time quelling Akari rebellions and enslaving the Buri, yet only the Akari fight back. Why? The Buri seem to have accepted their role in society, even glory in it. I don't understand. But then so much of this world remains a mystery to me. And it's a post-apocalyptic society. It had to be rebuilt from the ground up after being, indeed, destroyed by nuclear weaponry. Again, he specifically calls out that it's nuclear weaponry, not like some kind of particle-accelerated spaceship-based glassing that occurred Halo style. No. They're going to start implying some things about what Rom really is. The future that Rom could be for so many places that did defeat the Root, at the expense of their populace. So, the Akari and the Buri work together, getting kidnapped by the Vir, who run the joint. Okay, got it. So, the Buri are lost and confused. The Akari have better ideas about how to revitalize this world. And the Vir are insane mechano-constructions that have been mutated to the point of slavitude. Got it. Rom indeed. A dangerous wasteland of a world. Nearly everything within has tried to kill me at one point or another. I assume even the sand chokes you to death around there. But the most dangerous are the servants of the so-called Undying King. Those are the Vir. But this world presents intriguing data on fighting the Root. The Root invaded, yet the world survived. I'll return again and again until I learn more. Or start growing boils. It is an irradiated wasteland after all. He eventually found out what happened to the place. Rom is home to several sentient peoples. There's the Undying King, the only one of his kind as far as I know. He rules with the help of the Vir, powerful living constructs that do the king's bidding. The strange, reclusive Akari appear to be the most intelligent life form, except perhaps the Undying himself, whom I've yet to meet, and the powerful, mutated Buri, which are the closest things Rom has to human, though they are decidedly not human. Not anymore. They're bigger and better. The burlier Buri. They're built strong. They're built Buri tough. They're built Ford tough. I'm sure he got along well with them, integrated into their society. After all, we learned that he eventually sought audience with the king, and instead landed himself square in the company of the Iskal Queen on Corsus. Who knows? Maybe World Walker Dave will encounter a similar fate. Welcome to Scenic Rom, everybody. Ford's first stop. And look alive, we've got company. Decidedly not human.
Great King, I did not expect... You? You are not he. Yet you have opened the gates. A second Nui? It must be... Forgive my confusion, unheralded one.
That's right. It's me. 2B Plush. The Nui. Oh, if only my camera were active. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way to activate my camera, such that I can show the 2B Plush on camera. The real Nui. I'm gonna turn the lights on in my room. It's all dark. But that's right. Your queen, 2B Nui, is here. What's a Nui?
Speaker of the Word. Herald of the Guardian. Yet I thought... Are you not Nui?
No, I'm pretty old school, as a matter of fact. Check out my sweet B-boy. Hey, everybody. How's it going? I like the robe I'm covered in? I swaddled myself for the stream. Chilly today. Rainy. And I needed the 2B Plush's advice on what to do next to claim myself a god or not. I'm not a god. I'm sorry to break it to you. You and I are actually on even ground. Now, if you've got a map, like a park map, or a directory of some kind, I really would appreciate it. I'm newy around here.
Yet, they opened the gates. Only the Nui can... Could it be? Is it time?
I'm actually with Dave. Is this a Metal Gear Solid type situation where Sokolov is just randomly going to compliment Snake on his Russian skills? Or a Red October situation where the subtitles have given way to English dialogue automatically translated? What language are we speaking?
I only speak Drudar. Perhaps a smattering of Buri.
Wonder if it's got its foundation in a language I know. So we're not speaking English right now. It turns out that world walking grants you certain abilities. You can learn the local language just by stepping through the portal.
No enlightened one. Only Drudar, the ancient tongue, is spoken in these lands.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a Red October situation. I think we actually are speaking English here. This tells me a few things about Rom that I didn't want to know this early. Where the hell are we?
Your sublime feet honor the sands of the eastern wind, itinerant one.
Or what's left of it.
Whatever your purpose, we are blessed by your presence.
Right. Whatever my purpose, you're blessed by my presence. My God. I can see why Ford would get a big head about his mission, talking to you folks. World Walker shows up and can translate the language of Guardians. Ooh, very fancy. Well, you got a thing or two to learn about humans and their ego, unfortunately. Looking for a guy named Ford. He the king around here?
Surely there are none like you, inimitable one. At least, I have never seen your like. I know none of that name or description. There is one who might know, but he is not one to give information willingly. Except, perhaps, to another Nui.
Right. I get what you're saying. Right. That's me, World Walker Nui. The first one that arrived was World Walker 1-y, and I'm the newest World Walker. Same as the old Walker. That's me. I've realized now. My senses have cleared thanks to the fresh desert air. Drying my nostrils as we speak. I am a Nui. All powerful and mighty, I guess.
Of course, of course. Forgive my deliberation, Ardent One. His name is Islan, the Undying King. No doubt he will be overjoyed to meet a rival.
A rival? I assume a rival in all of the philosophical debates we're going to have about what to do next to revive this dead world. This world that's had nuclear hellfire raise it. This world where you are not a human, you're an Akari. And we are not speaking English, we're speaking the ancient language of this place, Drudar. Got it. I will make sure to keep that in mind as we explore Rom. I may have heard a cautionary tale or two about this in science fiction before. Where can I find Eslan? Go for it. Point me to him.
He rules from the Citadel, in the canyons beyond the Black Sun Gate. The gate has been sealed since time forgotten. But no doubt you will find a way, Dynamic One.
You meant to say melodramatic one. I mean, I do let off a whole paragraph of expository dialogue in between your every sentence. But yeah, I'm with Dave. Why are you so psyched for me to talk to Eslan? Are we actually going to have a climactic duel at the top of a pyramid? I played Mortal Kombat, it was pretty cool.
Like all Akari, I am only eager to see the Guardian restored and the planet reborn. O discerning one, it is my joy then, my great honor, to help you find the Nui who was alive when said Guardian fell.
Your Guardian is dead, and the Root already have invaded. Portals wide open to visitors, unfortunately. I have so much that I could tell you, and oh! I just did it! I did the Ford thing. I literally just did what Ford did that got him stuck on Yaisha. I literally just went, oh, there's so much I could tell you about the world that I came from. Oops, I'm a revolutionary leader. I'm gonna not do that. This is a fragile situation here with the Akari, the Buri, and the Veer. Let's not let it boil over yet. How many Nui are there?
None.
Fuck.
Only one has there ever been since the days of the Guardian.
Sorry, in Drudar, that means great!
Your arrival is unprecedented. Portentous.
Oh, and Drudar, that means fantastic! See, I know the ancient tongue just as well as you do. As a new incumbent Nui, that's me, the Nui incumbent.
Go well, enlightened one.
It was nice to meet you. You really can get off the floor anytime. Like, I'm the one that's uncomfortable with the posture you're adopting now. Again, I just stepped through a beam of light. And yeah, I guess that's a pretty deific thing to do, but that doesn't make me a deity. I'm not a Nui. That's only 2B plush. I'm gonna guess that's the Citadel. That's probably the Citadel over there. How are we doing? Oh boy. Ratings shot through the floor. Gentlemen, welcome to ROM. Let's see if we can handle it. If we can't, we'll head back to the World Stone. Go to Ward 13 and level up. After all, I've got so much news for the Root Mother, for... Well, I was thinking about who would want to know about this other than Commander Ford. But there isn't anybody. And even then, I don't know if Commander Ford would want to know about this. Ellen, I'll spare you. Wow. Well, welcome to ROM, everybody. Just love that there's no music after your introductory cutscene. Just the desert wind. And the Buri. There they are. Our first non-human race. I guess I can't even say that anymore. Is it that obvious that we're in pretty much the same spot? I did mention, one of the first things I mentioned, in fact, was that we're not traveling to alternate worlds. We're traveling to alternate planes of reality. So, no, ROM isn't Earth. Every world in this game is Earth. And that's gonna be scary. That's gonna be scary when you see how inhospitable they are. Oh, you'll see how lucky we got living on the world that we live on when you see the man-sized mosquitoes. All right, here they are. The game has transformed, my friends. Welcome to ROM. It is our second planet of many, and I'm glad to be here. I'm really glad to be here. Oh, they got exploding spears. Notice they're also wearing helmets. Woo!
That all you got?
Oh, the Buri are such a cool enemy. The way that the Buri combine all of the various enemy types we've seen so far. They throw projectiles like the crossbow ones. They have melee weapons, so they run in on you if they get close. They have attack dogs to summon for backup. Oh, but so do we. And I just love how these burned out buildings have given way to an entirely new society. You know, they wouldn't want to destroy these. Good lord, look at the sun. Black sun indeed. I got no idea why the hell it looks like this. Maybe if someday we do nuke the world, this is what it's gonna look like from within the cloud of fallout. Oh boy. Again, these fellas are wasteland mutants, but check it out. Look at the tusks, the various skulls of creatures that we don't even get to meet. Because presumably it's what they hunt out here. Look at this, they've got coal pits for roasting beast. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what kind of beasts are out here in the wasteland. I love it, man. I just love that they, again, have their own society. Whoa, you missed! That was a satisfying as hell sound. They really want you to know those explosives landed. Now, again, they are hostile to us, but these aren't specifically our enemy in this area. I should say that we are doing morally dubious things here. I feel obligated to mention, whenever we do cross that moral event horizon, do remember that. Whoa! Jesus God, that was close. Yeah. Do remember that these are the survivors of a nuclear apocalypse. These are the survivors of a nuclear apocalypse, hence their missing limbs. Would you believe that some of them did it to honor the Veer? After all, the Veer are constructs, so they amputate their own limbs to imitate the Veer.
Whoa. It's over.
We got a couple of options here. I like the looks of this. I like the looks of this pyramid here in the distance. Once we reach this one, this monolith here, obelisk, I suppose it is. Maybe we'll head back to the ward. This place is really fun to do melee only. Oh, I can imagine. Oh, I can imagine just sprinting up to them, dodging through their spears. Oh, boy.
Stop.
Their weapons are unfortunately serrated. And oh boy, speaking of melee. Again, one thing that's cool about the Buri is that there are so many places you can shoot them. They've got so many animations for different places to stun them. Two bosses at once, huh? Oh, I got his helmet off. Nice! Blasted that skull. Man! Guy just won't give up. Can't believe that didn't hurt me. No, it ain't good. This area is fun to do melee only, I imagine, but we are not equipped for it right now. Maybe we'll try it. Got a couple of rings, like the Ring of Strength, that'll help us out. So if we happen to get our hands on a melee weapon better than this scrap sword, something that does a little more base damage, we'll be all right. Once we find something to swap to melee-wise. After all, I have been upgrading the scrap sword, and, well, you've seen the amount of damage it's doing. Thing needs help. Much like I need help. Fella's running dry on supplies. Dry as the desert. Oh, and I love it. I love that this is what our first generated area ended up being, is a Buri town. I'm glad that it was, because, oh, in terms of Buri generation, it can also end up being sheer desert. It could end up being ruins of buildings, not introduce you to the Bury as early as we've met them. But I don't know. I'm glad we've met them this early. Again, introduces us to the inhabitants of this world and the unfortunate fate they've been consigned to. Let's think about something, right? If a nuke were to be dropped on this world, you think they asked the Bury? Like, really, do you think they asked them and held a council of Bury, Akari, and Vir? Or do you think that the Bury, Akari, and Vir didn't exist before the apocalypse and were just the inhabitants of this world? I'm going to imagine that the world getting nuked without asking people first probably had some repercussions, led to a couple of splinter factions here and there. Again, the way this game deals with so many different types of arcane magic, rituals, and societies, the way that they incorporate magical and fictional, mythological almost, elements into each society you visit, is really, really cool. There we are. Made our way to the foot of the obelisk, but we'll check around back first to spot our real objective here on Rom. The Akari woman told us about it, but if we want to get a good look at it, we gotta walk right up to the Undying King's front gate. Look at that. For a guy who wants to hold impassioned debates about the future of this world with his fellow Nui while we await the resurrection of the Guardian, he sure is doing a great job of keeping prospects out. I'm a Nui! I'm a Nui just like Yui! Oh, and I love it. I love the repetition. Where the key goes. And then the building itself. Just look at the scale of it. Just look at the sheer size compared to even something like the tower. Here, let's take a look down. If you take a look, you can see that these are massive machines. Hell, look at the heat haze coming off of them. Just standing in front of them, you can feel the power. Just look at how they're blowing sand in this direction, keeping this place closed. They really don't want people getting in here. And I'll be fair to the Vir. Their Guardian is in there. Not just the Undying King, but what's left of their Guardian is in there. So it makes sense that they would want to seal this place up. Yeah. I guess these represent Eslan and I. We're gonna get into some real heated debate. One thing I like a lot about this world, though, is how inspired, obviously, it is by Egypt and Egyptian mythos. You know, the Undying King waiting in the tomb to be resurrected after the end times and all of that, when prosperity will dawn upon this world. Well, we're in the interim phase, where prosperity hasn't dawned yet, but the world has been destroyed by the immortals. Again, very Egyptian concept. He awaits in the tomb, his spirit forever waiting to be reunited with its body. Protected by the Undying King. Protected by the Undying King. Now, I'm going to say this again in case it maybe missed you the first time. In case it passed you by, let's consider for just a second that the Undying King has holed himself up in here with this world's guardian. The Undying King, a Nui, the only one able to converse with the Guardian in its native tongue. He shut himself up in there after the world was destroyed by nuclear hellfire. So, let's just run through that one more time. The Undying King shut himself up in the loom of the Black Sun after the world was destroyed by nuclear hellfire. Hey look, a puzzle! Check it out! This is actually the closest I've ever seen this hint. It's actually in the vicinity of the puzzle. In case the Egyptian comparisons weren't enough, there are hieroglyphs here that you can decipher to solve a puzzle for an armor set. I mean, after all, this obelisk has to be concealing something. I've never translated the hieroglyphs, funnily enough. The puzzle itself is random on every playthrough. And I'll show you what it is while we're standing out in front of it. I'm actually glad we found that hint. This center platform has the hieroglyphs on it. Isn't that funny? I was talking about how earlier I was talking about how we need a Rosetta Stone or a Dresden Codex to be able to translate the language. Well, we found one. It's literally over there on the wall. But it's not the only hint. You see, we need to step on these tiles in a specific order, a specific orientation. Here, let's go back. Let's go back and see if this is the full hint, because it leaves it in a few places for you to then unscramble and solve the puzzle, the correct steps to walk in. I don't know, so it's like triple tornado, lightning bolt. I want to see if that just directly works. We can map them to north, south, east, and west, you see, because this forms cardinal directions like a compass. Triple tornado it is. Then a lightning bolt. Most excellent. I can't believe it. We got probably the luckiest I think I've ever seen on ROM. The hint for the puzzle, in its entirety, was just here on a wall. And uh-oh! Ah! Here come the Veer! Ah! Hey, so you don't want to blind guess this puzzle, because you get attacked by a bunch of crab men. Crab people, look like people, shitting like crab. Whoa, and they hit hard. Man, they hit hard. I want to solve this while we're here. Let's do it. Okay. Let's map these relative to the puzzle. I'm gonna map them. So we can say that this is north. It doesn't actually matter what's north. Hey there, Burry. How you doing, buddy? You can make any of these be north. So we'll say, I don't know, west, 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 south. Okay. I love this about this game, that it's got so many little puzzles like this in the environment to solve. So west, 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 south, west. Okay. Screw it. I mapped it already. Let me get a sticky note. Write this down. We'll do it old school. I'm going to actually solve the puzzle for the first time I ever have, instead of brute forcing it and fighting waves of Veer. South? West? Then north? Would that be north? And finish it off going east a couple times. That should be it, unless I got the east and north glyphs swapped. I've got west, 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 south, west. It's like I'm a 80s rapper. Turn on the webcam again so I could pull off a sweet b-boy. Wiki, wiki, wild, wild. West, west, west. South, west. Okay. North, west, north, east, east. We did it. I can't believe it. For the first time I ever have, I deciphered the Akari riddle. Maybe I am the Nui destined to save the multiverse. Hell yeah, I commune with Guardians. Oh, I speak of their language, all right. Twister, twister, lightning bolt, swan in a lake to you, good sir. Swan in a lake, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Oh, it got Giger down here. Yes, so this is a long untouched place. Look at all this gunk. Wow, that was cool. Again, first time I've ever done that. That was really neat. Oh, wow. Great look at the black sun from down here. It's like the sun became a Mandelbrot. Fractal sun going supernova itself. Nuke this world a second time, if the first time didn't do it. Oh. That's really pretty. It is. It's so pretty. And I love the way that it casts a light on this entire area, that orange glow. This whole game is just so gorgeous. It really is. I just love the texture work. They make everything look so weather-worn so well. These worlds are dead, but their inhabitants are still living. And that is what I think is so great about this game, is that all we need to do is all become world walkers. And here we are, the Void set, my friends. It costs a handful of scrap, so we can't pick up the whole thing right now, but don't worry, we can just drop down the hole and get the rest of it later. The Void set spawns on every ROM at the foot of the Black Sun Loom, where the Undying King is hanging out. And it's thematic. Let me tell you a story, my friends, through this item's armor set bonus. Now, think of the very specific wording by the Akari woman we met. You know, the scribe, the religious prophet, and all of that told us about the Nui and all that. Well, she knows her stuff. But maybe there are some things about Eslon that she doesn't know. Power transfer is the armor set bonus here. After 5 seconds, gain a boost that increases total damage from all sources. Taking damage transfers the boost from damage to damage reduction. So, that first hit, oh, it'll hurt. But if you ensure that it's a minor hit, you get great damage reduction. I think we could probably find a use for this set sometime. We probably could, honestly. Take a little hit, just a scratch, that'll be obviously more than a scratch, and then it transfers our bonus. I mean, we will get hit at some point. And after all, it doesn't specify just how much that increases our total damage from all sources. Let's maybe buy a piece or two of this set. I have to go with the Crystal Skull. And, I kind of like our trench coat, honestly. I like our trench coat. I could use some metal greaves. I could use some classic greaves. This is a Souls-like, after all. You can engage in melee if you so desire. Guess we'll be back for the body piece later. Okay. Good to know this is here. Consider that it was buried for a reason. Whoa. Look at those lights. The ones on the walls. That is especially impressive. That is really impressive. I'm gonna put on the Crystal Skull. There's not any real point in me putting on the skull, but we have reached medium encumbrance. We have a slightly worse roll now. It can I think it takes a little more stamina to do, and it takes us a little less far, but not that big a deal until you get to heavy encumbrance. And go ahead, Dave. How you feeling now that you are officially the Planeswalker?
Oh, yes!
Oh, he loves it. Oh, he loves walking the worlds. Look at this horrible chitinous set. I love that the holes in it almost match the glyphs that are on the obelisks like this. Head like a hole indeed. Well, bonus is active. Here. Let me go and piss off the locals and see how much damage they deal. Howdy. Go ahead. Go for the Olympic record. Ah! Right on target, and that's not bad. Wow, and that was his heavy attack, too. Okay. So, yeah, I took another throwing spear, and it didn't even cause me to bleed. I am impressed. I am actually impressed with this set. We didn't take that much more damage from the initial hit. I'll leave it on. I'm leaving this Crystal Skull. Why not?
That was rough.
After all, if the enemies are going to be throwing spears at my head, I might as well protect the thing with more than cloth. But we have a choice to make now. Now we have a choice to make. We could keep 2 parts of the hunter set or equip both parts of our Void Greaves. I mean, what do you think? I don't know. I assume that wearing multiple pieces of it also increases the damage that you take. Let's try that. Why not? Let's just sit down. This is a learning experience for me. There are some sets in Remnant that I've never worn, never made a character build around, because I had already, at that point in the game, made my character build and had no reason to replay on the harder difficulties. But now we do. Now we have reasons to try the harder difficulties, all the different equipment. On the next stream, we'll go on an Earth adventure, and we'll maybe play Earth on hard difficulty. All right, here we go. Give us a chance to pick up more weapons and equipment. Not bad. That ain't bad at all. I think we can live with that. The bonus swaps pretty fast. We lose the damage reduction pretty fast, but it may keep us alive through an entire volley of attacks. We could withstand gunfire. Stand in a machine gun. Eat an explosion. I like it. And now, it's back to Ward 13 we go. Level up a little bit. Put ourselves back on even ground with the Bury. And you know, new mask and all, I think this is a great time to go talk to Commander Ford. Because she's probably going to have new information for it. Oh, hey, Wallace. Hey. Fancy meeting you here. Hope I don't give you nightmares. I got this from a Spirit Halloween, I promise. They're open all year around since the apocalypse happened. How you doing, kid? Been a while.
Hi.
Oh, you seem like you're doing much better.
Okay, I guess. I keep thinking Mark will be around the corner.
Oh.
It just doesn't feel right. Him being gone.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry, kid. I did what I could, believe me. And hey, Mark was a hell of a fighter. He went out swinging, literally, with not even his own weapon. Took one of their axes out of his own arm, and he took down 10, 20 Root. I hadn't even arrived yet. Watching from a distance. That Mark, your brother, he was a pretty cool guy.
He was my big brother. He was out there in that storm.
And we'll make a living legend out of him.
Outside the big door. We couldn't let him in with all the Root there. I told him I dreamed he wouldn't come back, but he didn't listen.
You dreamed he didn't come back. Uh-oh. What did... wait, you dream... So, hold on. There are a couple of different things that you could dream about here, Wallace. Well, what are your dreams like? Are they violent? Whose point of view are they from?
Well, sometimes it feels like I'm there. With the Root. Like it's happening right now. I can feel them.
Well.
Sometimes I see people get hurt, and I know it hasn't happened yet. But I wish they would listen to me.
Look at that. We've got another empath on our hands here. A Root father, to go with the Root mother. Kid, you better not let those nasty deadwood get at you. Please. One was enough. So the Root can try to contact people in their dreams. There are some that are just attuned to the Root itself. On the next stream, we'll explore Ward 13 and find out exactly what type of experiments they were running here on the island. But funnily enough, Wallace doesn't seem like he has any part of it. It seems like the visions and dreams that he has are separate from the capital D dreamers that we will learn about soon. No. Seems like the Root's trying to contact Wallace, and he's using it to try and warn people. You know, like Evelyn did.
See you later.
Well, good luck with that, Wallace. I hope they listen to you, because it seems like the end of the world is coming. If I've been to ROM lately. Here, let's see what everyone else around here has to say, now that a tower containing a portal to another reality has just opened in the middle of Manhattan. It's just opened in the middle of a city street. You can't go there, can you? The Keeper doesn't want to talk to you, does he? Only the guy with the skull mask?
Oh, Bo came by asking if I had any contraband. I don't think that boy even knows what that word means.
Yeah, speaking of Bo, how you doing, buddy Bo?
Hey, Ace said a huge tower just showed up out of nowhere in the city.
Big Bo.
You saw it, right? Man, that must have been something else.
Seen it. Buddy, I've been inside, and I gotta say, it's beyond the scope of imagination for an NPC in a video game. That's something I really like about these characters around Ward 13, is that they react to things that you do on Earth. Our happenings on Rom, on Corsus, eventually on Yaisha, they won't give these characters updated dialogue until we do something that pertains to getting the root off of Earth. Not because it's all they care about, but because it's all they can fathom. The only reason that we can do any of this is because we have video game protagonist world-spanning fortitude. We have the fortitude, the guts, to travel through a world stone without letting the root in after us. We're not special. Anyone can do it. It's just that we're the only one that's willing to do it.
You stay safe out there.
Same to you. Not like you're going anywhere. That's the thing, Bo. You could be my co-op partner if you so desired, but it doesn't look like he has any inclination. We'll talk to him a little bit later. For now, let's go catch up with the commander. Head up on this side. In the room we woke up in, I pointed out a journal that we still haven't read. Maybe at the next stream. Maybe on the next stream we'll head back to our bunk. And we'll start off with some lore about the Ford family, because Rom actually has more for us. After all, you saw that Ford hung out there for a long time, until he was convinced by his family that nukes weren't the solution. He probably didn't ever really believe it, but I bet he would have followed that lead until the second time the sun exploded in that place, if they didn't, you know, ward Ford away. Hey there, anything new?
So that labyrinth does exist. My grandfather ranted about a moving tower in the city. A door to more doors, he said. I honestly never thought it was real. Maybe he is still out there.
That's the spirit. There you go. Again, he'd be getting pretty ancient, but never give up hope. Again, a family reunion. We've already got Evelyn back. Now we just need to get Andrew.
I appreciate your hard work out there. That beast has been a thorn in our side for years. Hopefully we can make more supply runs now.
I wonder if she knows that her own mother was the one who saw that ent coming. Your mother, actually, was the one who trapped it in that pit. Grandmother, actually, I suppose, rather.
We've made the Root Mother as comfortable as we could. She was closer to the Root than anyone. Here's hoping she can help us. It's strange, though. She moves through the ward like she's been here before. I'll be keeping a close eye on her for now. We have no idea what to expect.
It's a shame, but again, after all that's happened to transform her, I can see why you wouldn't recognize her. But then again, how well would she have known Evelyn Cedar Ford if she was the original adventurer with Andrew before she became part of the Root hive mind? If they were originally partners, and then he became obsessed with his goal and went off on his own, it seems like she doesn't know. It seems like she never found out. Again, maybe the Root Mother will eventually tell her. I hope she does. I like that there are trophies in here of Root that had been hunted. This here, it looks like Gorefist. It's Gorefist's stupid helmet. and his stupid weapon. We beat his ass. I actually can't believe we've been doing so well. I've hardly even needed to touch the dragon heart. This game is wonderful, my friends. This game is wonderful and wonderfully balanced, such that we've survived for quite some time in areas where my gear score and defense rating are severely lower than the recommended. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Based on your skill as a player, you can make it as far as your skill will take you. It really is like a Souls-like in that way. It's not RPG style, where it's a pure numbers game. After a while, it will begin to affect the damage you deal to enemies, but if you just go for weak spots, practice your dodging, you can punch way above your weight in this game. It's awesome.
Ace mentioned a new tower appeared in the city. Just showing up like it's always been there?
Ace found it, huh?
If it were me, I'd steer clear. Never know what those weeds are up to.
Ha! Weeds, I like it. That's a great, okay. That is a, that's a great pejorative for the root. That's fantastic. A discriminatory term. Those deadwood, those weeds. And I'm the weed whacker, baby. Thanks to your tools.
What do you need?
I need to get equipped, my friend. I need to potentially get equipped. We've been using this scrap sword for a while, and it is a pretty alright weapon, actually. It's a pretty alright weapon, but it doesn't do very much damage. It's got great swings, but they leave us vulnerable afterwards. I basically have to roll out of them. Yeah, speaking of weed whackers, check out this scrap hatchet. Even unupgraded, it does more damage. Unupgraded. Does about as much damage as a +3 scrap sword. Seems like a fine upgrade. Seems like a fine upgrade, because I do occasionally pull out my melee. Ah, but we don't have very much actual scrap right now. So, this seems like a great time to generate an adventure. Or clear up the rest of Earth, now that we can go back there. There was at least one alternate path we didn't explore.
Take care, my friend.
We've got a couple of options now. Let's head back to the World Stone, because there was another area, a dungeon on Earth that we had not yet, there was a dungeon on Earth that we'd not yet explored. Right adjacent to Mudtooth, as a matter of fact. And now that we've unlocked several different areas, our menu has expanded. I think this is really cool. Whoever designed this UI deserves lots of credit, because notice that they don't actually tell you on the teleport menu how many worlds you will be visiting. That's part of the draw of this game, is to fight your way through one world to reach another one. And so they don't spoil right away how many there are total, how close you are to the end of the journey. And after all, we can go back to Earth whenever we want. Check out all of these crystals we've been activating. Thankfully, we flushed out the root from them, so they're not going to be entering through this world stone. It's back to Mudtooth's hideout. There was another dungeon entrance just adjacent. Worth looking at the map before you leave an area, because it'll reveal areas that you haven't. It'll reveal areas you haven't explored yet. Oh, and he's still up there.
That's just science. That's just science. They should have known that.
He's interpreting the old world through his own lens. And good for him, I say. Good for Mudtooth. No, it was this way, I believe. Welcome back to Earth, everybody. It's in about the state we left it. And the fact that we can return to Earth at any time, I feel, is an indicator that Earth is important to these people, to these characters. It is the only world they know, and so it is still worth trying to save it. Even if we can hop to others, how many do you think would actually go? Really, realistically speaking, if you ask the population of Earth, hey, it's probably not gonna get any worse. The root are gone, but you can't rebuild this world. It's dead, covered in a bark-like carapace. Will you come to Yaisha with me that's all pretty, lush, and beautiful? I bet most people would say, what the fuck's Aisha? No, I prefer Earth. Let me know when I can go to Mars or Jupiter. But Yaisha? It doesn't sound real. And that's what I like about the worlds in this game, is that they simply seem unreal. Like they can't exist more than they don't exist, but they all have functional societies, and you can interpret them all as, indeed, a crisis on alternate Earths. Whoa, someone's in crisis. Hello? Need a blood wart?
Best step away, stranger. Unless you want a bullet through your... Oh, hell. Fuck it. Who am I kidding?
Whoa! This is a PG-13 game about the eradication of worlds. Nice gun you got there, stranger. It seems like you've seen better days. Root rot, I assume. Again, I've got oil skin tonics. How you doing?
Right as rain. Just afflicted with life in this hellhole is all. How much longer, though? Suppose there is something I can do.
Leave that gun in the holster, stranger.
Take my key. Don't mind leaving my effects behind if a good soul picks them up. Mind your feet, though. Traps everywhere. Now get on. You got more road than me.
Voice actress sounds familiar, like I've heard her in other games somewhere. I appreciate the key, and I'm sorry about your state of affairs, but isn't she emblematic of this game's themes? She herself emblematic of this game's themes. It may be over, but it's never over as long as good people carry the torch. That's the theme of the game, is that we just need someone to carry the torch, even if the root can never be beaten. Mudtooth was right. Worlds, people, they are all finite. And so we need to work together to preserve what's here right now, such that it's here for whoever comes after us, no matter who it is, whether it's the Buri or the Akari or the Vir or anything like that. Now, this is a dangerous place to be wearing this set. I don't know if you heard that explosion.
That smell.
I was told to be on the lookout. I'm gonna do myself a favor and not summon the pup in here. Oh boy. Turns out they got explosives of their own. And this is a good place to explore. This is a great place to explore, actually. My friends, this is gonna get our hands on our next primary weapon, as a matter of fact. Oh, look right there. Brutal, brutal trap. And this is just one of like a dozen dungeons that can appear. Again, I can't wait to generate an adventure with a campaign that has such a unique layout. It'll make such weird, interesting stuff in our adventure Earth. Next time, partway through ROM, we'll go back to Earth. Again, on hard difficulty, where starting on hard, they introduce new enemy types and varieties.
Bastard!
Whoa!
Is that all you got?
Isaac Clarke style shot on that necromorph. Oh boy. Also a good place to pick up lumicite crystals. All right, maybe the scrap sword's not all that bad. Scrap sword's all right. Hop on over. Iron's useful too. Speaking of iron, I think we're going to change up our playstyle a little bit. per stream, because consider the Buri that we were just fighting. The Buri don't have weak spots to attack. They are wearing those, they're wearing those skull helmets. And I can knock those off with a couple of shots, but that's just wasted ammo. Just wasted ammo and wasted time. I could be, you know, Dismas style, just shooting the bastard. The tried and tested technique, it works in this game. Just shoot the bastard and, oh, they'll stop being so much of a stinger in your craw. Ah. I just love that the enemies are setting off the traps as much as I am. And how quickly you can move through these dungeons if you know what you're doing. If you are looking for specific equipment, it doesn't take very long to sprint your way through here, clearing out the dungeons with weapons that you've used before, want more experience with, anything like that. This is a good chance to wear weird stuff, use weird items. Melee the meatballs, skewer them. Oh yeah, skewer those meatballs. This is another area that's probably pretty fun in Melee only. Oh, look at them all. Here they come. Yeah. The chaos of it. Just the sheer chaos.
Data.
I'm not very good at playing this game in Melee, and so I'm excited to give it a try. To time my dodges against odds like that. Odds like that. Melee, what a prospect. There we go. Yes, indeed. We have unlocked the Climber perk by mantling. We've done enough sweet mantles that we are now the master of mantle maneuvering. I think that is literally what that trait does, is increases the speed at which you vault. It can actually probably be pretty handy if you're running away from groups. Not something to build your character around, but it's an option. Again, this game's weapons are just so damn satisfying. They feel powerful and only take a few upgrades to match pace with the enemy's damage output and their health. If an enemy starts taking more shots to fight, like these enemies, if they suddenly took 3 shots to kill, I would know that my gear score has leveled up. It's a simple system that's really effective. You can tell right away your effectiveness in combat. You know what? That's very true. Only a level 1 parkour artist right now, and that's what they are, is artists. Traversing the world in this most unconventional of ways. Wall climbing. Oh, don't worry. Eventually we'll start climbing up the walls. And I gotta say, that woman is a pretty good judge of character. If someone approached me wearing metal greaves and a skull-shaped chitin mask, I wouldn't have trusted nearly as easily as she did. Oh, she sure did, though. It looks like she was a hunter. Maybe that's the jacket doing the work, then. That's the jacket doing the work. She saw that I'm a former hunter by my sweet trench coat. My God! It all comes full circle. Our starting class actually paid off. The old hunters are no longer around, but folks say their legacy lives on in us. Again, their legacy lives on in us. Well, I don't know about that, but I hope some of their stuff has lived on at least. Good for you, Dave. Dave is goal-oriented. He really is just like Ford. Radiation-heavy area. Yeah, again, I can assume what happened to give that woman her hacking cough. Drinking the water in this city. Lead poisoned. Purely lead poisoned. 99% lead drips from these pipes. Holy hell. Back up, Jim. Jesus. Call me Dwight Schrute on personal arms safety training day. Back up, Jim. All right, Dwight holding a gun on Jim would be a pretty funny prank. Let's see. Hunter's hideout, all right. These were the folks that we heard about. One of the first item descriptions that we read. Our very clothes on our back talked about the hunters. Like Ace, who went around the city scrounging for supplies in the midst of the root apocalypse. I mean, I assume that's when most of the supplies would be available to be found before dilapidation or destruction, but the hunters have been around for a very long time. We're carrying on their legacy by being one of them. Why, as a matter of fact, we're carrying on their legacy with this sweet hunting pistol. Most excellent. What an upgrade. Oh boy. Check it out. Single shot magazine elephant killer. 50 cal pistol. Thing breaks your shoulder every time you fire it. Good for hunting root and game. Wish there were more of the latter, though. You know, it is funny. We've seen that life outside of humankind does kind of survive in this world. Every now and then. We've seen deer with their heads mounted, and they would have long since decayed. Given the 60, 70 or more years since the root invaded. But again, we're carrying on their legacy. I love that there are multiple beds in here. 2 beds. And we only met 1 hunter. Unfortunate. It's real unfortunate. This looks real makeshift. Whoever this was probably the memorial they deserved. I wonder if we can head back to the entrance of the dungeon and talk to the woman now. I've never actually done that. Gone back and talked to her because we'd have to walk all the way back, hypothetically. But I've thought of a way around that. We could leave the dungeon via teleporting out of it through the crystal, and then enter again. Hidden grotto. Individual non-plot dungeons can be left without returning to Ward 13. It just drops you off right at the entrance, which is really handy. Because sometimes there's quite a lengthy entrance before you reach the actual crystal that's inside. Oh! Oh, that's... Yeah. That's a shame. Just missed her. We just missed her, unfortunately. Don't worry. I'm not gonna let it go to waste. Neither the weapon, nor the scrap that we found here. Again, the hunters will live on. Old hunters. Meet the new hunters. Similar to the old hunters, though under new management. Ford is absentee. There's a new leader, Ford. Now, I know that sounds weird, but it's okay. Ford is a much better leader of Ward 13 than Ford and Ford ever were. Ford and Ford were pretty poor leaders, self-obsessed with their own goal of defeating the Root. But don't worry, with the leadership of Ford, we will do better than Ford and Ford's legacy ever could have been. I'm confused. I'm hopelessly lost now. I need to go back to Ward 13 and talk to Ford at the ward. Oh, God. Perhaps my brain is melting. I think my brain is just melting at this point. We've got ourselves a hunting pistol now, my friends. Fire the thing at a box. Let's find a box to fire at. This is a neat-looking weapon. I like... I've destroyed all the boxes in here. Gotta test it out on the nearest wall, I suppose. Fair enough, but I like the hunting pistol a lot. Oh, hey! Putting a weapon mod on the hunting pistol silences it. That's kind of cool. The weapon mod that I've attached to this weapon, it makes it so quiet. Does the firing sound change if I take the mod off? Yeah, it does. It did. It got louder. Just slightly. Yeah, and it's these types of effects that Remnant 2, I'm sure, is going to emphasize. Again, the player choice, making your character your own. And we now have a single-shot hunting pistol and a lever-action hunting rifle. This doesn't pair well. These two don't pair well. You know what? I have an idea. Take the hunting pistol off until we encounter the Akari and the Veer. While we're dealing with just Buri, rapid fire is actually better for us because they come in hordes. Oh, they come in droves, my friends. Hey, bud.
Anything you need?
Up and at 'em.
Certainly.
There we go. Picked up about 1,000 more scrap from that little excursion. Think I'll buy myself this scrap hatchet. We'll upgrade our melee just a little bit. Get a little more dangerous. If the game is going to have us commit to all of our attacks, oh, we'll commit all right. Atrocities across the enemy's throats. Sadly, we gotta upgrade it to match our gear score, which takes a little bit more scrap, but not too much more. It's the iron that it takes that matters. We'll get everything we can up to +4. Everything we can, including the armor. Now, this is medium armor, the Void set, and it's pretty awesome looking. A Void set's pretty cool, but the thing is, it might get me killed. If I take a particularly large attack, you know, a corrosion barrel explosion. Oh, don't worry. The corrosion barrels will become, they'll become a thorn in my side in the near future. And for 60 years after that, as I gestate cancers of various kinds. I think we might stick with the Void set for now, simply because it looks cool. Simply because I like the way that it looks. Fits the desert aesthetic of ROM. But I guess we also could swap from overcoat to overcoat. ROM has a lot of sprinting involved, as a matter of fact. Build up stacks of inertia. We can only wear 2 pieces of it. We don't have the helmet. Didn't come with the set. But there's an idea. I think for one more area, we'll stick with what we have. Build up some more iron. We'll regain our iron.
Take care, my friend.
And then maybe we'll swap up our gear a little bit. It's not quite time just yet. And unfortunately, we don't have anything to say to McCabe today. Sadly, I think we're going to head back. We're going to head back to ROM, and we'll take care of one more area on ROM. Oh, but first, there's someone we have to let know that we discovered the tower. That's right, that we spoke with the Keeper, that we've reached another world. Hey, how you doing? I've got great news. This is the second miracle you've performed as the Root Mother.
Well met, traveler. You have seen the skein of worlds. You have walked the labyrinth.
I really have. Place was laid out like a shopping mall of worlds, essentially. It was like I was walking through a strip mall. Thanks for the hint.
And you pursue the road, yes? Walk the worlds, wanderer. The Founder lies beyond. He waits, but he does not know he waits.
I love that dialogue. I love it. I love that she does have faith, that he's still out there somewhere. Her husband. I mean, she was the one that sent him away. Maybe she can tell that you left for better places, let's say. Like Yaisha. I hear Yaisha is nice this time of year. We just need a key to get inside. That was Ford's last known location. So now, it seems our goal is indeed to walk the worlds until we find a key to Yaisha. We need to find someone else who has had access to the labyrinth besides Ford. Can you think of anybody? A Nui, perhaps. Like ourselves. A Nui like ourselves. Someone who can convene with guardians. Some sort of king of a world. Undying. Oh. Alright, well. I'll have to talk to Aslan about all that. While we're here, how are you doing? Feeling more human every day? I should hope so.
Ask. I have lost much since the war began, but I have gained much in return.
Well, while you're here, and while we're here, give us the rundown. The Keeper himself had no time for my questions. What actually is he? Because he's not a guardian. He's not from this world or any world. Maybe he's native to the labyrinth, and it was a functional world at one point.
A gatekeeper, a protector, one and the same. The root stakes a claim that must not be. The Keeper alone stems the flood. But for how long?
Honestly, he seems pretty dedicated to his job. I gotta hand it to the guy. He's got the ferocity of a protagonist at trying to resolve the issue. It's just that he seems to have found his own method of checking worlds for root infestation. Ours just happened to be one such antenna.
To some, perhaps. To others, he may yet offer a path to redemption.
Yeah, I suppose you would know about that. Maybe the Root Mother and the Keeper have had direct correspondence of some kind. After all, she used to be Evelyn Ford, not the Root Mother controlled by the root at the heart of Earth in some lonely chapel. Before she was a prisoner, she too was a world-walking adventurer. So, you were the Root then, right? You were part of the Root. You saw the Root. You know the Root. Where the fuck did the Root come from? How do we make them go back?
Cessation. The harbinger of silence. The root seeks serenity. Among ashes. Either they fail, or we will.
Poignant. I like that line a lot. Both those lines a lot. That, indeed, all the Root really seems to desire is to cover all of the worlds in Root. Its goal is very simple. It just wants to sublimate everything into the hive mind, because that will make it home, essentially. That's what we've learned from talking to the Root Mother and reading her journal, is that, annoyingly enough, the Root, as a foe, is an empathetic creature. Like, that acolyte we ran into way early on in the stream was just talking to it without being consumed by it. And yeah, it was because he was on the Root's side preaching, go Root, rah, 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 go Root, sis boom ba, and all that stuff. But consider that maybe the Root does have thoughts and feelings, annoyingly enough. Why'd you join? I think we know. But go ahead, we'll hear it from her voice.
A choice I made long ago. I thought it would turn the tide, but tides cannot be turned by thought alone. Desperation made me, child. It will make you as well.
I think, in the end, that is why she let Ford go. Or why she was able with her free will to let Ford go to the labyrinth, is because she understands that desperation is all-consuming, and Ford was consumed by desperation to the point he burned down his whole family tree to stop the other trees invading. Everybody sacrificed as much as they could. Again, even their humanity.
Dreams only, faded and tattered. The founder, Andrew, and I were together before the root. Now the memory wanes. I bear its burden no longer.
You had a pretty tragic past. I don't blame you for wanting to forget. But you can't. Sadly. As in both meanings of the phrase. You shouldn't allow yourself to forget. But also, no matter how hard you try, you can't run from your history.
Very well.
Learn to love it. Embrace it. Just not the root. Embrace anything but the root from here on.
Tread carefully, child.
Will do. And I do like the cautionary tale of the Ford family, right? That every member in every generation had a different goal and a different idea of how to stop the root, leading now to Ellen, who has commandeered the ward, but is just kind of letting it die, unfortunately, because they've hit a dead end. A literal world wall. One that we can cross, but one that only members of her family before her could cross. So, she became a different type of survivor. One that isn't focused around finding a solution. Going out there and taking the fight to the root. To put them back in the damn ground where those stupid carapaced vines belong. No, it's about survival now. Waiting for a hero to come along. Dave Hero, of all people. Back to Rom. We'll make it one more checkpoint, and then I think we'll call it for today, my friends. Next time we will explore the secrets of Ward 13 now that we've picked up Ford's key card. Might leave a hint as to how to get to Aisha from here. Or at the very least, courses. Well, I'd love to bathe in the blood swamp. I am wearing the right outfit for it anyway. Back to Rom we go. The monolith that would then form the throne for the Undying King. The Undying King. Gotta wonder why he's called that. The Anointed, the Vir, were created to be perfect soldiers for the Undying King. I'll just mention that again, that the Undying King has an army of soldiers that kidnap the inhabitants of this world, the Buri, and sometimes probably the Ikari, and the Ikari, though scribes, are not too happy about it. Who knows? Maybe the Ikari are trying to dissuade the Buri. And that's why they've formed this nomadic almost looking tribe of warriors, is because they're changing their damn minds. They're thinking, well, screw this. We can handle this just fine on our own. We'll form our own post-apocalyptic society. And we don't need obelisks. We don't need particle weapons. We don't need an undying king. And yeah, look how well it's turning out for them. Unfortunately enough for them. Yeah, nice vaulting, Dave. I feel like a real hero. That's the power of the hunting rifle. It'll be sad to say goodbye to it, but we will be picking up another primary weapon pretty soon. I just love exploring these villages. I just love the pots, jars, the skulls, everything arranged. Everything is arranged in a way that I couldn't possibly understand. I don't live here. I'm not from this world. It's all arcane to me. And the way that it's arcane to me is really cool. It's really cool how, because of this game's premise and setup, you can just accept that there is no explanation for these cow tools. There is no history for the Buri barb spike, their preferred melee weapon or something like that. We don't get to know because we're shooting our way through the ruins of this society. That's powerful in a way. It's really unique. Again, for world-hopping games, For games where, for games where you hop through worlds and different societies, different realities, they're often too eager to explain every single facet of how you did it, how it could or couldn't be done again, and what the ramifications of you doing it is. Well, I don't care about me. I care about these guys, the people who live here that I'm invading. Remember Ford's journal. Remember what Ford's journal said? That when he first encountered the Yaisha, the Crazy Eight, or so they were at the time, they weren't careful with how they interacted with an entirely new species, and thus, the Yaisha became bigoted against humankind forever. Their first encounter with an alien species, the Yaisha. Consider that. Rom itself may look like Earth, but it's allegedly not Earth. And so, if these are creatures, they're aliens, and this is their first contact, is some guy with a hunting rifle blowing them away in the desert, trying to seek the same undying king they have just forsaken. This society defeated the Root, and yes, it was through the ultimate solution, let's say, the one you can't go back from. But even still, I love that there are so many more diplomatic ways we could have handled this. For the record, they know I'm a Nui. If I ever get close to the Buri, or if the Buri ever get close to me, you can hear them shouting about how, yes indeed, I must be a Nui. I must be an outsider. I must be here to kill them. And it is just so sad to see the Buri and the husks of the buildings and the white flags that they're flying, you know, to demonstrate their own society. They're the only people that are living out here. They're the only ones, I assume, that can live out here. My God. And they're naked. And they're basically naked, too. They have no shame. They have forsaken their Void Walker armor to walk the apocalypse. But again, take a listen. No music, just the howling of wind and these flags, the particles of dust in the air. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Retro-futuristic as hell. I did mention that time stopped for this world in the 60s. I guess this is the point for Earth at which they would be making Fallout-style metal tube buildings. Take a look at the ruins, the rusted ruins of a really advanced society, one where nuclear armaments probably weren't the most of their concerns anymore. Something interesting about this whole area is that they probably were even more advanced than we know, than we can know, because they destroyed their own world. They went full scorched earth, unlike Ford, who let the world fall to the Root and left for greener pastures himself. It looks like Rom decided, no, we're gonna fight the Root until neither of us is left. And now they're picking up the pieces. This place is ominous. Not a fan of the lattice work in here. Oh boy. My friends, we got lost souls. Welcome to the Iron Rift. I assume a literal rift of sorts. I assume the Iron Rift is literally an iron rift in the world. This is probably the most literal location named so far. We're going through the tunnels of their society. Ah! They really are like lost souls. Whoa! Holy shit, Dave. That last step's a doozy. I don't know if falling into pits is instant death and remnant from the ashes. That's something we're gonna have to ask Dave sometime. either by accident or on purpose. Yep, that's right. Some of the skulls are still freshly radioactive from the wastes. Isn't that wonderful? And hey, those glowing yellow containers on either side of us. Oh! Oh! No! No! The radioactive ones are covered in all kinds of curses and stuff. Ah, I don't like it. Just stabbed with all kinds of rusty tetanus. You know, at least the other wasteland skulls have already come apart. Ah! These things are like mobile mines. Or mobile mines with a D, excuse me. And, yeah, we've now met the beehive people that Ford was warning us about. Thanks, Ford. Whoa, man! Good find. My friends, it's a glowing rod. Most excellent. We'll have to be on the lookout for optional areas because these glowing rods come quite in handy. They'll tell us a little bit more about ROM and unlock further equipment for us. I really don't like whatever the hell's making all these sounds. Oh boy. Oh, it's Lair of the Bees. 7 damage. 7 damage from a distance. Ah! Radioactive shaman. Radioactive shaman, huh? Here in the desert. Sheesh. God, I just love that this game has so many different phases that you go through. The exploration of the open worlds, the close and dangerous combat of the dungeons, talking to characters to learn more about the story and reading logs and terminal entries. There are just so many different sides to this game. They all interact so well. Run! Run, Dave, run! Ugh. These beehive-headed fellas are tough. They're like wannabe Burry. Don't shoot their weak point. Clouds of bees will attack you. Again, it just weaves in and out. It weaves in and out of that intensity so well. You know? A perfect attack, actually, to trigger the defense bonus of the set we're wearing. Funnily enough, the Void set was great for absorbing their attacks and damage. No chest down here, just more boss fight enemies. I hear them laughing at me from somewhere. Them skulls are crunchy, aren't they? Oh, I love the way they have so many different bits that can ragdoll off of them. The entire jaw detaches and goes flying if you shoot it. Yeah, I know. What's after my ass? I don't want to... You know what? I don't want to know. It'll find me eventually. That could unleash the hounds. Who let the dogs out? Dave. A single lost soul. Just the one.
Whoa. It's over.
Whoa. It's a fissure. Funny how this place, designed by the Basha, Aslan's race, I believe they were called, forms fissures between worlds. Almost like plates, sand dunes in a way. Almost like they expected the world to be flooded into a desert. I'm just considering that the Basha may have been revolutionaries. They were the ones that decided to drop the black sun on the earth and create the black sun. The one outside. The more literal black sun. Oh, they dropped the bomb all right. And they kind of dropped the ball as well, because it got rid of the root, but it didn't root out any hostilities, did it? Now it's just Burry, Akari, and Veer fighting. Oh. Oh, what have we here, my friends? Ring of Illusion. What does it do? Let's find out. Find out together. Another perfect dodging amulet. Look at that. Now we've got the Akari Warband and the Ring of Illusion. Huh. Do not underestimate the thrill of evading the enemy. Some of us have survived on that thrill alone. I'm going to say it again. Isn't it funny that Ezlan is the only remaining of the Basha after the nuke fell that destroyed the world? Again, let's just keep it in mind. Let's just keep it in mind. Put the Sage Stone on, because perfect dodges aren't honestly helping me versus these enemies. There's not very much to perfect dodge. You know, maybe Aslan's just a survivor. That's what he is he's a born survivor. And the other Basha weren't, which is why the other Basha aren't around anymore. It isn't a Highlander situation. There can be only one in the measurement of strength. No, that'd be silly. I'm going to imagine that it was just whoever happened to survive the apocalypse. Ah! Ah! Yeah, and the Gatling flea bug. The Gatling flea bug is the apex predator. Is it coming around the corner? Oh, it is! Oh, and it's got a minigun. Ew! Oh! This is the beer, by the way. This is Aslan's army. Not a weak point on the damn thing. It really is like a weird, horrible flea. I don't like it. I really don't like it. What I'm looking for are chests, simulacrums. I'm looking for... We haven't found the simulacrum in Rom yet, and there are a lot of places it could be. Rom is not a great place to go if you're looking to upgrade your Dragon Heart, and we're going to need to pretty soon. We're starting to have to chug out of the damn thing. Hold it to our chest for warmth and reassurance. I'm not sure what you do with the Dragon Heart. Your character just kind of holds it to their bosom for a moment and is healed by its undying spirit? I don't know. By its motivational speech. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the Dragon Heart is a motivational whisperer.
It's over.
Yeah, sure. I'll take the upper path. Couldn't be unsafe. Oh, the sidewalk just ends. Most excellent. Again, all these places to observe the lower castes from in the societal system they had here. Ah, God! Man, the Lost Souls are tough. They don't hit very hard, but they're swirly, they're agile, they're relatively small targets. And I just love exploring the ruins of this place, imagining what it was like when it was functional. Before, there were just holes in the rooftops. In case you were wondering what the insides of all of those buildings we could see in the distance are, this is what they used to look like. Those holes in the steel beams used to hold cables of some kind that provided the world with a black gunk that gave it life. This is something unique about Rom that foreshadows, or I guess implies in a way, that it really isn't Earth. That it really isn't. I know it really seems like Earth that got a little too tired of its own existence a little too quickly, but it may very well not be, thanks to this black gunk substance that's keeping this world powered, functioning, alive, even in the apocalypse. Funnily enough, this world too is one that can recover and be saved. Again, even if it doesn't really seem like it right now. Boy, whole floor of this dungeon we didn't explore. We could come back later. Again, look for simulacrums. But we found that glowing rod, and that was actually most of the reason to come here. Looks like a pass. Hopefully the boss on the other side is polite. I don't actually know who's waiting for us. I know a lot less about ROM's various bosses because, as a world to replay, it's pretty wide and empty. The only real reasons to come back here are to regenerate the world in adventure mode, to fight the bosses, pick up the item sets, create the randomly generated elements that didn't exist the first time. As an adventure, ROM itself, I think it stays its welcome exactly as long as it should. Doesn't overstay, doesn't undershoot. ROM is exactly as long as it should be, and so it'll be a great place for us to pick up next time. Let's see who we got on the other side of the door. I'm guessing Veer. Or Buri, perhaps. Whoa. Look at that. Oh, I take it back. Given the enemies in the last area, I got a feeling I know what we're walking into here. Look at the luminescence on the walls. Stare through the fog. My friends, I think we're about to encounter the king of the beehive men.
Oh God, what is that?
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. Ah! Oh my God, he really does have a hornet's nest for a head. Oh, I don't like what he looks like. Again, the root had those little boils on them. Ah, God! And he summons Abomination. I think these are the beehive men. Yeah, how can you tell? All right, remember what Ford taught us. Remember Ford's advice. Genuinely, go for body shots. Yuck! Oh, look at this place, it's nasty. Oh, and this one's vicious too. You may notice that certain bosses, certain bosses as we make our way through Remnant are going to end up having subtitles. They're going to end up being champion bosses that have slightly different stats, more damage, more health. There we go. This is what you do to beehives. Burn out that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Take cover. The hive itself is rebelling. Ah. Oh, I love it. I love the way his toadies get in the way so that you almost are encouraged to headshot him. It's like, ah! It would be so easy to accidentally hit his head. It's just so big and he's leaning forward. I love it. Ah! Nice friendly fire. Run, run, run. Don't get irradiated. I don't have my radiation consumables equipped. I don't think I even have any. It's called heavy elixir water. You know, because the only thing to cure poison is to drink more poison. Ironized water. Ferrous is all hell, but it's not radioactive at the very least. Isn't that what heavy water is? Is radioactive water? Just drink more radiation to counteract the specific type of radiation that's been afflicting me. This is getting scary. We don't have a lot of room. And I'm trying not to get irradiated. I'd like to have children someday. Would fit with the themes of the game. Don't think so. Go, go, go! Okay, that's a shield, huh? He's like the Pain! He's got a swarm of bees that can deflect bullets? What, is he gonna turn them into an assault rifle next? I hope he does. I hope he actually does.
Whoa. It's over.
Man. Radioactive skull indeed. That's one plague driven out of the post-apocalypse. Again, let's think of ROM both as Earth and not as Earth. if ROM is Earth, we just stopped a viral outbreak that could have consumed this world, Root style. But specific to this place, they had almost a localized outbreak of Root in the form of this black gunk attracting these mosquitoes. This is why they're all over the machinery, is because these things, whatever they are born from or attracted to that black gunk that powers this place. That's why I mentioned it, is because you can see there, the hive itself is growing up the walls and then extending towards the pipes, consuming the machinery, becoming a part of it and all gunky. Whatever this weird hive is or was, it fed on this place. But it sure ain't doing it anymore. Thank goodness for that. Sometimes you do a bit of good for someone else's world when you've done the most that you can for your own. That's what Commander Ford figured, I suppose. That's why he left for Yaisha, is because he figured, I can't help this world. Maybe I can help out some other world instead. And that's what we're discovering now, I suppose, is that this world has been destroyed by an apocalypse already. But our actions are helping it rebuild in a way. Other than the wiping out of the bury we've been doing, I don't feel good about that, but stopping plagues from spreading is the point of this game. Might as well start with a smaller plague. And there we are, my friends. I love that this world had its own little subplot with the black gunk, the radioactive skulls, the hive itself. It's funny that it was called a hive, isn't it? Given that the root is a hive mind. Yeah, it really was like they were trying to build their own root infestation. The desert suffers nothing to live, save that which can hardly be considered alive in the first place. Again, those are skulls that have been reanimated by arcane forces combined with real-world radiation to make exploding radioactive mutant skulls summoned by shaman from beyond this world who have tapped into the arcane power between dimensions. This game is awesome. That you can even be accurate in describing it with sentences like that. That you can say indeed that they combine so many different genres and the result is chocolate and peanut butter. It all fits together just so utterly well. And speaking of fitting together, that void set came in handy in that boss fight. I don't know if you could tell, but those enemies with the claws that it was summoning were scratching me for a ton of damage. I had to heal there. But because we had taken a couple of hits from the hornets themselves, our damage buff had kicked in, and we were able to resist it, and I survived. Good stuff. Thanks, Void Set. Scouring wastes indeed. Let's take a look around. We'll poke our heads out, see where we are. Because again, ROM gives you its fill of content. They all do. None of these feel like empty wastelands. Oh, there's landmarks all over the place. Alright, so there may not be a landmark in sight at the Scouring Wastes. Look at that heat. Just look at the sun compared to the last area. Oh, it's so brutal that the light shafts from that flag have a heat distortion on them. They made this area look inhospitable, alright. Can't believe it used to be Manhattan. And again, we were told that this didn't used to be Earth. This was not Earth. They only look human. Mad Max style, they sure do act like it too. God damn. I can see why that place was condemned, having now made our way through it. We'll go see what McCabe can craft for it. Hell, maybe we can get our own alluring skull to summon whenever we so please. Then we'll call it a night, my friends. This has been wonderful. This has really been wonderful. I gotta say thank you to everyone who stopped by and everyone who stayed for the duration of the stream, spent your evening with your pal C. Jacobs, and a criminally underrated game with a lot of heart. I really look forward to more of it. I really do. It's good to be getting back to streaming after, again, the week that I've had. It's been a week of uncertainty, and real life can be scary sometimes, but this is a comforting place that I know I can always return to, where you folks will be here to laugh along with me at the insanity while enjoying the endearment that comes with playing games made by genuine people who really care. It's a great place to find that kind of thing. Video games. It's a genuine medium. Because you can immediately tell when a product is disingenuous, I feel.
Keep moving.
Like I said, this game's got a lot of heart. Hey, McCabe, how you doing, huh?
Magic Tower? Yeah, right. Either you and Ace are nutty, or things are worse out there than I thought.
Oh, it must be seen to be believed. That's the thing, is I'm not disagreeing with you on that one. It's pretty utterly ridiculous. Let's find out what we can do with that skull. By the way, I took this from another world. Hang on, hold on. A magic tower spawning in the middle of the city that leads to other worlds? Ridiculous. Now, let me see that radioactive skull you got from another world so that I can make a weapon mod that allows you to summon one.
Fine, let's have a look.
Or a grenade launcher. A grenade launcher? Oh! Okay, so we could just summon bees! It turns out that defeating the Ent granted us access to a grenade launcher. And indeed, we've got Breath of the Desert so that we can fire our own bees! Whenever I so desire. I'll take them both. Oh, I'll take them both. Oh, I'm gonna imagine this thing's the boss killer. I like the looks of it. Look at the engravings. Real quick, take a look at the description of the spore gland, because I forgot. Each material has its own unique description. Yeah, the Ent itself was spreading root spores the entire time. That's what those glowing bioluminescent pustules are. Those ones that bloom into the exploding dudes that go eeeeee. Those guys. Ones that sound like race cars. This is where they come from. Decades ago, this monster wasted whole towns on its way to this city. And it turned around for no reason anyone could tell. Oh, the root mother knows, but you're right. She sure ain't telling. I like it. I like that our reward for defeating the Ent was knowledge that the root mother was successful. After that journal we read, my friends, that gave us her complex emotional family history, the trauma that she'd suffered up to becoming the root mother. This single sentence is our vindication. It turned around. She did it. After all that, all of the hemming and hawing about the root destroying the world, it turns out that indeed, empathy connected with them, and they listened to her order to back off. Left Earth in stasis. Thanks, Evelyn. Really.
You killed the Ent. It's just bigger deadwood.
Ha! Oh, that's great! Oh, I love that McCabe is not impressed. Way to take the wind out of my sails after everything I just said. Hey, Root Mother accomplished a whole lot, I'll have you know. With that engine hanging off your back, you kind of look like her. You could stand to have some humility. What are you, like Rule 63 Deacon St. John with that backwards cap? Shame on you. Be humble, McCabe. We're in this together.
Fine, let's have a look.
Spore bloom. Well, this thing seems quite fun. Doesn't have the best accuracy, but we may not need it.
Good. Now go.
Wreak havoc. And let slip the hounds of war. I think it might be cry havoc, but that's the very good boy's job, not mine. We, of course, have to take the mod off so that we can free it up, because Spore Bloom has an attached weapon mod as a boss weapon. It's a boss weapon for killing the Ent. Hence why it's consumed partially by Root. These blooms are what leveled the countryside outside city limits. I always wondered why that monster never came at us here, but I sure as hell ain't complaining. Yeah, you've learned to probably count your blessings. Okay, here it is. Spore Bloom, baby. Spread the love. Although, it kind of looks like the grenade launcher on it is underslung. I wonder what the top weapon does. It's a shotgun. It's a shotgun nade launcher? Look at what it's doing. It's firing a single railgun straight in the middle. There's like a tracer that's redder than the others. There's one projectile that always goes straight down the middle. Oh, wow, this thing is cool. Never used it before. I usually end up killing the other world boss. All right, my friends, I think we've found one of my favorite weapons so far. A single shot scattergun with an underslung grenade launcher? Okay. Well, we can't... I guess we'll have to try it out next time. That's hella encouragement to stream more of this game, is a shot grenade launcher. Yeah, spread the love that is the Root.
Ah, good to see you again.
Yeah, career demo main, that's me.
Let's see what I've got.
Oh, my friend, hopefully you got a drive to upgrade some unique weaponry. That's what I hope you got. A couple of spare hours and a warm hammer. Boss weapons upgrade with Luminite, and count for 2, I believe, gear score per upgrade. It was kind of them. Boss weapons, if you have one equipped, count for a little bit more towards your gear score, because, well, look at the 200 damage per shot. I'm gonna imagine that's not even touching the grenades. Look, we can actually fire rot grenades. Wait, I shouldn't do that. What? Hang on. I've just considered that I've been so gung-ho about spreading the rot, and we're going back to the one place that's actually defeated the Root. The one place that's actually beat the Root, and we're going back to plant more seeds. Well, we need more Luminite crystals. Seems like a good time to go and talk to Ace, actually. She might have some. Ace has...
Be safe out there.
Ace has a number of interesting supplies. She sells iron, which we can forge into the lower tiers of iron. In case we find some galvanized stuff and we need forged iron. Through Ace, we can downcraft it, basically. We can uncraft it. She's skilled. More skilled than the guy across the hall who has a forge that could do that.
You saw that tower pop up in the middle of the city, too, yeah? I thought I'd finally lost it. I'd be afraid to step a toe in there. Who knows when it'll take off again.
Believe me, you want no part in that place. It hides secrets the likes of which Ward 13 couldn't even match. A planet full of goat babes. Maybe later we'll get to pal around with Ford on the planet full of goat babes. For now, we're stuck in an apocalyptic wasteland that may or may not be a dark vision of our own future. Let's trade. Not a Lumicite.
Take care then.
Not a crystal to her name. I suppose we'll upgrade this thing more next time, because surely as we head back onto the scourging wastes of Rom, they will indeed drop more Lumicite, more world bosses, more danger, more story and history of Rom to uncover. If I haven't foreshadowed enough what its deal is, we do actually have to have a meeting with this Undying King. And my friends, I will see you next time for more of Remnant from the Ashes. Oh, this game is wonderful. I really like this game, and I'm just so glad to be showing it to you. The seamless co-op is just one of my favorite things about it.
Oh, yes!
But oh yes, we got quite a ways to go. Next time, we will explore the depths of Ward 13 and more of Rom, along with generating our first adventure. Thank you all. Thank you all very much for sticking with me this past week or so. I really appreciate it. I can't phrase it any more succinctly than that, I think. I really can't. My family has appreciated all of the well wishes you've given us during my grandma's recovery. And from all appearances, it seems like it will be a solid recovery for her. So, it's just a matter of time, my friends. And we keep moving. We keep moving. Carry on the legacy, my friends. I will see you all next time for more world-spanning, world-hopping adventures in Remnant from the Ashes. Have a good night. Hey, thanks, bud. I will. After all, I'm back streaming again. Thank you.